It is an experimental product. Till date, it is experimental product. There were a lot of controversies last year. I was in news in state that GST has not given a lot of problems.
We have Pathological here next to this. They are also making. They are also selling about 50,000 kgs, 50,000 kgs per year. But we got the license from the.
No, we are not having the license. Till date, we are selling as an experimental product.
Things are there. From Commission of Agriculture, we got the license both for marketing.
No, we are not having license because this is the consortia, and previously it was not there was not license for it. Now it will be. It has been started.
But how to answer the student and scientist? Because student always will ask what is the level of the inoculum, level of this consortium on one of the ginger root or in one of the plant. So how to convince the researcher? Convince farmer is easy.
It is difficult.
Farmers are
being a scientist to me also it is difficult. But what it is I have put you in front of you.
But if we discuss in the scientific community, even with the student and scientists, how to convince them?
The quality count is also again difficult to have because we have done in the soil itself. Most of the pathogens, most of these microbes, they have been isolated from that soil. Next year.
It is a solid formulation or liquid formulation?
Both. We are putting both. Both.
What is the price of liquid formulation?
We are selling it is now 210 rupees per liter.
Forget the price. The problem.
200 rupees per kg.
If government asks, your government is asking question, why you are giving farmers, what you will answer?
Government agency is going it is very difficult. They are asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, it is there.
You need to publish CFU,
No.
Yeah. Even the industry people, they are having license of one biologist.
When anybody want to start, he may have license for all.
Yeah.
It may have license for all.
And license of one, they can produce 5, 10.
One thing here is
10 products.
in the name of a PGPR, we can sell.
No, now I am going to retire. I am not doing anything.
Okay, sir. We
I am
will
going to
discuss
retire.
during lunch. And one more request to Rakesh Pandey, sir. Sir, here also in the consortium, Trichoderma viride is there.
No, it is aspergillus now.
So that's why, no, sir. It should be from the Indian Phyto LPS Society.
Especially for the
Because-
student. Never write in your research paper Trichoderma viride. It will never be accepted internationally.
But sir, in the NCBI, it is giving us Trichoderma viride. Then what to do? What to do?
The NCBI, they are going to change. We have written to NCBI also. Even not me. In American Pathological, they have written.
NCBI, those which are submitted earlier,
Earlier.
their name cannot be changed now.
Yeah. It
So
is
then,
difficult.
in the present research NCBI conditions also.
Even you have to write Trichoderma aspergillus in bracket, you can write Trichoderma viride. All you are writing Trichoderma viride, you have to write Trichoderma aspergillus.
Sir, let it go in the proceedings, sir.
It is different. On the attachment of phyloids, it is different. By nomenclature,
the
it is
basic
a-
criteria to differentiate
So
Asiana,
it will go to,
aspergillum and whatever species you are
sir,
having.
it will be there in the proceedings, sir. Then.
Yeah, even in the IPS, we can give you the letter from the IPS. Even
So- I think myself is the crorepati for plant pathologist.
yes,
Yeah.
without any problem.
Without any problem. Now, in the next year, I will be retired.
You will face the problem.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's also a message, sir, that the technology need not to be so high-fi actually.
Simple technology. For multiplication also, we have developed a lot of things. Multiplication, we have to, last year we have sold 270 metric tons of it.
Very excellent.
And it is out of demand of farmer. We are not in a position to prepare this, but farmers are asking.
Sir, any shelf life we have expected?
6 months, 6 months, 6 months. In the powder, no, liquid we are not adding preservative. It is only for 1 and 2 months. They are using within 1 to 2 months. because it will increase
You
the
see,
price.
consumption means you are having over-bargaining.
Huh?
Basically,
And
having
then
full
you
Ah,
are-
yeah. Yeah. Only we are selling, it will increase again the price of it. No, we are not new to add this
We
preservative
don't
more
know
price.
they are having synergistic or antagonistic, whatever activity they are having. We are having mixture here. We don't know what they are doing in between. We have to think.
Lot of farmer, in this year, most of the farmer, they have used in soybean. And again, they got excellent is the result. Yesterday, before 10 days ago, one farmer has called me, sir, what happened, my soybean is quite good. Lot of sprayings are done by my neighbor, and I have done sprayings of it, and it is good.
I
It is
think
good.
we are missing the Sri Biotech, Dr. Reddy. Otherwise, it was very good discussion here. A wonderful.
He's also a business. This should form the research people.
No, we have done lot of research. I am my PhD, 3 students have completed in this subject only. Out of 7, 3 have done.
What more certificate you need?
And all the results, they are very much for development of white root. Even the farmer, they have used in grapes. In western Maharashtra, it has been gone to grapes also. And they have told that this downy mildew and powdery mildew, it is suppressed by this product. No, what I have done, I do not know. Being a scientist, I do not know anything. It is good. Farmers are telling, they are telling that, sir, when we give 1 rupee to our child, and if he forgotten here, we will beat him. And we are paying since 2010, they are paying to me. Near about 3,000 numbers are with me, and the same farmer, they are coming every year. This is the only best successful.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Hamida B. ma'am, who will be speaking on microbial surfactants, emerging molecules for biological control. She is working as associate professor at Department of Microbiology, Usmania University, and she is recipient of Jawaharlal Nehru Award for Outstanding Postgraduate Agricultural Research, and also Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund Fellowship to pursue PhD, and also received Young Scientist Award. And also Best Teacher Award, State Award to Meritorious Teachers during 2020-21, and also Women PGPR Scientist Award. Ma'am, welcome, ma'am. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Jason, and thank you for our pleasure. Topic of my presentation is microbial biosurfactants and emerging molecules for biological control. So from yesterday, I think we are listening from 2 days, a lot of things about biological control and how to manage these different diseases, pests. And yesterday also we had one lectures just like activity from the industrial front and also and also it has given a very detailed success story of Maharashtra. So on and so forth, and because I see more of even youngsters, the chair and the delegates of the as students. I just wanted to say 2 things about the university. It's an 100-year-old university, and we also received the World Best Brand Award last October, where our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is the dynamic Vice Chancellor presently we have, he has taken it from the UK. And our department, like as just said, the micro and the micro department, there are only 4 faculty members running the show for the PG and PhD students. The focus of my talk will be how these microorganisms will be taken towards a sustainable management. And I'll add the word here microuniverse, because you can see, I think all of us know about the, if I say planet, solar system, Milky Way and galaxy, it's like, there are a lot of things to know.
So similarly, the metagenomics or sophisticated NGS has added so much to the microbiome world. So it's like even for me, if I'm reading every day, something new comes. So why we are again have to understand, because we say now everything is related to the gut health is related to gut microbiome, and plant health is also related to plant microbiome. And we are no longer saying single to, one inoculant to consortial inoculant. We are speaking plant as microbiome as the next genome or halobiome. So a couple of things, I not stress upon those things because that's not the purpose of the thing. And how microorganisms, you can see here yesterday we were discussing about that brain axis, because the signals to the brain will also be, I'll just correlate this because I speak a little bit more for the microbiome of humans, little bit I'll try to correlate why we have to understand about those things. And the main thing, what are these biosurfactants and how are these as emerging molecules of the 21st century, and microbial surfactants and the biological control. So I think this most of you know, this is like how we have seen the Rangoli, this is also the Petri agar art, mostly taken by the ASM society. And you can see here, it's our Indian students who have grabbed the, award for this thing. So I just want to say these bacteria, they can get art to the life. So yesterday also, on the inauguration day, we saw so much, in the Rangoli, and we were happy with it. So because curiosity and wonder, for the whenever we have to motivate the students towards the research, so we try to get, both art and science parallelly to add more to the thing. So if we look into the 2016, the Sustainable Development Goals were given by UN for the environmental aspect, social aspect, and the economic growth. And purpose was to say that these has to be achieved through cleaner means and greener technologies. So what was the criteria? Food. Food comes before, and when we say food, we are speaking about the plant system. And through microorganisms. Now COVID already has some. If we go back 2 years back, actually we were home quarantine. We knew how to use, Zoom, whatever online, apps because of the COVID. So these microorganisms, they are good and bad, and we already have seen how we were staying back with different intervals, home quarantine, and the only things that were running on, I think I can say, is the farmers. But why I am saying this? Because if we look into the strategy of the bioinoculant and biopesticide global demand, that was one market which has not gone down because of the COVID. So that has to be appreciated because we were staying back home, whatever were the things, doing the classes online, offline. But for farmers were the one who were doing job there, and that is how we also know that we had food. And we were speaking more about immunity during the COVID time, and that immunity also comes from the planting. So these microorganisms, they are vital to the maintenance of human life. It's not that because I'm a microbiologist, I'm focusing more. But if you look back into the literature, it says all the 17 to 18 SDGs or the Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved through the microorganisms. Either you take energy, biofuel, anything you take, an antibiotic, anything you take, it is a microbial. So the components of sustainable agriculture, I will not say to the August gathering because all of us know there are various factors from the crop rotation, manuring. So again, because we are speaking here about the biological agent, I'll speak a little bit about these microbes, how they can be a link to the sustainable agriculture. And I'll also focus a little bit on the biostimulants because now biostimulants has also been taken up in the category of cell-free metabolites. Again, we also had a discussion in BIPA and other things that how we can use the microbes because the metabolites come from the microbes. So anyhow, that is again to the regulatory issues. I'm not going to discuss all those things because these biostimulants, they have to help the physiological growth of the plant, the water holding capacity, help the plant from the biotic and abiotic stress. And I think from yesterday we are listening so much about the traits of the microorganisms or plant beneficial microorganisms, including hormones, vitamins, enzymes. In that we will also see a little bit about the plant biosurfactants. And I just said now it's not only 1 to 2 inoculants. Major things of microorganisms or microbiome play a significant role for the plant health. So having said this, ecological sustainability, or we already know the green revolution and the effects. Maybe we can call it as next bio-green revolution because we want to use a lot of biological amendments to retain or to regenerate the soil fertility that has been lost. So I will not go much into detail, but the story of the microorganisms has been started in late 1980s when J.W. Kloepfer has first introduced the term called as PGPR either in terms of direct nutrient to the plant system or indirectly by the production of metabolites. And then from all, if you look, lot of literature is available about the mechanisms, mode of action, and how microorganisms can contribute. I mean, actually, they do their metabolism, but we are harnessing that for the plant system and also for other activities. So if I say for the literature, you can see plant probiotic bacteria, solution to feed the world. It's not only, I mean, like pathologies or microbiology, it's a worldwide mode phenomenon that microorganisms or microbiome has to be balanced in order to have a, I mean, eubiosis or a sustained system. So we have to see that we stabilize the diversity, stabilize the evenness of the microbiome, and stable indigenous microflora and suppress the pathogens. These are the 4S for the sustainable agriculture. So this slide doesn't, I mean, say about much about the biosurfactants, but I have just taken it and just 2 examples. Mostly whenever we are going to a physician with an infection or anyone with a pathogenic disease, the doctors, they first recommend the antibiotics or the drugs. So similarly, whenever we are seeing a disease, mostly to the farmers, we are saying, why don't we use the chemical fertilizers or pesticides based on the nutrient purpose or there is nutrient deficiency or there is a disease. But if I ask you the question, like if I say that whenever we are on these drugs, are we taking biryani? Are we taking oily food? No. Even if you ask back home, they'll say, why don't you take some prebiotic source? Why don't you take some fermented idli? Or so what I'm trying to say is, when just if you say I am using chemicals, I am using biological inoculants. Yesterday we had good discussion. Why biological control is not answered? It is not going to answer. It did not answer in the past 40 or 4 5 decades. And even in the next 2 to 3 decades, it will not answer if we do not maintain this system. Because when we are, are we taking antibiotics or drugs throughout? No, then you are taking only when they are infection. Similarly, farmers also spray the chemicals at the time of necessary when there is a pest or a disease. But are we asking them to do something? Yeah, farm manure. But again, it is the farmer will not have labor, farmer will not have so much of space and all those things. So recommendations of these things, which will not be told in the regulatory things, because it's a chemical or a biological thing. So let us also say how prebiotics also contribute, because whenever doctor recommends any probiotic, not also we take for a week. So let us recommend the bioformulations or the inoculations in the form of consortia with a prebiotic component and also the fermented metabolites. Okay, so it's also not my story, because people are saying if you want to have better understanding about the plant health, you have to combine all the things. So there's a lot of literature available. We have to see that how we can combine all the 3 things together. So I just add one more slide here, just to say like yesterday, because we have to get the resilience microbiome. I'm not saying whatever we are, like yesterday we said that, okay, are we not having good food? Are we not healthy? So it is a debate, let us not debate, but let us do our best to establish whatever the microorganisms or the microbiome has lost from the soil or from any ecosystem because of regular use of chemicals. What best we can do, because all of us like nature, right? So all of us want to have ecological balance. So let us do our best from that angle and try to maintain the homeostasis. So this is what actually yesterday Dr. K. was saying. Let me give back the things what we have taken. Because see, if you ask to stay for 1 month or other than the TB disease, I don't think any patient will be continuously on the any drug or antibiotic. But we say to the plant, we are going to dump urea, we are going to dump all chemicals, and you have to do. Quoting it is sessile, it doesn't have anything. It has a story to say, maybe it will also say, and it is also saying that you are giving me chemicals, I will give back the residues. So that is how we are having a lot of residues on the food, and we have to have a control somewhere and maintain the homeostatic system. So till now I was just trying to establish, because the patent also says sustainability from the phytopathological point. I'll just try to add a little bit on the sustainable front. I'll now go actually to the surfactants. So what are these molecules? We do have chemical surfactants, and now I'm speaking more about we do have biosurfactants, plant surfactants. I think saponin is, if somebody has not come across, the Rita what we use for hair wash. So like that, most of the plant systems do also have surfactants. So biosurfactant doesn't mean only from the microbial system, and there's a lot of research even done on the plant surfactant. So the substance that reduces the surface and the interfacial temperature, because when we have water and oil, they don't get emulsified. So it acts as a clamp and emulsifies the water and oil. And why are these molecules interesting? So you can see they are biological oriented and they can act better. They are non-toxic. And when we go, I'm not going much to the chemical moiety. Otherwise, we have anionic surfactants, cationic, zithronic surfactants, and their performance is better when they form the micelle formation. I'll just say a little bit. We actually need a surface tensiometer, how the surface tension can be reduced. And this is at some concentration, mostly reported in literature. When we extract the crude biosurfactant, 40 mg to 80 mg will be enough in liter to show the critical missile. Surface tension reduction is nothing but it reduces the surface tension of the water is 70 millinewtons per meter. It reduces to 30, 20 based on the type of the biosurfactant and the type of the missile molecule. So I just go to the application part, not much in the chemistry. So they are amphiphilic in nature. They reduce the surface and interfacial tension. And I think a lot of us use surfactants in emulsification of chemical pesticides also. So that is how we can say, compared to the chemical surfactants, these are not toxic because they are produced by microbes. What we have is again the breakdown into carbon dioxide, hydrogen, which is easily degradable. And their tolerance to temperature and pH. When at 120 degrees, they are tolerant. There is at white pH also they are tolerant. And they increase the micronutrient availability. And one more wonderful thing is because as microbial, because we work even in the microbial biotechnology of producing these things. Suppose if you say any molecule from microbes, it has to be done in the biotechnology front to reduce the cost economics. So these biosurfactants can also be produced from the lignocellulosic or the oligogenic substrates, which are easily available because of a lot of crop residues are available at our end. And coming to the global biosurfactant demand, there is a huge demand. Why is it? It's not only agriculture, but there is various fields, various biosurfactants are used. I'm just showing the next slide. And European Union has dumped a lot of money because they do in science as well as for other things. So you can see here there is huge demand of around 2.2 in 2020 to 3.1 billion. So the figure or this itself says there is a huge demand for this molecule. So they have to be work. And coming to the application, so as I'm only speaking on this front, but they are widely used in cosmetics. In the emulsions, most surfactant is used in the drug delivery thing because of the nano emulsion form. In the food processing, that is for the preservative, textiles, detergent sector, because previously we used to use a lot of proteases. Now biosurfactants are taking a significant role. And for the bioremediation of heavy metals, that is they can reduce because of their missile formation, that missile can take the heavy metal and the polyaromatic hydrocarbon inside and make it available to the other bacteria or other microflora. And sometimes the toxic state of the metal can also be reduced to the non-toxic state. There's a lot of literature available. It's not only our couple of experiments. So in nanotechnology and in petroleum industry, for enhanced oil recovery, because I said it clamps between the oil and the water. So that is how surfactants and the biosurfactants have a significant role. So coming back to what are the types, like how many different types we are or humans globally, when microorganisms are, I said they are microuniverse. You just give the food you want, it will give the product. It is like that with the microorganisms. So we have glycolipids, mostly the pseudomonas and the Burkholderia species. We have halolipids, mostly the yeast produces this. And sacrolipids is also from the yeast. And lipopeptides, they are from the bacillus. And these names, these are the names of the microorganisms. This is based on the chemical molecule of the type of biosurfactant. Okay, when I say glycolipid, lipid and a glycotype of molecule. So in sacrolipids, we have, manster, erythrolipids, a lot of information is available about the classification of the biosurfactants. And these are also fatty acid phospholipids from Corynebacterium and from Stridobacter species. And polymeric surfactants are also present. So these are all based on the chemical classification. Different types of biosurfactant molecules are there. And now, is somebody already in the market? So we have to discuss because we are speaking about agriculture thing. Yes, there are a lot of products, and Serenade I think is one product, and Green Pyramid is going to come shortly with the sacrolipid and the post-harvest business. There is a lot of work going on in India as well as abroad. And I think Serenade is already available if you want to purchase it online. And it's nothing but, they don't discuss the complete thing, but the studies, if you look back, they have on the bacillus species and generated a lot of data on the lipopeptides, if you look back into the patent. So there are a lot of products that are already available. So as I said, I'll also go through quick slides because of the interest of the audience to say that, why are these considered as emerging molecules and will they have a near future? So when we do some research, everyone, it is my area of work, I little bit say focus on it and say it will have a future and all things. So I just want to say it's a literature based thing. So rhamnolipids, are reported as effective biofungicides towards Rhizoctonia, Fusarium, Alternaria, Pythium. And the first very report, I think, is there about the Pythium species and how the zoospores have been, the mechanism of action of the lycopeptides is very, very clearly reported. And as I said, these are molecules. We also, when we think of biotechnology and industry, we can think of input of money and extraction of money. But when we think of a farmer's view, we always have to think, can we cut down the cost economics of any product, either the bioinoculant or a biometabolite? So similarly, green production of granule liquid from the jackfruit field. So we have seen that 2.3 grams per liter is the crude granule liquid, and mostly when we come to the agriculture sector, though the active ingredient in the pure form has good mode of action, a crude molecule is also recommended in the agriculture front. And they have reported against the plant pathogenic fungus and reduce the blight resistance. And granule liquid for the Fusarium saccharine, the disease of the sugar cane. So this is one more thing where biosurfactant treated chili for the Phyto capsicum and the anthracnose disease. So this was about the granule liquids produced by Pseudomonas species. This is about surfactant, nutrient and fungicide. Mostly these molecules are produced by the Bacillus species. So this was the chemical structure. I was just saying, how do we call them as cyclic lipopeptides, fungicide, so on and so forth. And if you see here, from the Bacillus species to control the Sclerotinia sclerotiarum, and cyclic cyclohexane from Bacillus cereus to manage the Macrophomia fusarium and the Vigna management. So here we also have reported, there's also a recent article saying that when against the coronavirus, few of these biosurfactants can be studied. So you can see the antiviral activity of the lecithin-induced cucumber mosaic virus. And this lecithin was induced, you can say it induced the fungicide production in the Bacillus species. And control of Sclerotinia sclerotiarum, the Bacillus immunosuppression, and induction of systemic resistant disease in the tomato plant system because of this lipopeptide or the purified fungicide molecule. So there is utilization of rapeseed meal. As I said, cost economics is also an important thing. And controlling citrus black spot with the antifungal compound from the Bacillus species. And latest, there's also an article on the bio-nematocidal activity of the, actually this slide, I was after listening to the nematocidal part, this slide actually I added yesterday. Just because still I was only looking from the disease control. So yesterday I just went and I have seen there are a couple of reports on the nematocidal activity also on the biosurfactant molecule. And this was about the culture filtrate, combating or controlling the, eggs and the substantial mortality of this middle nematode. Yeah. Till now, I have briefed up again about the bacteria, but mostly we do use trichoderma also as a biological control agent. And are there any biosurfactants? Because we already know there are secondary metabolites and lytic enzymes. Trichoderma is widely known for its mode of action to lytic enzymes and certain metabolites produced. And now, actually, how characterization of these metabolites, because we do need NCMS and high-end sophistication techniques like HPLC is preliminary. If you want to know more about the molecule, we need LCMS and all those things. And now those are also available, I think, in most of the universities or CSR labs, and we can characterize. So the study from trichoderma, so biosurfactants are reported, and citronelluridae. This was also reported for the nematocidal activity and also pathogenic control. And actually, characterization of the compound as such is not given in the article, but they have measured the surface tension reduction. So based on different media, so they have used different media components. And as I said, surface tension reduction is a preliminary quantitative assay to understand about the biosurfactant production. From Brazil also, endophytic fungi are reported for the biosurfactants, and mostly like Zalaria, trichoderma, and mostly, as I said, still not much of the compounds are reported. But one article of the Motrella alpina, it says malpinine and malpichinine are the type of biosurfactants. And one more from the East is lymosins. And fungi broadly, as of now, they are calling it as hydrophobins, but maybe with slow time, a lot of work, because now initial work was more on the bacteria, and now the parallelly work is also going on fungi and biosurfactants because they have wide applications in various fields. So with this introduction of about sustainability and microorganisms to biosurfactants, what we are doing at University of College of Science, Department of Microbiology. My lab itself is plant probiotic and biosurfactant lab. My journey started during my research work at CRISAT, where I used to work on PGPR. And then during the postdoctoral study, I worked on the secondary metabolites of Pseudomonas, and then carried forward to the biosurfactants, and we could grab good funding from big and also other funding agencies because of the molecular, because we are working not only on the microbes but also on the molecules. We give preference to microbes as biological control agents as well as to the molecules. So this I will not go much in detail because we know that this is because of the phosphate solubilization and this is the cyclophosphatation cyclase activity and the antifungal activity. So we not only do, though I have depicted only 4 to 5 plates, we do the quantification of how much phosphate is being released, how much indole is produced, what are the type of cyclophos, all the quantification data is being done by the students. So in addition, we also target the reduction of heavy metals and tolerance to polyaromatic hydrocarbons and also the quantification of how much biosurfactant they produce. So this is again thorough qualitative to quantitative data for the students. There's a lot of literature available. We do the lipase assay, emulsification index, taking the culture supernatant. This is the tensiometer, how we measure the surface tension reduction of the controlled water sample and our biosurfactant sample. So when we take the surface tension and we go on check, after some time, when we dissolve, suppose say 30 mg in dissolve, go on dissolve in that particular solution per liter of whatever is the thing. After some time, there will be no further reduction in the surface tension, and that is considered as critical missile concentration. And that concentration of lower concentrations is used for the medical side because you have low toxicity of the molecule, because it's a chemical, right? Biochemical. And in agriculture front and bioremediation, people try to use the higher end of those things because they have to understand about how much, because though the molecule is effective, we cannot dump volumes of the molecule. So when antifungal studies and bioremediation studies are also done to optimize how much is being required. And because the production cost should not be high, we also work on the process economics. And this is the antifungal activity, not with the fungi, this is with the molecule. So we work on the different concentrations, and we have seen that around 20 to 40 μg per ml. Based on the different fungi, the antifungal activity also varies based on the type of surfactant. We also work on the germination aspects on different plant systems to say that yes, it is not having any phytotoxicity, and sometimes germination enhancement is also observed through of the biosurfactant molecule. So this is only to understand that these are the assets and they are available. If somebody is interested, it will be there, so you can just go through. So having said about the biosurfactant, so we are working on the biofuel formation, biocontrol, soil health, and also the nutrient mobilization. So this is the complete germplasm what we have. I can say it's linearly more than a decade we are working on the biosurfactant, and we have Pseudomonas aeruginosa known for the biosurfactant production and also the rhamnolipids. So internationally it is produced in USA using the aeruginosa species. We have a little bit problem because it's an opportunistic pathogen, and our funding agencies do not consider aeruginosa. Though we get rhamnolipid now, a few other Pseudomonas species are also reported for rhamnolipid. However, we have more, then started focusing more on the bacillus species. So we have bacillus subtilis of surfactant we reported for the reduction of chromium. And this is one organism available with us with all the combination of mixture of all the 3 lipopeptides. Then we have viligensis, which is known for the plant growth promotion and also for the acid degradation. So these things also are just, so these are the different isolates available at our end. And this is what I was saying about the mango kernel utilization for rhamnolipid production using the Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and we published this in 2016 and reported for the antifungal activity. So if you look back to the literature, now there's one more article saying that rhamnolipid also enhances the nitrogen fixation in Helicobacter. So when we think of root exudates, when we think about consortia, there are n number of things happening. It's not one-to-one interaction. Many interactions are happening when we release the organism into the nature. So this is one thing where we could convince the big, that is the biotechnology induction grant we could take, because we worked on the proof of concept of metabolite based surfactant molecule, and this is about I was saying about the reduction of the heavy metals. And actually, we say more today about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and yesterday I actually had to speak in the biological control thing, but I couldn't speak, and I said, okay, if I'm speaking in the industrial front, I just felt that there is surely funding agency available at the government of India. If you have a proof of concept on any molecule, either from a fungal origin or a bacterial origin or anything, where you can scale up the technology, because these days we are speaking more of biologicals, and there is a lot to do as youngsters. We can do more in getting new products And it's not, I would not say replacement of the chemicals, but let us get something, add on to the product that we get residue-free food. That should be our concept. Okay. So if you identify the unmet need, the technology can be addressed, and you can get now incubation centers are there at each and every university. You can incubate there, you can collaborate with industries, and you can make a startup, and a lot of things can be done. Because this is what our vice chancellor says, we have to perform, reform, and transform. Now those days are gone when an academician can only sit in the college and class and take. Now we have to tell to the students how we can transfer the technology. So this is one more article on how soprolipids from Candida species. And this is actually I said about the varigencies. We have characterized how it can degrade atrazine in the synthetic bottom medium. We also characterize the genes present in Bacillus varigensis. And this was about Bacillus mosavensis. This strain we could show root colonization ability and also amelioration of iron in the micronutrient. So this also we have performed the work in collaboration with research. And as I said, there is induced systemic resistant effect of the lipopeptide. So this effect we have reported with surfactant from Bacillus varigensis characterized with HPLC FKR and done in the anti-biofilm activity and also the combating rhizoctonia in the plant experiment under the greenhouse conditions. And this is also reported in the control. And this is one more thing, actinobacteria for the glycolytic production from the Streptomyces species. And this is the characterization of the molecule. And even rhizobium also we have studied. They're also focusing on nitrogen fixing bacteria also for the biosurfactant production because there are not many reports. But what we have observed is, though it's a glycolytic molecule, we did not get any significant antifungal activity like that of lipopeptides, what we got from Bacillus. Maybe it may have other applications, not really in the biological control. So this, and we are still working. What the information I have not given is we start the work with the molecular characterization of the gene to understand whether bacteria have the genes. Then only we go for the production because directly we can't only go for the production. So we do a little bit of molecular research to do. Okay, there is also gene present, gene cluster. Then we go for the production of the molecule. Because quantification of biosurfactant itself doesn't say which type of molecule. It's a very broad quantitative qualitative assay. And we do have a lot of Stimotrophomonas, Abrodomonas taken from the rice rhizosphere, and we are working more on the biosurfactants. And we also work on the gene expression studies of biosurfactant production in consortia. Why I'm saying this is I just want to add something. This like the ongoing and further research can be in coherence and sync. This is one thing because bacteria at a threshold level can only produce the secondary metabolites. So these things can also be understood. So there's a lot coming up with the biosurfactant molecules and how they can trigger immunity in the Arabidopsis, they can improve surface motility, biofilm formation. And there are a lot of now because consortia studies have come up, people are doing one-to-one interaction. Yesterday also we have seen, in the morning we are, one of our senior faculty has shown how they will have fusarium and the root exudates, how they have an impact. So similarly, lipopeptides, they have, mediate the discussion between Bacillus and Pseudomonas. This one article speaks about how trichoderma and veligensis, when they are taken together, it has an impact on the lipopeptide production. Because all of us, as I said, we are using focus. It says that if you use a rich medium, Bacillus might overgrow trichoderma. So as I said, the harvesting time, that is trichoderma at a certain growth period has to be harvested. Because we cannot take for granted that, okay, we use one particular media for all the organisms, grow them. Okay, there should be an understanding thorough when we are doing agriculture studies and recommending for the farmers. Because when the cultivation in minimal media, that is when you have low nitrogen, the fungal extract enhance the yield of the bacillus. Okay, so this is reported in this particular article. And soprolipid from insect, and soprolipid, why I'm saying this because grass generally regarded as safe. Because when we think of any applications in the human and a product to get easily regulated and registered, people will prefer a metabolite from a yeast or a lactic acid bacteria when compared to the other things. And specifically when we want to use in the food preservative, so we had a recent report of xylolipid from a lactis, where we showed it could be a preliminary fruit juice preservative. So it's the fruit microbiome. We are saying for the post-harvest diseases, we do have a lot of problems. So every year, if you look back, because it's not we are, 1 to 2 people are saying, it's like globally people are saying, and mostly whenever we say that the disease reported or there's coronavirus in China and US, we not say no, it's not going to come back. So it came within a very short period of time. So by research, if it speaks up in the scientific volumes, we have to obey that, we have to accept it, and we have to understand about these things. And Yes, these are emerging molecules because if you see this article by the Clever, if we want to improve the soil inoculant capacity, we have to work also on the fermentation strategies. And I'm very sad to say that we now only have the academic industry interface. No, I mean, university has a good fermentation facility. And we had a lot of problem when we were trying to do the big project because we have to optimize the conditions in the fermenter when we want to produce at a scale. It's not class level study. We have to, when we say transfer of technology, I cannot do it in a 250 ml class to 500 ml class. We have to see that we have to have a very clear fermentation setup or now Tamil Nadu and other even in the north, we have some universities which offer fermentation technology. So the students have to be trained there also when we speak about the metabolites from the large scale use. Okay. So with this, I thank the organizers, the IPS and Central Zones Symposium, especially Dr. Shesha Kiran. And this is the first time, I mean, we used to speak over the phone, but never had, I did visit a couple of Delhi meetings of IPS, and these are my 5 outgoing PhD students, worked on chromium, lipopeptide, nanolipid, and she has worked on ethics and management of mechanism and biological control. She has worked on nitrogen, and these are the students who are still working. We do have, because in a BIRAC project, we had to have interaction at a startup type of thing. So when we had MOU with Dr. Khan, and we also have MOU with Dr. K.R. Because as academicians, I still have limitations because we do have teaching, we do have research, and though we also have filed a patent on one of the culture, but it's not like day in, day out, we cannot run like the industry is to get the product into the market. So we have to see that at some end, we academicians try to, now for the younger generation, it's more task. Because if you cannot transfer any technology, we are only not getting funds. So tomorrow there will be no fund available. Because the question is, are we grabbing a Nobel Prize? We do not have an answer for that. Are we at least meeting the, needed things by our, our own population or maintaining our own ecological balance? That is where we have to have an answer. Now, don't say that is somebody else's cup of tea. If we want to enjoy funding from the funding agencies and government of India, want to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to do our best. Okay? With that, I thank
Thank you very much, madam, for your excellent work. Many clarifications.
I have one query. And you have one of the last first different story and congratulations. That was a wonderful job. I don't query, you have answered, but I want a clear answer. You have worked with the Pseudomonas aeruginosa and what is taken biosource technology. You have not made any comment that someone Pseudomonas aeruginosa is playing a major role for the human population.
Yesterday also the question was there regarding some lamb was reported for endophytes and cesarean. Now the metagenomics and the NGS says aeruginosa is an endophyte in rice. What is that we are going to do there? We have released or the bacterium, the plant itself is taken. And like yesterday sir also said, the healthy plants also have that viro. Maybe the the replication or the strength of that particles that is.
But when sometimes I was reading lecture on doing the Pseudomonas aeruginosa, these medical people, they raise a question. This we have got in our study in animal microbiology. This particular bacteria is a human pathogen, especially in the problem with the eyes. Okay, so it was very difficult to convince them how we are working as a PGPR or as a good biocontrol agent against the plant pathogen. I tried to convince them. That is the reason I am asking the question. I was unable to convince them.
Actually, we went to the big grant first with Pseudomonas aeruginosa and lamellipid in 2014. I don't remember.
Yeah.
They just rejected saying that you are working with a pathogenic strain. That's what I said. We came back and we said, okay, we do have other things in the germplasm. So let us not say, like yesterday said, it's nano or BT or recombinant, where we cannot convince the regulatory authorities. Let us come back and because there is a lot of things in the nature where we can explore.
Right.
Okay,
we want to continue, we have to convince, we have a solid answer.
Yeah.
To convey them, okay, because of this, I am working this and I will work. Either you convince me why I should not work. That is the reason I am
In
asking.
US, there is a company, I said they work, because they have stringent regulations of disposing the culture maybe. But in India, we know we have stringent rules, but how much we do follow. So
Yeah,
that
I have
also
got
is a-
paper from other country. I'm
Yeah.
Pseudomonas aeruginosa.
Yeah.
If you go in the literature, we are getting a big review
Yeah,
from other countries,
That's
like
what
one
I'm
of the country Pakistan. You see, and they are well cited papers.
Yeah.
They are very well cited papers, 3-4 paper on Pseudomonas aeruginosa. They are very citing and they are publishing. But here in India, when we started, immediately there is a lot of queries.
Yeah.
Red
It's a
alert,
rise on
red
both.
alert, even you can say red alert.
Madam,
Sir,
even I have isolated, sir. From PGNP, I have isolated, sir. I got same PGNP, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, sir. This excellently inhibiting the Physarum, sir. Physarum. When compared to all the pathogens, this Pseudomonas aeruginosa is having very good antagonistic activity, sir.
That's very good. But for example, when we are going for our patent and we are having toxicological data, and when you are going tox data, immediate we have to test on the birds, we have to test on the mice, we have to test on the rabbit. Then, so, okay, we are getting, I'm not getting that to say it is very good, 200% correct. But until you don't have, for example, that Kalam, he is having very good farmer input. Wonderful, 200% increase in the oil crop yield. Agree, and we all agree. But he's not having talks data. If he go to the CIE, be there in the literally, then he has to pay 10 lakhs rupees. I'm sorry, I'm talking offline. Off the record, not on the record. Sorry, it should not be noted in the episode. So you have to give 10 lakhs rupees, 20 lakhs rupees for one organism. For one organism. So when you are going for patent, even though you may have get patent something, but when you are going for technology in your hand, you cannot go. Government will never allow until you are not having the talks data. So her data is published in one of the best journal, Biological Technology, more than 10 impact factor. You see, uncomparable. But when she wants to have a product, immediately they would question where is the talks data. So that is the reason, because she is very good worker and she is working, she is young and she will continue her work. So she should have.
we need good interaction and collaboration with agriculture university because I'm working from the, because that is also where we find difficulty in doing the efficacy data.
Yeah.
So I always.
Then I'm trying, I'm the RPS level, we are writing letter to CIP that why this problem is there, but still they don't hear, because money is the problem, man. They don't want to lose their money.
Sir, even in our experience also, we got that Arizinosa well,
Anyway, congratulations.
but in Indian conditions, it is better not to continue with the human pathogen. Because it is not a strict regulation.
One thing I want to add, madam. Since here we are going to take the molecule from the bacteria, we are not actually going with the bacteria to the feed.
But
Here we are going to take the molecule. So molecule, although we will go for testing the toxicology studies, or whatever necessary.
But to have molecule, we need to have the culture.
Yeah,
We need to have the micro.
we will be eliminating the culture. Right.
But in Indian conditions, it is not at all possible to completely eradicate or eliminate the pathogen.
When we say seed germination, we don't need the toxical data, but the moment I say the fungicide, I need a toxical.
Madam, not only this Pseudomonas aeruginosa, madam, even I have isolated Physarum from PGNP. When I am doing this NCB, when I am comparing that one, Physarum solani, whatever I have isolated from the PGNP, it is showing similarity with the Physarum solani, where the Delhi Institute, they have isolated Physarum solani, madam. So this Physarum solani is showing 100% similarity with the whatever the Physarum which is isolated from the human eye. So
So see, we have 3 kg of our body weight microbes. You are known to you. So that is what the microbial studies are saying. So let us take everything together. I also said the story of idli for that reason. 4 plants you are not considering for the prebiotics or for the probiotics.
Even one of our student, Kavita, Nagamani student, she also got one human pathogen. Examiner strictly wrote not to include the eradicate, completely destroy the culture. That's why in the Indian conditions, it's not better to avoid such type of microorganisms which are given pathogen.
Thank you.
We have MOU between, yesterday also it was.
So we have completed all the lead presentations in the session 4. Now we'll move on to the session 5. That is in the industry interface, there is one presentation on KISS, a breakthrough step in isolation and long-term storage of Phytophthora infestans. This is a technology that has been developed for the isolation and storage of the Phytophthora infestans. And Dr. Netravati from Monsanto Holdings Private Limited, Bangalore is here to present on this technology for the storage of Phytophthora. I invite Dr. Kalyan Ekut sir to chair the session. And the rapporteurs for the session are Mr. Pradeep.
Hello everyone. Good morning to all. First I'll be introducing myself. As the madam mentioned, I am Nita Kelam, who is working as research associate at Monsanto Holdings Private Limited in Bangalore. And I am working along with Sridhara. I welcome Sridhara, who is presenting there online to this presentation. Yes, I'm presenting you on KISS. Yeah, but KISS, which is not, we are not talking about the KISS that what we meant, but I'm talking to you with respect to keeping isolation simple and sustainable when it comes to Phytophthora infestans. As we all know, Phytophthora infestans, it's quite a tough to isolate and for the long-term storage. So for that, we have innovated a new and a simple technology for its isolation and the long-term storage. And I mentioned that as KISS here. And this is what the topic of my presentation, which is when a breakthrough step in isolation and the long-term storage of Phytophthora infestans. We could see these are few of the symptoms of Phytophthora infestans on tomato and on potato here. Yes, so with this introduction, I just want to take you through here. Yeah, just a taxonomic classification of the fungi. And as we all know, this phytoplankton that comes under Mycota, which we call it as a false fungi. And here are the few of the symptoms. We may call it as a flame-like appearance on the upper side of the leaf, and there are pharyngeal bodies when we can see in the undersurface of the leaf. And this is what we can observe when there is a favorable conditions, kind of temperature of around 19 to 20 degrees Celsius. Humidity of around 100% and the prolonged darkness. If this continues over a long time or the longer time, then we can see 80 to 100% of devastation in the field. If you can see, we can't harvest anything out of it. Now, with this introduction, before going to the case methodology, so these are the methods that we have used for the isolation, but where we didn't get any good kind of isolation with all these methods. Those methods are green tomato slice method, where we have taken this on this paper, and then direct isolation from the infected leaf from the fruit, where we have taken this method from this paper. If you can see here, we have encountered few of the other contaminations. So with this, we can't isolate good pure culture from this. And the next thing is potato slice method. Here also we encountered many of the contaminations before we isolate this. Yes, for these to come out of these hiccups, we have innovated a new technology or the new innovation in the isolation that I could call it as KISS. And as we all know, for isolation, for any of the isolation, the taking the tissue, which kind of tissue we are selecting for the isolation, that matters a lot. So here we have taken a tissue which is infected, which are around 25 to 50% of the tissue, with the infected tissue is very much important. And we have to confirm that in the microscope whether we are having the field sporangia along with the aseptate and the hyaline mycelia, which are the characteristics of phytoplankton, is very much important. As we have taken this, yes, then we'll be taking those field sporangia for 10 microliters and then we'll be inoculating. Then comes the susceptible host leaf. That is very much important for that to isolate onto the media. And then here we have kept 1 to 2 inch younger leaves on the petri plates along with the filter paper. We have added some amount of water just to maintain the humidity. And then we have shifted those plates onto the incubation chamber where we have added some filter papers or the tissue paper along with the cotton balls with the water. It's also to maintain the humidity over there. And then, as you can see here, this is how we'll be seeing the infection on the inoculated leaves at around 5 to 7 days after post inoculation, when we have kept it under 19 to 20 degrees Celsius in an incubator. That kind of temperature is very much important to get this correlation on the leaf. And then again, we have to confirm that in the microscope, are we having the field sporangia along with the hyaline and the aseptate mycelia. So once we have got this, and then taking them onto right agar media along with the antibodies or the antibiotics, I would say. Along with the antibiotics, that plays an important role to get good and a pure culture of the phytophthora infestans on the dry agar media. So as soon we can take the tissue on this dry agar media with antibiotics without sterilization might work good for us. Without sterilization from this also it has worked good for us in isolation. So after incubating this plate under 19 degrees Celsius for around 5 to 7 days, we'll see kind of a slimy growth of the mycelia on the dry agar, and then we'll be transferring that mycelium onto dry agar without any antibiotics. So that encourages the speed growth of the mycelia on the dry agar media. So if you can see here is the growth of the mycelia on the dry agar media at around 5 days after post inoculation under 19 degrees Celsius in the incubator. So if you can allow this to grow for around 15 days, this is what we can see. We can observe the whole plate has been covered with the mycelia and the sporangia of the phytophthora infestan. This is at 15 degree. This is at 15 days after post inoculation at 19 degrees Celsius. And we have confirmed this again by doing its virulence test. So by this method, I could conclude that this is being a sustainable way for the isolation of phytophthora infestans in the artificial condition. So with this, I conclude, yes, this method has worked when we have compared this method with the other different technologies that we have used for the isolation. And then I will take this ahead for my next topic, that is long-term storage. When we are having so many isolates and keeping that and we are using it for the long term, when we have taken the repeated subculture from the plate, yes, we can go and see there is some virulence deficiency. Yes, virulence will be reduced when we are subculturing in a long term. So, and then we have adopted this long term methodology to maintain its viability and the virulence for the long term. So, for this, we have used these 4 methods. That is, one is storing the mycelia and the sporangia on the rice seeds, and sterile distilled water, cucumber seeds, and also on the corn seeds. So among these 4 methods, we got good results from the rice seeds and followed by sterile distilled water. So for this, the methodology what we have used is we have taken the cryo vials and we have added 4 to 5 rice seeds and we have added water and we have autoclaved and then we have inoculated those vials from the pure culture of the phytophthora infestans. And here, the one thing we have to keep in mind is keeping the good conditions for the mycelia to grow on the seed. That is 90 degrees Celsius for 7 days, and we have to keep it in the dark. And then again transferring those vials to 12 degrees Celsius in the dark. These conditions will give good conditions to maintain its virulence along with the viability. We have done this in July, and we have isolated the subculture from the rice seeds on the agar in the month of September. Yes, so in these 2 months, it has worked very well for us. We could able to see 50 field sporangia, when we have confirmed in the microscope, and also it has grown radially on the dry agar at around 15 days of post-inoculation. Yes, with this I could say this is an efficient method for the long-term preservation. But I can conclude this only by one kind of only with one subculture. But yes, this is in progress, and we have to continue this for around 12 to 18 months to know its longevity and so on. Yes, I would like to conclude my work on this by these conclusions by saying like early infected tissue is the best for the isolation, and detached relief as what I have mentioned by taking susceptibility to inoculate, that has given us the best result. And then next is dry agar media with the antibiotics, that is essential for the isolation. And in case of the long-term storage, 18 days for 7 days and 20 days in the dark, that works very good for us in case of long-term storage. Yes, with this, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Yes, thank you, and thank you if there are any questions.
Actually, when I was MS student in Dr. V.P. Singh lab at Banaras University, Dr. Phyto from Okaya University came to India to collect infections isolates from all over India. His objective was, he's collecting from all over Asian countries. His objective was whether both the mating types are there in India or not. A good performance. So we were the students. Myself and Prithviraj is now in Dalhousie University, professor. So we could not get rice seeds because we have to get it from Pathological, not available in RARS. We tried oatmeal, agar media, all kinds of media. But really it is tough. But rice, agar media, we directly took the bits of leaf, infected leaf, surface sterilized and put on dry agar media. Okay. We got the growth, but the problem was there was contamination. Yes. Then we started adding all kinds of antibiotics, fungicides. Even then it's very difficult. Isolation itself is difficult because the scientist himself told from Japan, I went to Russia and many other countries. I got the cultures, isolated cultures. When I went to Japan, when I saw there was no phytoplankton infections in the cultures. Luckily from India, I collected 70 isolates. Out of 70, actually, when I went to Japan and checked, there were 30 or 2 infections. So I know that it is very difficult. Isolation itself is difficult. I don't know if this method works. It's really good.
Yes, sir. We have done this method. It's working for us.
Because 2 months we worked hard, very hard. Hundreds of plates, thousands of plates. Not hundreds, thousands. Is mating, both mating types are there in India? No?
Sir, actually, I don't have that much because we are working only in the lab, only in the small space since we have developed a phenotyping assay. For this, we have.
We went to Nepal to collect the samples.
Questions or no more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Rice, you got the rice in Bangalore?
Yes, sir, yes, we can get this to
Because
online.
recently created
Online.
No,
online. Okay, now it's online.
Yes, we are.
We tried from IRA, Pantanagar, almost 1 month
But
passed.
now we could able to get that.
Now you can get. I am telling 30 years back.
That time.
Why is available everywhere now?
Everything is available everywhere.
That time, we got from Pantanagar. Still that is possible.
Now we break for tea, and before breaking for tea, just a small announcement. Those who have to display their posters, kindly arrangement has been made in the downstairs lobby. Please display your posters for evaluation. And I request Dr. Professor Margun sir and the Kalyan Ekar sir for the evaluation of the posters.
Before lunch, they will finish.
Okay.
Because they cannot discuss.
That is good. Millet. I will not have 20 slides. I will tell only 10 slides. Because she has told everything. Yeah, what data, what we have done in the project, I will tell that, and I will tell about how to get the grant and other things, so that students will, students and young scientists who are interested, they can. हाँ 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 होतं जरा कल क्या देखो हाँ रोज है యూట్యూబ్ ఆఫ్ అన్నారు చాలా టైం ఖాళీగా ఉంది బాగా తెలుసుకున్నారు రికార్డింగ్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు
నేను స్టూడెంట్ వైవా వెళ్ళాలి వచ్చి డెకోర్ చేసుకుంటాను. ఇక్కడ లేదు ఎక్కడ ఉంది అక్కడ ఇంకా ఓరల్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ బాగా చేస్తుంటారు. Because I have given to this some time. It's difficult for me to actually if he gives something, it's very okay. But if he says I keep on saying something has to be The next talk in the industry interface is tailored solutions for crop management, integrated approach towards business management. And by again, Dr. Netravati, ma'am, please be brief and wind it off within 10-15 minutes, ma'am, because we have farmers also here as part of farmer scientist interaction also. And one more speaker is there. So please.
Hello everyone, here I'm again to present you on what are our company's objectives in helping the farmers to grow their yield in a very good way and to get their profit sustainably for the season. So with this introduction, I'm here to present you on this topic, that is tailored solution for crop management, integrated approach towards the disease management. And here I am here to present the topic on behalf of Sridhar Gupta and also Mayank Yadav, where we are all working in collaboration. Yes, so with this, I am just going through these are the outlines that I am talking with all of you. Global trends in agriculture, seeds and trade. What are the importance of seeds and the trade, crop protection, digital agriculture, and the tailored solutions. Here, these are a few of the important diseases of tomato and hot pepper that we have been dealing with. And coming to the global trends, yes, as we all know, decade on decade, yes, our population has been increasing. So because of which the hectareage per capita is been reducing. And with these two things, our motto is to grow, that is to increase the productivity to meet the population with the quality. So with this motto, and as we all know through the green revolution and all, what is the importance of seeds and how best we can produce the productivity or the production through the seed. So with this, so I could say seeds being seeds lay the foundation for a successful planting season. Through the high quality seeds and traits, we deliver solutions to help our farmers. Is with this, with the good quality of the seeds, we can protect the harvest against the biotic and the abiotic stresses. And with this, will enhance the yield to boost the productivity and sustainability, and that also improves the quality and the characteristics. So this is what the action of this is. And with this, yes, how do we produce the quality seeds? Well, which method we are adopting to produce the quality seeds? That is, we are adopted a precision breeding, that is advanced breeding technology when compared to traditional breeding. As we know, yes, breeders have to go to field to identify a resistant source, and this is very hectic and a laborious work, as we all know in case of the traditional breeding. And then we are working with the precision breeding, where the cycles are rapid, and we have adopted a marker assisted selections to produce a required quality of the seed through this method, where the probability of getting the good seed that is 98% in case of the marker assisted selection. Yes. Though we have one quality seeds through marker assisted selection, yes, we have to know its applicability through the phenotyping assays. Yes, so for this, we have we'll be going for disease identification and then the phenotyping assay, and then after that, we'll identify the resistant source by screening what are the materials that we have through the phenotyping assay. So from this, the one will get the resistant, and that will be crossing with the susceptible or the economically important hybrid, and will be introducing that gene into the susceptible or the other economically important seed, and then we get F1, F2, F3, and then we go for QTL analysis and the segment and the BC population, and we'll go for QTL analysis again with the shorter region. So by through this method of the phenotyping assay method, we'll physically know which seeds are good against which kind of diseases. So this is how we produce a good quality hybrid seeds with the resistant source. Yes, here I am saying there are few of the commercial products that we are having in tomato and the hot pepper. Here are a few of the important our hybrids against different diseases. Here a few tomato kind of Ansel, Ariman, Anshuman, other one in case of pepper. And these are the different commercially available products with the tolerance to different diseases. And in case the pepper also is the same case. And after this, as you know, seeds are one part, and we are not having any control regarding the conditions of the environment. There, our crop protection plays a major role to protect our harvest and to safeguard our harvest and also to boost our harvest. So I could say the crop protection as safeguarding the harvest and also to boost the yield. Yes, as Madam mentioned earlier, we are not only working with the chemicals, we are also working with the biologicals to safeguard our yields and also boost our yield. So hence we are working with the herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, and also the seed growth promoters. Yeah, so being a international company, we are having more than 180 molecules, in which 57 are the new active ingredients in case of insecticides. And when it comes to fungicides, there are 61 active ingredients, and when it comes to herbicides, there are 53 new active ingredients in all these cases. And Bayer offers and research a crop protection solution that protects the plant harvest. We are offering the protection to the seed from or in the seed, on the seed, and also on the plants, not only through the chemicals but also through the biologicals, to boost our yield and also to protect our crop. So if you can see here, there is some fungicidal portfolio that what Bayer is been producing and also marketing our fungicides. I think if you are going through, you might have heard few of them. Yes, this where Madam has mentioned earlier, Serenade, this is a Bacillus subtilis biosurfactant. Yes, as mentioned, Madam mentioned it is available, but we are going through some of the legal issues to approve this in India, but we got the legal approval for the product to sell in Australia and in some other countries. Yeah, and the last part is digital agriculture and the tailored solution, where our importance is more. As we all know, yes, tailored solutions. So we are giving our tailored solution to our farmers from the pre-planting season to get to know which window of the season is good for soil and which kind of the seeds they have to select for which kind of the reason. So from that point of time to harvest and the post-harvest time, we are giving the tailored solutions, how to manage the crop, how to protect against the pest and diseases. So I could say that as a tailored solution, along with the seeds and traits and the crop protection, they have been helping our farmers to grow their yield profitably and sustainably. So for this, we have been working with the UAV technology as we have discussed yesterday. We have been working for the legal things to get it approved. There are so many challenges to get it approved for the smallhold farmers, as we have seen some lecture yesterday. Yes. So coming to my last part, that is the tailored solution to address farmers' individual needs and the challenges. So I could say tailored solution, it is working conglomeration with respect to seeds and traits, crop protection, and including the biologics, where one of our team, that is a feed solution team, that is basically totally focusing on crop protection, and then another team which is totally protecting, which is focusing on digital technologies to give the tailored solution to our farmers. So with this tailored solutions, we are giving our farmers 40 important decisions in every growing season, and also we are giving our best advice to our farmers to get the best varieties and to minimize pest and diseases and also to the weeds. And we want our farmers to balance their life socially, economically, and also environmentally. So with this, I thank everyone to give this opportunity by saying of our purpose, science for a better life. Thank you, everyone. Yes, if you are having any doubts, please ask me. I welcome Sridhara, who is joined me online. If you are having questions to answer.
Have you any bad products for the management of the nematode problem in India?
Sridhar sir, I think you are online.
Yeah, what is the question? Can you repeat, Netra?
Yes, sir. So,
What are the major products for managing the nematode problem, especially in India?
Okay, so the question, can you repeat the question, Netra?
yes, sir. Wait a minute, sir. Repeat the question to him.
Can you tell me some product which is available in there for managing the nematode problem in India?
Sir, he is asking for a product to combat the nematodes from their portfolio.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying if we have any molecules for nematodes, right, Netra?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do have a very good product that's called Valum Prime, and that has been we have been hearing all what great success stories from the farmers, and that has been commercially available and labeled in India. And there is a different way that needs to be applied. It's not unlike any other chemistry. So there's a different protocol or workflow that needs to be followed for the Valum Prime. But yeah, there is one of the wonderful product that we are having for nematodes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Does the platform is selling Internet? Is it available?
Sir, here is another question. They are asking is it Serenade is available in Amazon?
In which one, Serenade?
Yes, sir.
No, Serenade, what Netra showed on the slide, unfortunately, that is not commercially available in India. That is right now commercially available only in US, but that is something that we are working to see if we can get that Serenade. I think, as she rightly mentioned, we are working with some of the licensing things or some importing things. There's some issues, but there are also ways to see how we can bring any other biologicals, if not the Serenade itself. But in India, it is not available.
If there are no questions, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And I thank Sridhara to help me in this. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sridhara sir and Dr. Nedravati for your nice lecture. Now I would like to invite Dr. Khan to present on lipopeptides as novel biofungicides from bacillus species. It's like an extension of what Dr. Nedravati ma'am has presented as a part of industry. Right, sir? Welcome, you.
Good afternoon, organizers, professors of the university, scientists, and students and former brothers here in the hall. I'm Dr. Mohammed Yahya Khan from Kalam Biotech Private Limited. As Dr. Hamida has already given the entire story of the biosurfactants and lipopeptides, I have no much scope to tell much about it again. So what I will be presenting, I will skip most of the slides, and what I will be presenting is, as she mentioned, initially in 2014, we went to Bharat for the production of granular lipids using Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and we were denied, saying that it is a human pathogen. And again, next in 2017, we applied again with the Bacillus species. Hamida has given all the entire introduction. So from here onwards, I will be telling. So what we did is, again we went to Bharat for biotech ignition grant with this Bacillus amyloifications RHMK22, which is a very good isolate, and fortunately it is producing all the three lipopeptides, that is surfactant, ptyrin, and fungicin, in good quantity. So what we did is, we proposed a project where we studied the production in large flask, that is 5 liter flask and a 5 liter fermenter, and in this we could we used the sucrose glucose medium, that is normal synthetic medium, and also to cut down the cost, we used sunflower oil cake medium as a sunflower oil cake as a substrate for the medium to cut down the cost, and we studied the production in both the things at using different parameters like agitation, different agitation, pH, and other things, and we could achieve. And this is showing the production using the sunflower oil cake. And in 5 liter flask, in glucose medium, we could achieve around 1.6 grams of crude lipopeptide, and using sunflower oil cake, we could produce about 2.7 grams of crude lipopeptide. See, we didn't go for purification of the lipopeptide, because pure lipopeptide, the cost will be very high, and the crude lipopeptide itself acts very well against the plant pathogens, and it will be economically feasible. So we will be using the crude lipopeptide as such for the pathogens in agriculture. In the final 5 liter fermenter study, using that glucose medium, we could achieve a production of about 3.2 grams crude lipopeptide. In sunflower oil cake, we could get around 4.9 grams per liter. So further, as in this study, we went for a toxicological study, which we outsourced, and we got it done at IIBT, Indian Institute of Biotechnology and Toxicology, Chennai. Here, they did a range finding studies in small. It is a study in earthworm and the freshwater fish. And in this range finding studies, it revealed that there was no mortality to the fishes at around 100 mg per liter also. And in earthworms also, in a study of about 7 to 14 day study, the exposure of the product didn't show any toxicity or mortality. And we developed two formulations, liquid and solid formulations, using peat, lignite, polygluconic acid, and sodium alginate. And this study for the stability for about 1 month, 1 year, and we found that it was quite stable at up to the temperature of 60 degrees, which we studied, and also in different pH also it was quite stable. And we characterize the lipopeptides using PLC, FTIR, HPLC, and MS, and we could find that we produce all the three lipopeptides, that pangiacin, phytoin, and surfactant. And further, we did the field efficacy studies in collaboration with Oilseed Research and Hyderabad on castor, and in tomato in farmer's field, and we found that the lipopeptide formulations which we use, they gave inhibition from around 60 to 80% inhibition of the Fusarium pathogen in both the castor and tomato. The lipopeptide formulations were at par with the Trichoderma, which we use as a positive control, and also a chemical carbendazole as a chemical fungicide. So with this, further, in continuation, we have received a degree grant from BIRAC, and we are working on the pilot scale production of 25 production in 25 liter fermenter, and we are also studying the toxicology in rats and pigeons, and the efficacy, field efficacy study we are doing in charcoal rot disease of soya. So along with this, just I wanted to show that these are some of the commercial cultures we are having in our startup, and directly we are taking the consortia and we are giving it directly to the farmers from around 1 year, and the response of the farmers is good in this. And this shows some of the cultures which we have, which has good activity against the different fungi like Sclerotium, Gaussa, Fusarium, and Quadratus. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present. And one thing what I want to say is, this is a very good opportunity for youngsters, especially those who have completed their PhD and those who are interested, whatever data they have generated in the PhD, if it has a value to bring out a product, this is a very good platform for you people, and also for young scientists who have just resigned, assistant professors who have recently joined in the university. It is a very good platform where they will be giving up to 50 lakhs funding for a period of 18 months. And in that period, we should develop a prototype, which if you have a good product, if you are confident, this is a very good platform for the youngsters. So first time we didn't get, and second time we got it, and then in continuation we have also got the SIBRI project, which is SIBRI is a Small Business Innovation Research Initiative from there. Thank you.
This your talks data is accepting to the government.
Yes, sir, since we have done from a recognized institute, Indian Institute of
Talk data from Indian Institute of Toxicological Research
and Biotechnology.
only not biotechnology. Indian Institute of Toxicological Research. And if you get data from there, it will be very useful for your company. Because it is acceptable not only in India, all around the world. Once you have that data, because BioRec, when you are having grant with the students, there you can write that I will need this much amount. You can take a certificate from the IITR and submit with your grant.
Yes.
So they will give extra money to you for talks data. Because you are developing a product. Okay.
So, but this is not, but the IIT director said our report is acceptable for.
What? There is a name of 5-6 only institute in India, not all. And IITR is one of the best. And universally approved, not only in India, even abroad, your data is accepted. So your product will have more importance.
So we come to the end of the read presentations. And now let us start with the oral presentations. And those who have not presented in technical sessions 1 and 2 and who are present physically or through online may present. I'll be reading the titles. The presenters in the session 1, studies on molecular characterization and management of wilt disease of cucumber infected by Fusarium mortis spore. Aparna and Mahabir Singh. Anyone available in online? In session 1, screening of genotypes for stem cell resistance in rice under crop culture conditions. One is over. We proceed on to session 2. The first presentation is more domestic vigilance to combat spread of, this is also over. Molecular identification of Demesia tabaci biotypes by Sushma. Okay. Then diagnosis and detection of parasitic nematode incidence in tuber crops of Andhra Pradesh, India by C.H. Kishore Kumar. Cultural and morphological characterization of actinomycetes using scanning electron microscope by Sahil Sarani. Molecular characterization of virus associated with yellow mosaic disease of horse brand in Andhra Pradesh by K. Sailaja and Nandapur. Good afternoon to all. Myself K. Sailaja. Today I am here to present the oral presentation on the topic molecular characterization of the virus associated with yellow mosaic disease of the horse in India. So, Hosta Victorvirati cultivar, and it is traditionally known as elixir for ailments like disease, heart diseases, kidney stones, asthma, and also for the use for the weight loss. When you take the 100 grams of the seeds of hosta, the nutritional values includes the proteins of 22 grams, minerals of 3 grams, and high in the calcium of 287 mg. And it's high in case in the antioxidant, and it has only 0 of total fat, and so that only it's very useful for the weight loss, and
are associated with the legumes, which are Mungkin yellow mosaic virus, Mungkin yellow mosaic India virus, Hosgram yellow mosaic virus, and Dolichos yellow mosaic virus. Among the four Begamo viruses, which virus is associated with the YME of Hosgram? In order to know that one, we have started this work. So, as a part of the work, we have isolated the total DNA from the infected leaves collected from Tirupati and Anantapur. So here we can see the total DNA of the infected leaf has been isolated, and the presence of the virus has been confirmed with the help of the PCR with virus specific primers. Here we can see the gel pictures showing the presence of the Hosgram is the bipartite virus, which has the DNA A and DNA B components. So 700 base pair represents the DNA A presence, and 900 base pair gel pic is showing the presence of the DNA B segment of the Hosgram virus. The total DNA which is isolated from the infected plant, we have a DNA of both plant and virus. Here the virus is the single strand, the circular DNA virus. So this DNA virus DNA has been amplified with the help of the rolling circle amplification method, where we take the 2,500 base pair of total viral genome can be considered as X. When subjected to the rolling circle amplification, then we get the n number of X. That means numerous number of viral fragments of 2,700 can be called as viral conformers. So, which is subject to the partial dilution with the help of enzymes like BAM-H1 HIM3. Here we can see the gel picture of the partial dilution. We got the monomers of 2,700 base pair, nothing but X, and dimers of 5,400 of means which can be considered as 2X. So by RCA we will get n number of X, that is n number of 2,700 base pair. By partial digestion we will get the viral fragment which can be eluted and ligated into the PUC vector. So this viral monomers of 2,700 base pair has been ligated with the PUC vector, and 5,400 base pair were ligated with the Picambia vector. These 5,400 has been used for the agro inoculation studies, and viral monomers were used for the sequencing purpose. This is the flowchart: DNA isolation from the infected plant, and confirmation by PCR, viral presence, then amplification of the viral DNA with the help of RPA method, then partial digestion with the help of enzymes like BAM-H1 HIM3 and ligated to the vector, and then transformed into the E. coli cells. Then the results of the E. coli cells cloning. Here you can see egg screen with the help of blue-white screening, and the identity of the recombinant clones, white colonies are confirmed with the help of colony PCR. Here we can see the pictures of the confirmation by colony PCR. Not only with colony PCR, we had isolated the plasmid DNA from the colonies which are showing positive for the colony PCR. Then the plasmid DNA has been subjected for the double digestion with the help of the enzymes like HIM3 PSC. After confirmation at lab, we have sent the sequence plasmid to the sequencing company, and we got the sequence, and it has been subjected to the NCBA and got the accession number here. Based on the sequence from all these studies, the YME which is associated with the Hosgram is came to know that it is the Hosgram yellow mosaic virus, and it is showing nearly 96 to 98% with the Hosgram YME existing sequences from the NCBA, and it's showing nearly 83% with the MIMV of Tirupati and 81% sequence similarity with the MIV, that is not 5-letter virus of Prakasham, and it's showing 62% sequence similarity with the Dolichos yellow mosaic virus. And here you can see the phylogenetic tree where the Hosgram IMV Tirupati is showing the more similarity with the Hosgram IMV of Dharwad. When it comes to the sequence identity matrix of DNA B component, it is showing the major similarity from 96% to 98% with the existing action numbers of the NCBA of Hosgram IMV itself, and showing 67% sequence similarity with the MIMID DNA B component, and 68% with the 4-letter virus MIMID DNA B component, and 50% with the Dolichos virus. Here you can see the dendrogram at the DNA component of phosphorus mainly. And when it comes to the conclusions, we are handling the 8 pulse crops in order to know which virus associated with the different pulses. We are trying to know the molecular sequence, or molecularly we are trying to conclude which virus associated with the which pulse crop. We now I'm just presenting the horseman data. From this we can say that the YMV associated with the hospital and YMV disease is hospital and YMV virus. Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you for your presentation. ఇందాక ఎవరైనా రైతులు డ్రోన్స్ గురించి అడిగారంట. సైంటిస్టులు కన్సర్న్ సైంటిస్టులు ప్రొఫెసర్ జయశంకర్ తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి రైతులు ఉన్నారు. మైక్ సార్ మైక్. మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి?
అందరూ అడిగేవారు బ్రీఫ్ నేను లేను కాబట్టి బ్రీఫ్ గా ఏ క్వశ్చన్ అనేది అందరూ అవునా ఆల్రెడీ
రైతుకు ఎంతవరకు సహాయకారిగా ఉంటుంది, వాటికి ఇబ్బంది ఉంటాయి కదా, అవి వే చేసేటప్పుడు దాని యొక్క పవర్ ప్లాంట్ సరిపోతుందా కాదా, అది నార్మల్ గా సాధారణ రైతు చేసుకోవడానికి సౌకర్యం ఉంటుందా, ప్రభుత్వం ఏమైనా సహాయం చేస్తుందా?
మీరు అడిగిన ప్రశ్నలకి 3 అంశాల మీద మీరు ప్రశ్నించడం జరిగింది. ముఖ్యంగా సో డ్రోన్లతో పిచికారి రాష్ట్రం అంతటా చేస్తాం, దేశం అంతటా చేస్తాం అనేది వాళ్ళ అవసరాలను బట్టి. అంటే కొన్ని ప్రాంతాల్లో ఇప్పుడు లేబర్ అందుబాటులో ఉంది, వారికి ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బంది లేదు అన్న ప్రాంతాల్లో వారు అది కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు. కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే ఖర్చు పరంగా చూస్తే డ్రోనే ఇంకొన్ని రోజులైతే అంటే 2023 సంవత్సరంలో మరిన్ని కంపెనీలు మన ఇండియాలో వచ్చి డ్రోన్ కాస్ట్ తగ్గిందనుకోండి, మనకి ఈ లేబర్ సమస్యతో పాటు ఈ లేబర్ అందుబాటులో లేకపోవడంతో పాటు డ్రోన్ తో చేసినప్పుడు ఖర్చు తక్కువయ్యే అవకాశం. ఇప్పుడున్న పరిస్థితుల్లో ఎందుకంటే తక్కువ డ్రోన్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి కొంచెం ఎక్కువ ఛార్జ్ చేస్తున్నారు. కొన్ని ప్రాంతాల్లో 600 రూపాయలు ఎకరానికి కూడా ఛార్జ్ చేస్తున్నారు, 500 నుంచి 600. కానీ ఎక్కువ ఒక గ్రామంలో లేదా దగ్గర ఒక మండలంలో కొన్ని ఎక్కువ డ్రోన్ అందుబాటులో ఉంటే అది తగ్గే అవకాశం. ఇంకా మరి పురుగు మందులు, తెగుళ్ళ మందులు పిచికారీ చేసినప్పుడు డ్రోన్లతో ఏమన్నా ఉపయోగం ఉంటుందా, లేకపోతే దీనికంటే ఏది బెస్ట్ అంటే డ్రోన్లతో 2-3 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి పరిశోధన చేస్తున్నాము. పురుగు మందుల పిచికారీ డ్రోన్లతో చేసిన తెగులు పవర్ స్ప్రేయర్, తైవాన్ స్ప్రేయర్, ట్రాక్టర్ స్ప్రేయర్ దేనితో చేసినా కూడా ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బంది లేదు. ఎఫికసీ అంటే ఆ తెగులు కానీ పురుగును కానీ చంపటంలో రెండింటి మధ్య వ్యత్యాసం ఏమీ లేదు. ప్రభుత్వ ప్రోత్సాహకాల గురించి మీరు అడగడం జరిగింది. అంటే రైతులకి, ముఖ్యంగా రైతు సమన్వయ సంఘాలకి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా తరఫున ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనేది ఉన్నది. సో వ్యవసాయ శాఖ ద్వారా, అంటే మన యూనివర్సిటీ ద్వారా కాదు, 2 తెలంగాణ కానీ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రంలో యూనివర్సిటీ సంబంధం లేని అంశం ఏంటంటే వ్యవసాయ శాఖ ద్వారా SMAM అనే ఒక స్కీమ్ కింద, సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ స్కీమ్ కింద వ్యవసాయ శాఖకి కొన్ని ప్రతి సంవత్సరము ఫార్మ్ మెకనైజేషన్ కింద కొన్ని డబ్బులు ఇస్తుంది. సో ఆ డబ్బుల్లో ఈ సంవత్సరం 2022-23 ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇయర్ కూడా కొన్ని ప్రాంతాల్లో ముఖ్యంగా అగ్రికల్చర్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్ కి ఒక స్కీమ్ ఉంది, 10వ తరగతి చదివిన వారికి ఒక స్కీమ్ ఉంది, డిప్లొమా వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఒక స్కీమ్ ఉంది. ఆ స్కీమ్ ద్వారా మనం అప్లై చేస్తే వ్యవసాయ శాఖ ద్వారా ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ వారు పూల్ చేసేసి కొంతమందిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసి గవర్నమెంట్ ద్వారా మనకి డ్రోన్ల మీద సబ్సిడీ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ సబ్సిడీ ఎంత ఉంది అంటే 75% కూడా సబ్సిడీ ఉన్న స్కీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో ఆ స్కీమ్స్ మీద అవగాహన కావాలంటే దాని మీద నేను మీకు
4-5 స్కీమ్స్ ఉంది దాంట్లో. సో దాని గురించి డీటెయిల్గా చెప్పే అవకాశం. నా ఫోన్ నెంబర్ 9848. నా పేరు కిరణ్ బాబు. హైదరాబాద్ రాజేంద్ర నగర్ లో డ్రోన్ల మీద 2019 నుంచి మేము పరిశోధన చేస్తున్నాము. పరిశోధనతో పాటు ముఖ్యంగా రైతులు ఎదుర్కొన్న సమస్యలు పరిశోధించడం అనేది అది మా యాక్టివిటీ. కానీ రైతులు క్షేత్రస్థాయిలో వెళ్ళినప్పుడు రైతులకు ఎలాంటి డ్రోన్ల ద్వారా పురుగు మందులు, తెగులు మందులు పిచికారీ చేస్తున్న అంశాల గురించి కూడా కొంత అవగాహన ఏర్పరచుకొని వాటి స్కీమ్స్ ఏంటి 9848329394 9848329394. కిరణ్.
మన యూనివర్సిటీలో కూడా ఈ పరిశోధన జరుగుతుంది. అందువల్ల రైతులకు కూడా దాని గురించి వ్యవసాయ అవగాహన కల్పిస్తారు.
ఫోర్త్ సెషన్ లో స్పీకర్ కృష్ణాచంద్ర గారు ఉన్నారు కదా.
దయచేసి రైతులు అందరికీ ఆహ్వానము. మీరు ఇంకేదైనా సమస్యల గురించి కానీ లేకపోతే శాస్త్రీయతల గురించి ఏమైనా అడగాలనుకుంటే దయచేసి అడగాల్సిన కోరుతున్నాను.
ఇప్పుడు ఈ జోనల్ సింపోజియంలో భాగంగా మనం శాస్త్రవేత్తలు కానీ స్టూడెంట్స్ కానీ రీసెర్చ్ స్కాలర్స్ కానీ వీళ్ళ ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్ అయితే మొత్తం టెక్నికల్ గా ఉంటాయి. అయితే క్షేత్ర స్థాయిలో రైతులకు ఎదురయ్యే సమస్యలను వారిని ఇక్కడికి ఆహ్వానించి వాళ్ళ యొక్క సమస్యల్ని, వాళ్ళ యొక్క డిసీజ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ని వీళ్ళు ఏ విధంగా ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ స్పెషలైజ్ సెషన్ వాళ్ళ కోసం బెనిఫిట్ అయ్యే విధంగా దీన్ని ఇంక్లూడ్ చేశాం. అట్లాగే మనం కూడా ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఉండేటువంటి పెథాలజీ అట్లా కూడా చేశాం. కాబట్టి రైతులు కొంతమంది ఇక్కడికి ఇచ్చేసి ఉన్నారు. ఈ ప్రాంతం రైతులు మీకు వచ్చేటువంటి పండించే పంటలు కానీ, మీరు మీ ఎదుర్కొనేటువంటి వ్యవసాయ కానీ ఉద్యాన పంటల్లో మీరు ఎదుర్కొనేటువంటి సమస్యలు ఉంటే శాస్త్రవేత్తలు ఉన్నారు. మన ఈ జోన్ లో ఉన్నటువంటి డిఫరెంట్ స్టేట్స్ లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఉన్నాయి. మీకు ఈ తెలుగులో మీరు చెప్పగలిగినట్టయితే మేము సైంటిస్టులు వాళ్ళకు కూడా చెప్పేసి మేము ఈ రీజన్ సైంటిస్టులు సాల్వ్ చేస్తారు. ఇంకా అడిషనల్ గా మీకు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కావాలంటే వేరే రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి వచ్చిన సైంటిస్ట్ కూడా ఉన్నారు. మీరు దయచేసి ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు మీకు దీని సమస్యని వాళ్ళ దృష్టిలో తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా విన్నవిస్తున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి మన కోరమండల్ ఫర్టిలైజర్స్ పెట్టిన చక్రధర్ గారు వచ్చారు. ఈ సమావేశానికి ఆయన్ని స్వాగతం పలుకుతూ డయాస్ మీద రమ్మంటుందో కోరుతున్నాం. సార్ ఇట్లా ఈ సెషన్ ఇట్లా సింపోజియం అని చెప్పి అన్నప్పటి నుంచి కూడా సార్ మా మదనపల్లి ఆఫీసర్ చాలా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇచ్చారు. ఫార్మర్స్ తీసుకొస్తారు మీ ఉద్యాన విశ్వవిద్యాలయం కానీ వ్యవసాయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయం సేవలు రైతులకు చాలా అవసరం సార్. నేను కోఆర్డినేట్ చేస్తానని చెప్పి చాలా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇచ్చారు. ఆయన యొక్క ఈ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుతూ ఆహ్వానం. ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి కంప్లీట్ గా మీకే. మీరు ఏమన్నా మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు మీరు ఏ ప్రాంతం నుంచి వచ్చారో మీరేం పండిస్తున్నారు అవి చెప్పి మీకు తెగుళ్ళ విభాగంలో మీకు వచ్చేటువంటి సమస్యలు ఏమిటి తెగులు ఇదే ముందు థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ for to the audience and to the distinguished guests that are there and the students. ఈరోజు లాస్ట్ 2 days నుంచి మనం మంచి సెషన్స్ అంటే మెనీ ఇన్పుట్స్ యాక్చువల్గా ఫార్మర్ కి కావాల్సిన అనేక వింగ్స్ లో చాలా డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి. అగ్రానమీ, ఎంటమాలజీ చాలా ఉన్నాయి. సో వాటిలో రైతు ఎక్కువగా కోరుకునేది ఏది కోరుకున్నారంటే డాక్టర్ కావాల్సిన ప్లాంట్ డాక్టర్ కదా. ప్లాంట్ డాక్టర్ అంటే తెగుళ్ళ శాస్త్రం. సో ప్లాంట్ ప్రొటెక్షన్, క్రాప్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ సైంటిస్ట్. సో క్రాప్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ సైంటిస్ట్ మనం ఈ 3 రోజుల నుంచి మంచి సెషన్స్ చూసాము. వేరియస్ మంచి టాపిక్స్ మీద చేయడం జరిగింది. దాంట్లో భాగంగా మనకి ఈ కార్యక్రమం చివరిలో రైతులతో ముఖాముఖి ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. దీన్ని మీరు సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవాలి. మనకు త్రూఅవుట్ ఇండియా, భారతదేశం మొత్తం కూడా మనకి ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ సైంటిస్ట్ తెగుళ్ళకు సంబంధించి క్రాప్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ సంబంధించి రావడం జరిగింది. దీంట్లో నిరభ్యంతరంగా మీకు ఎటువంటి అనుమానాలున్నా మీరు క్రాప్ గురించి అడగవచ్చు. సో స్టార్ట్ అవుతే మనకి దాని గురించి అంటే తెగుళ్ళు కానీ కీటకాల గురించి కానీ ఏదైనా అడిగితే మైక్ అందిస్తారో మీకు ఆన్సర్ చేస్తారు. సార్ దీస్ ఫార్మర్స్ ఆర్ ది లోకల్ ఫార్మర్స్ సార్ అండ్ దేర్ ఆల్ from Coromandel company who used to give extension service to them. Coromandel will give not only fertilizer business, we also do lot of extension service. IBM or INM practices integrated. Recently we have INM practice on paddy, and we got 40 quintals of this one. And it is the harvest is done by our KVK, ICR KVK scientists at Anantapur University KVK, and they also estimated their present with 70% of organic inputs, fertilizer supplements, and 30% chemical supplements. So like that we do a lot of service. So these farmers are from the, most of these farmers are paddy farmers. Today they come here, paddy, and they do some group of farmers are also cultivate to peanuts, groundnut also. So groundnut and paddy farmers mostly.
Then one question you ask the farmer
Sir.
that they are getting profit in their farming or not?
Yes.
First question.
Two. సార్ అడుగుతున్నారు మనకు రైతాంగంలో మనకు వ్యవసాయం లాభసాటిగా ఉందా లేదా? ఒకే క్వశ్చన్, ఎస్ ఆర్ నో. ఎందుకు? ఒకరు ఎవరైనా మంచిగా చెప్పేవాళ్ళంటే లేదు చెప్తే తెలుగులో మీరు చెప్తారా బాబు? అందరు మీరు చెప్పండి. చెప్పండి, నేను ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేస్తాను.
హలో, మనకి గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేదు. గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేదు రైతుకి. పెట్టుబడి chemical agriculture fertilizers plastic అయిపోతుంది.
Sir, they're telling major 3 points, sir. First is minimum supporting price. We're not getting the MSP in still low for most of the crops, even for paddy also. Then the second major problem they're telling, recently fertilizer price has been hiked, almost 30% hike on fertilizer price. And the third is the labor issue. Most of the labor are in the surrounding areas, urbanization is happening. So most of the labor are showing interest towards, because industrialization is happening in this area. They're showing interest to go to the factory to do some labor work instead of coming to the field. That is the third problem.
సబ్సిడీ రేట్ తక్కువ సార్ ఏ fertilizer అన్ని
That's okay. Seed also. Yeah, seed also. Seed availability is there. Yeah. So they're telling seed availability, one person is saying that seed availability is problem.
సార్ నాణ్యత లేని క్వాలిటీ లేని
Again, this in paddy, sir, low quantity in the seed. So 30 kg back they will do. So sir, through AP Seed Corporation, AP State Seed Corporation, they will take this, sir. So most of the time, sir, mixed seed is not a particular low quality seed. Low quality seed కూడా 30 kg
Yeah, that is a different problem. Here, I think more than the seed quantity, here we have to think other technical. They are saying the practice is 30 kg per acre, sir. They are saying now it is coming 25 kg. But yet technically even 10 kg is sufficient per acre. If you go for research paddy. So that may not be a big issue. But majorly these 3 issues, sir. One is the supporting price, second is the hike in the fertilizer price, and third is the labor issue. Sir, labor. Side is మనకి నల్లరే బ్లాక్ సైడ్ మనకి ఏమైనా red side, most of the 60% red side.
Farmer can send a mail to them that we are not getting profit in our crop. Is it possible we can plant for our area? Because there they don't need fertilizer. In Ashwagandha we don't need fertilizer because it is pure water. And industry will come and purchase them from their own house. And there is no problem of water. We don't need any water, just 1 or 2 times water. They can get more profit.
Promise buyer.
Yeah, the first they compared to our institute at Hyderabad, and they will get the answer immediate, and those people will come to the rescue of this problem.
క్రాప్ టైంలో మంచి సీడ్ ఏది అని కూడా
This problem will be common in our city. And then we can use to achieve. See, this problem farmers are facing here in this area.
సార్ ఏమంటున్నారంటే అన్న మనకు ఇదే సాంప్రదాయకంగా సంవత్సరాలు మనం వేసే వరి గుడ్లు వేసి మన దగ్గర ఈ సమస్యలు వెంటనే సాల్వ్ అయ్యేది. ఈ ప్రైస్ కూడా ఎప్పుడో 1800-2000 పెంచారు. దీని మీద మనం తల బాదుకునే బదులు కొత్త పంట అంటే ఏదో మనం బెంగ పెట్టుకోవాల్సిన లేదు. అశ్వగంధ అని అక్కలకర్ర అంటాం మనం. అశ్వగంధ అనేటువంటి ఔషధ మొక్క, అది గడ్డ తీసుకుని ఔషధ కంపెనీలు, ఫార్మా కంపెనీలు ఈ వీటిలో వాడతారు. మెడిసినల్ ప్లాంట్ దీని కింద వాడేటువంటి. సో ఈ అశ్వగంధ మొక్క వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు ప్రభుత్వం, సార్ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. సీమ్యాప్ అని ఉంటుంది హైదరాబాద్. సో వాళ్ళే వ్యాపారస్తులు కూడా చూపిస్తామంటున్నారు. సో ఆ విధంగా చేస్తే అశ్వగంధ వేయడానికి దీనికి ఏమి ఎరువులు అవసరం లేదు పెద్దగా, నీరు కూడా ఎక్కువ తీసుకోవాలి దీని పెద్దగా. సో ఈ విధంగా చేస్తే మనం ఎవరైనా కూడా మీరు ముందరకు వచ్చి ఎవరైనా రైతులు వేసేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుందని అడుగుతున్నారు.
ఇది 60,000 హెక్టార్కి వస్తుంది అంటున్నారు. 2 ఎకరాలు 2.5 ఎకరాలు కాబట్టి దానికి 60,000 ఆదాయం వస్తుంది అని అంటున్నారు. సో మీరేమడిగారు? అవునా, అశ్వగంధనే గడ్డం ఏ రకంగా
అంటే ఏ వాతావరణంలో వేస్తే బాగుంటుందని దానిగా
కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నా సార్ ఈ telling 2 farmers in nearby 20 kilometers radius, 2 farmers have already practiced Ashwagandha, and company people check the quality problem. They are like no, I think he's saying seed private company people have
there is no other variety of Ashwagandha. They are really cultivating Nimeti here. Because they have produced Nimeti, and Nimeti is that just before their cultivation. So, don't food that. But don't food that when they are breaking, then they are getting very good price. If there is a distance that's not breaking, it means the quality is not good. How do you check the quality?
That's why the company people have the either after harvest company not less quality.
And they have to write letters to our institute that they are not at this price, they are getting. Then I institute will contact them and ask the company why you are.
We'll take it as a project, sir. Definitely మనకి చౌడు నేలలు ఎక్కడైనా ఏదైనా ఉంటే కూడా తువ్వ నేలలు ఎక్కడ ఉంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు కంపెనీ నుంచి తీసుకోకుండా అశ్వగంధని ప్రభుత్వం వారు గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా సీమ్యాప్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి అక్కడ నుంచి తీసుకుంటే మీకు నాణ్యమైనటువంటి గడ్డ దొరుకుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా మీరు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే మనకు సార్ వారు మాకు కాంటాక్ట్ అయినా కూడా నేను సార్ చెప్పేసి డైరెక్టర్ సీమ్యాప్ మన ద్వారా మనకు ఎక్కడ
They just not some demonstration, 1 or 2 years on 10 farmers. If they get benefit, it must be accepted by all. It is my opinion. Otherwise, it is for region. They want to be headquarters. That is Hyderabad. So suddenly the new one.
10 మంది ఒక హాఫ్ ఎకర్ అర్ధ ఎకరాను పావు ఎకరాను వేస్తారంటే డెమో కింద సార్ వాళ్ళు ఫ్రీగా ఇస్తారు కాబట్టి అది సక్సెస్ అయిందంటే మనం తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో 1 kg ఒక ఎకరా సరిపోతుంది అంటారు.
The cost is very cheap, and they have to transplant because you have to grow the small crop. Then you have to transplant each in your field. Then after 6 months, the quality is good. When after 6 months, when you harvest, when the root is like this, means slender, no branching. It is the good quality. And when you breath, immediate breath. So that is the best quality. Even though if they are not getting price, means the company people are cheating.
డెఫినెట్ గా మనకి బయట కంపెనీ నుంచి తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు మోసం చేస్తున్నారు.
Like this. Just you can say 10 or 12 centimeters, not more than that. Okay, maximum 15 centimeters. And when you break it, immediately break. That is the best quality. Then the highest money you will get.
So there are any pest will come.
In your area, there is no pest. In our area, we have a good problem. But fortunately, in this area, Hyderabad, Telangana, we don't find any nematode. That's because we are doing like here. Not here.
So, yeah. How much revenue you will get at the yield? How much yield you will get?
హెక్టార్కు 60,000.
ఇన్పుట్ ఏం
the cost of the profit and.
కలుపు పెద్దగా పట్టించుకోండి. Weed is asking any weed problem will be there. It's a wild problem. You will not face it.
No big problem. Different, sir.
The season there are season. Which season is right? Winter. Okay. ఇప్పుడు మనం maybe January. Oh, there will be. Okay.
That is your duty. They are all taking this right by government. Then immediately direct that you go and pay the farm. This is our go and pay the farm in real village. I am not asking them Hyderabad.
అయితే ఒకటేనా ఒక మాట చెప్తున్నాను. క్రోమోర్ మీకు ఇక్కడ అనుసంధానంగా వ్యవహరిస్తుంది. ఈ ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్న క్రోమోర్ మనకు ఏం చెప్తున్నారంటే సార్ డైరెక్ట్ గా మనకు విత్తనం యొక్క మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఎంత పడుతుంది ఏంటి ఇవన్నీ కూడా మన హైదరాబాద్ లో బ్రాంచ్ గవర్నమెంట్ సిమ్యాప్ అంటే కేంద్రీయ ఔషధ మొక్కల పరిశోధనా సంస్థ సిమ్యాప్. సో అది మనకి ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉంది కాబట్టి వాళ్ళని మన కాంటాక్ట్ అవుతారు డైరెక్టర్ ని. మన ఊరికే వచ్చి ఎలా నాటుకోవాలి ఏంటి కూడా మనకి చెప్తారు. మనం ఒక 10 మంది రైతులు మనం పోగైనారంటే మన జస్ట్ పాపనాయుడుపేటలో కానీ మీరు శ్రీకాళహస్తిలో కానీ ఏర్పేటలో కానీ ఎక్కడైనా కూడా మనకి పేట వస్తే నన్ను కాంటాక్ట్ అవుతారు డెఫినెట్ గా. ఇది అంటే జనవరి డిసెంబర్ లో బాగుంటుంది. అది వస్తారు వాళ్ళే తప్పకుండా. మీరు ఒక 10 మంది ఇంట్రెస్ట్ గా పోతుంది. So they are willing, sir. They are interested.
And then the other crop also, even for 6 months they can, the 6th year they can continue immediately. Then we took last year the 4 years, and just they need discussion time, including the revolution, they are giving free. Discussion time and free split crop. They can make a farmer company and 5-6 village when they are there, we are providing free discussion from government. Lemongrass, Citromela, and vetiver. There they don't need any fertilizer, no problem of any animal. Just they plant and every 3 months they have to plant it. And for 4-5 years, 4 years they can plant it without any.
Yes.
Just cut and take the profit.
No. అవి పూర్తిలు పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లం ఏం కాదు. ఇది ఒకసారి మనము ఇప్పుడు ఏం లేదన్నా డెమో ఇస్తా ఉన్నారు కదా, అన్ని విషయాలు మనకు తెలుస్తాయి. ఇంకా వరి పంట మీద మీకు ఏదైనా ఉంటే తొందరగా తీసుకోండి. ఏదైనా వరి పంటలో మీకు ఏదైనా తెగులు కానీ ఏదైనా వరిలో అగ్గి తెగుల ఓకే మోపు పులికోడ్ we'll act as a nodal separate.
And then you have to give your clarity also to the buyback. Without them getting things
RARS నుంచి మనం శ్రీకాకుళం లెటర్ రాసి ఎవరైనా ఆర్టికల్ రైతు ఉంటే ఈ అర్హులను కానీ ప్రాజెక్టులు మొక్కలు కానీ మనం వేసుకోవడానికి ఎవరికైతే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉందో వాళ్ళు ప్రభుత్వం వాళ్ళే ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చేట్టుగా మనం తీసుకుంటాం చర్యలు. అందుకే మీరు ఎవరైతే సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు ముందుకు వచ్చి మీ పేరు ఇస్తే వాటి ద్వారా మన ప్రాంతీయ వ్యవసాయ శాఖ నుంచి అంటే ఆశ్చర్య రంగా విద్యాలయానికి మనం ఆ విధంగా మొదలు పెడతాం. కంపెనీ వాళ్ళకి బైబ్యాక్ ప్రభుత్వం వాళ్ళే బైబ్యాక్ వాళ్ళని అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ప్రభుత్వం అంటే యూనివర్సిటీనే నేను చెప్తున్నది యూనివర్సిటీ మొత్తం ప్రభుత్వమే కదా, యూనివర్సిటీనే అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. మీరు ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి వెళ్ళారా ప్రైవేట్
కేంద్ర భాగంలో బాగా యూనివర్సిటీ చేస్తాం అన్ని చెప్తారు అలా వదిలేస్తారు మన రైతులు ఇబ్బంది పడాలా మీ ద్వారా అగ్రిమెంట్ అయితే మేము అప్పుడు కంపెనీలు మేము నమ్మం
కంపెనీల ద్వారా కాదు మా ద్వారానే
మీతో ఈ యూనివర్సిటీ ద్వారానే మేము లాభాలు పొందినాము మమ్మల్ని విస్మరించారు యూనివర్సిటీ ఇప్పుడు మాకు బైబ్యాక్ ఇస్తారు అప్పుడు
కంపెనీ వాళ్ళే వచ్చి మీకు ఈ క్వాలిటీ మెయింటైన్ చేయండి ఇంత ధర తీసుకుంటారు నిజంగా రాసిస్తారు
మన యూనివర్సిటీ బిజినెస్ అయిపోయింది సార్ మన ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్ బిజినెస్ అయిపోయింది యూనివర్సిటీ ఇక్కడ ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్ రైతులతో నమ్మకం కాల అంత రైతులు పండించుకొని బిజినెస్ ద్వారా చేస్తారు ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్ లోనే ఇక్కడే డబ్బు జరుగుతాం మీరు బిజినెస్ చేస్తున్నారు యూనివర్సిటీ బిజినెస్ చేస్తాం రైతులు సహకరించలేదు ఈ విధంగా రేపు మేము అవసరం గడ్డ నాటాం రేపు అప్పుడు పోతే మనం మేము నష్టపోతాం కదా మాకు సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తారు చెప్పండి
యూనివర్సిటీకి రాస్తాము యూనివర్సిటీ ముందుకు వచ్చి చేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు మీరు ఎవరైతే అశ్వగంధ పండించాలనుకుంటారో వాళ్ళు ముందుకు
సపోర్ట్ వస్తాం
గురించి ఎక్కువ పరిశోధన చేస్తూ భారతదేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సార్ చెప్తున్నారు కాబట్టి మీరు అది నమ్మండి.
సార్ మేము ఈ మధ్య పామాయిల్ వచ్చారు నెల్లూరు నుంచి రైతులతో మీటింగ్ పెట్టారు ఒక 20 ఎకరాలు పామాయిల్ చెట్టు చేస్తాం నాటున్నాను మళ్ళీ 2000 అదే మాతో ఇది ప్రైవేట్ ఎక్కడ వస్తారు మీరు అంత మమ్మల్ని ఇచ్చేస్తారో
వేరే క్వశ్చన్ పెడతామా తప్పకుండా మీకు అడ్రస్ చేస్తాము మీరు మోపుపి స్టెంబోరర్ చూపించారు దానికి ఏమి నివారణ అడిగారు గుల్లిపోడు లేకపోతే మీరు ఒక
దయచేసి రైతులందరూ కూర్చోవలసిన పడిన తర్వాత ఒకటి మొదట వరి అనుకుంటున్నాము వరి శాస్త్రవేత్తలు ఉండండి
ముఖ్యంగా విన్నపం అంటే ఈ సదస్సు అనేటువంటిది రైతుల యొక్క సమస్యలు శాస్త్రవేత్తల దృష్టికి తీసుకొచ్చి ఏమన్నా ఉంటే గవర్నమెంట్ కి చెప్పడానికి చెప్తే ఇక్కడ అన్ని కూడా అగ్రిమెంట్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం పరిధిలో ఉండేవి కాదు. ఇక్కడంతా కూడా కేవలం విశ్వవిద్యాలయం అంటే ఈ విద్యార్థులకి రీసెర్చ్ స్కాలర్స్ కి ఇవన్నీ చేయడానికి ఒక టెక్నికల్ ఫోరం యూనివర్సిటీ తప్పితే అది తప్పితే మీ చేత ఇవన్నీ పాలసీ రిలేటెడ్ కాదు. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒప్పందాలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా యూనివర్సిటీ స్థాయి దాటి ఉంటాయి. ఏమన్నా ఉంటే రిప్రజెంటేషన్ ఉందంటే మీకు అది ఏ విధంగా మీకు అయ్యే విధమైనటువంటిది సలహా ఇస్తారు తప్పితే మీరు కొనాలని చెప్పంటే అది మా పని దాటింది.
పర్లేదు మేము వచ్చిన ఎవరు వచ్చినా ఒకటే సార్ వేరే క్వశ్చన్ అడుగు చూపిస్తారు ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇది.
ఇప్పుడు ఫోటో చూపించారు ఆ ఫోటో ఏంటంటే ఈ ఫీల్డ్ అంతా చూడండి ఇది మేజర్ గా చూస్తే సెలనిటీ ఉంది ఉప్పు తెల్లగా దానివల్ల చౌడు ఉంటే కూడా ఆకులు తెల్లగా రావడం జరుగుతుంది. అట్లా కాకుండా మీకు ఉల్లిపోడు అయితే మామూలుగా గొట్టాలుగా వస్తుంది. అది అనిపించేది కాదు. అదేంటంటే ఉల్లిపోడు వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే గొట్టాలుగా వస్తుంది. వస్తే దానికి చేయాల్సిన నారుమడిలోనే నారు పీకే ఒక వారం ముందు కార్పోపిరాన్ అనే గ్రాన్యూల్స్ సెంటుకు 150 గ్రాముల లెక్కన వేసుకుంటే మంచిది. అట్లా కాకుండా నాటిన తర్వాత వేసుకోవాలనుకోండి. నాటిన తర్వాత మీరు ఒక 40 రోజుల లోపు తర్వాత అవసరం లేదు. తర్వాత వచ్చే పిలకలు మనకు ఉపయోగపడవు. అందువల్ల అంటే అంకుర దశ దాకా 45 రోజుల దాకా ఆ లోపల మాత్రమే కార్బోఫిరాన్ కానీ ఎకరాకి 10 కిలోలు ఇసుకలో కలిపి లేకపోతే పిప్రోనిల్ అని దొరుకుతుంది. అదైతే 7 నుంచి 10 కిలోలు కానీ ఇసుకలో కలుపుకొని చల్లుకుంటే కంట్రోల్ అవుతుంది. మంచిది ఏంటంటే నార్మల్ వేసుకోవడం, ఎందుకంటే నార్మల్లో తక్కువ మందుతో కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి. నార్మల్ వేసుకోవడం, ఒక నార్మల్లో మిక్స్ అయినప్పుడు ఆ పిల్లకలు కట్టే దశలు వేసుకోవాలి. అది కూడా 40 రోజుల లోపల వేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. తర్వాత కూడా వస్తుంటుంది. తర్వాత వచ్చినా కూడా ఆ పిల్లకలు మనకు ఉపయోగపడవు కాబట్టి తర్వాత వచ్చినప్పుడు మరి మందులు ఏం అవసరం లేదు. ఒక 45 రోజుల లోపల పిల్లకల దశలో ఆ మందులు వేసుకుంటే సరిపోదు. ఇవి కాకుండా ఇంకేమైనా పనిలో యూరియాలో కలిపి ఇవ్వదండి. గుళికలు ఇసుకలో కలిపి పలసంగా నీళ్లు పెట్టుకొని అక్కడ ఇంకిపోయేటట్టు చేసుకోవాలి. యూరియా ఎలా వేసుకోవాలంటే బోధ భోజనం వేసుకోవాలి. యూరియా వేసేటప్పుడు నీళ్ళు అవసరం లేదు, ఎందుకంటే కొంచెం నీళ్ళలో వేస్తే ఆవిరవడం అట్లా నష్టపోయే అవకాశం ఉంది కాబట్టి గుళికలు వేసుకునేటప్పుడు పలసకు నీళ్ళు ఉండాలి. యూరియా వేసుకునేటప్పుడు భోజనం వేసుకోవాలి. అందువల్ల సపరేట్ వేసుకోవడం మంచిది. లేబర్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోతుంది అంటే దాని సమస్యని
మీరు చౌడు గురించి చెప్పారు కదా, అనుకోవడం అంటే వరి పొలాల్లో ఆ రోజు నుంచి మనం ఓన్లీ ఫర్టిలైజర్, కెమికల్ ఫర్టిలైజర్ మీదే బతికిస్తున్నాం అన్నమాట. మనం సేంద్రియ పదార్థం సేంద్రియ కర్బనం అనేది పూర్తిగా తగ్గించేసాం సాయి. సో మనం కొద్దిగా దుక్కి చేసుకునేటప్పుడే ఆ సూపర్ ఒక 2 బస్తాలు అయితే దాంతో పాటు ఒక 2 బస్తాలు సేంద్రియ కూడా వేయాలి. దాంతో కొంత చౌడు తగ్గించుకునే లేకపోతే చిత్సం దొరుకుతుంది మనకి చీప్ గా. చిత్సం అన్నా వేయండి, తక్కువ ధరలో లేదు. అంటే సేంద్రియ ఉత్పత్తులు ఏమైనా
చౌడు తగ్గించుకోవడానికి మీరు మొదట్లోనే భూసార పరీక్ష చేయించుకుంటే దాని రిపోర్ట్ వస్తుంది. తెల్ల చౌడ, కారు చౌడ రిపోర్ట్ని బట్టి మీరు జిప్సం వేసుకోవడం, జీల వేసుకోవడం కొన్ని రికమెండేషన్ ఇస్తారు. మస్ట్ మీరు భూసార పరీక్ష చేయించుకోండి. భూసార పరీక్ష చేసుకుంటే దాన్ని బట్టి కొన్ని జీల వేయాల్సి వస్తుంది, జిప్సం వేసుకోవడం. ఎన్ని బాగా నీళ్లు బట్టి దున్నేటప్పుడు దమ్ము చేస్తారు కదా, దమ్ము చేసేటప్పుడు బాగా దున్నేసి నీళ్లు తీసేస్తే కొంత సాల్ట్స్ అంతా వెళ్ళిపోతాయి. అంత బాగా మంచి నీళ్లు పెట్టి తీయాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఆ నీళ్లు కూడా మీరు బోర్ నీళ్ళు ఎక్కువ వాడితే కూడా చౌడు వస్తుంది, ఎందుకంటే నీళ్ళ ద్వారా కూడా వస్తుంటది కదా. మంచి నీళ్ళు ఉంటే అవకాశం, కాలువ నీళ్ళు, తెలుగుగా కాలువ నీళ్ళు అటువంటి నీళ్లు మంచి. ఇవన్నీ చేసుకోవాలి. భూసార పరీక్ష చేసుకొని ఆ సాయిల్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ చేసుకుంటే ఆ ఉప్పు తగ్గుతుంది. అదేలే ముందు చేయగలిగి వాటిల్లో మీరు ఏమి చేయగలిగినా చేసుకోండి. లేదు అక్కడ కొందరు బోర్ పండిస్తామంటారు. అట్లాంటి దగ్గర ఏంటంటే ఈ నీళ్లు బాగా పెట్టి ఆ రూట్ జోన్ లో సాల్ట్ అని నిలవకుండా ఎక్కువ పెట్టి తీసేస్తే కొంత ఉప్పు వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. అటువంటి దగ్గర
ఇంకా పరీక్షల గురించి చెప్పారు కాబట్టి ఇంకొక అనౌన్స్మెంట్ మీకు. భూసార పరీక్షల గురించి చెప్పారంటే మొత్తం టోటల్ ఎలిమెంట్స్ ఎన్పీకే, సూక్ష్మ పోషకాలతో సహా, ఓసి, పిహెచ్ వీటితో సహా ఉచితంగా మన గ్రూమర్ వాళ్ళు చేయిస్తారు. మీరు చెప్పండి, ఆల్రెడీ పాపనాయుడు మురళి చేయించారు కదా కొన్ని. మరి ఈ సంవత్సరం కూడా అంటే ఎండాకాలం మన పంట అయిన తర్వాత ఇవ్వండి, మన బెంగళూరు పంపించి అన్ని చేసి కార్డు ఇచ్చేటువంటి బాధ్యత మన గ్రూమర్.
మోపొరి అంటే మోపెట్టి స్టెంపోర్ నార్మల్లో వస్తుంది. తర్వాత మీకు ఏ దశలో వస్తుంది? కలవని రూపంలో వస్తుందా? పట్ట దశలో చెప్తారు. పట్ట దశలో వచ్చేది కంట్రోల్ చేయడానికి చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే మీరు మామూలు గుళికలు వేస్తారు. ఇందాక చెప్పారు కదా, యూరియాతో కలిపి వేసేస్తారు. ఆ పురుగు ఎప్పుడు అటాక్ ఏ వెరైటీలు వేస్తారు మీరు ఎక్కువ? ఆర్ఎన్ఆర్ వేస్తారు, ఏ వేసైనా కానీ ఆ పురుగు ఎప్పుడైతే మీరు కరుకు మొదలైన తర్వాత నుంచి లోపల సన్న ఎన్ను తయారయ్యాడు, అప్పుడు పురుగు లోపల అటాక్ అవుతుంది. ఆ దశలో వేయాలి. ఆ దశలో కార్బోఫిరాన్ అయితే 10 కేజీలు, కెల్డాన్ అయితే 8 కిలోలు వేయాలి. కాకపోతే రైతులు ఏంటంటే మీరు ఇంకొంచెం 10 రోజుల ముందే యూరియా లాస్ట్ డోస్ వేసినప్పుడు ముందే వేసేస్తుంటారు. అట్లా కాకుండా కొంచెం లాస్ట్ డోస్ తర్వాత ఆ దశ చూసుకోవాలి. అంత లోపల ఎందుకు తయారయ్యాడు ఆ దశలో ఆ మందుల్ని ఇసుకలో కలుపుకొని, కార్బోఫిరాన్ అయితే 10 కిలోస్, కెల్డాన్ అయితే 8 కిలోస్ కలుపుకొని అప్పుడు వేసుకుంటే అప్పుడు పురుగు పోయే దశలో మనం కరెక్ట్గా మందు పడుతుంది. కాబట్టి పలుచుగా నీళ్లు పెట్టుకొని అక్కడ ఈ 2-3 రోజులు ఇంకిపోయేటట్టు చేసుకుంటే కంట్రోల్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఈ సమస్య మాకు 2-3 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం కూడా మా జిల్లా, నెల్లూరు జిల్లాలో మాది అడిగేవాళ్ళు. రైతులంతా ఏంటంటే ముందు వేసేసేవాడు, లాస్ట్ డోస్ ఫెర్టిలైజర్ తో యూరియా కలిపి గుళిక వేసేసేవాడు. అందరు గుళికలు వేసాం సార్, కంట్రోల్ కావట్లేదు. అది మా పైపాటి మందులు ఒకసారి ప్యానికల్ బయట తెల్లగా కనిపించిన తర్వాత ఎన్ని మందులు స్ప్రే చేసినా కంట్రోల్ కాదు అంత ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా. దానికి బెస్ట్ ఏంటంటే గుళికలే ఆ దశలో వేసుకోవాలి. ఇది అందరూ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. ఒక్కొక్క దశ ఇప్పుడు నెల్లూరు మధ్యలో కనుకోండి, ఆ దశ ఇత్తనం నుంచి సుమారుగా 75 రోజులకు వస్తుంది. బీపీటీ 52 వస్తుంది అనుకోండి, ఇంకొక 10 రోజులు 85 రోజులకు ఆ దశ వస్తుంది విత్తనం నుంచి. కొంచెం వాతావరణం చల్లగా ఉందనుకోండి, ఇంకొంచెం ఒక వారం 5 రోజులు లేటుగా వస్తుంది. మీరు ఏంటంటే దిగి చేయాల్సింది ఆ దశలో మన సన్న కరువు స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పటి నుంచి ఒక 10 రోజుల తర్వాత మొదట పిల్లలు పీకి లోపల సన్న ఎన్ని తయారైంది చూసుకొని అప్పుడు గుడికి వేసుకోవాలి, ఇసుకలో కలిపి వేసుకోవాలి. ఇది మందులే ఉన్నాయి, వేసే దశలో వేయాలి. పైపాట్ స్ప్రేలో ఎన్ని బయట వచ్చిన తర్వాత అంత పని చేయవు. సరేనా? స్ప్రే గుళికలు బాగా పనిచేయాలి. స్ప్రే కంటే కూడా గుళికలు బాగా పనిచేయాలి.
మన దగ్గర తీసుకెళ్తారు కదా మీరు, సార్ చెప్పింది దశ బాగా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి.
ఆర్ఎన్ఆర్ గురించి శాస్త్రవేత్త మన రాజేంద్ర సార్ వచ్చినారు, మాట్లాడారు.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఇప్పుడు మేడంతో మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. ఈ ప్రాంతంలో ఎక్కువగా RNR 15048 అనే రకాన్ని సాగు చేస్తున్నారు. ఈ రకం తెలంగాణ సోనాపేటలో విడుదలైంది. ఓన్లీ తెలంగాణకు రిలీజ్ అయింది కానీ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, కర్ణాటక, ఒరిస్సాలో కూడా కొంచెం ప్రాబ్లం అయింది బాగానే. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ రకంలో ఏ రకం కొత్త రకాన్ని డెవలప్ చేసిన శాస్త్రవేత్తలు చేసేటప్పుడు కొన్ని నెగిటివ్ లక్షణాలు కూడా ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఒకటి చెప్పాలంటే అది డిసడ్వాంటేజ్ లక్షణమే, కానీ తప్పదు. అది రైతుకి సరి అయిన విధంగా చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. లేదంటే ఆ వెరైటీని రైతులు కొంతకాలం వరకు సాగు చేసే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కనుక ఈ RNR 15048 అనే రకాన్ని సాగు చేసేటప్పుడు తెల్ల కంకులు ఆ రకంలో ఎక్కువగా వస్తాయి. ఎందుకు వస్తాయంటే ఆ రకం కొంచెం ఎక్కువ తినడానికి, అంటే ఆ పురుగు తినడానికి ఎక్కువ స్వీట్ ఉందా, లేకపోతే ఏదో రకరకాల రీజన్. మీరు సాగు చేసినట్టు ఈ RNR లో వచ్చే తెల్ల కంకులు కానీ పూత తిరిగిపోవడం లేదా పిప్పి రోగం అంటారు కదా. సో ఇట్లాంటి మాత్రం మీరు ఈ రకాన్ని దశను బట్టి నెల్లూరు పరిస్థితులు సాధించారు. అట్లాంటప్పుడు 60 నుంచి 65 రోజులు ఈ చురుకొట్ట దశ అని చెప్పారు. కలుపు బయట ఆ సమయంలో కంపల్సరీగా మీరు క్లోరాన్సిలిప్రోల్ అనే పురుగు మందు అందుబాటులో ఉంది. కొరాజన్ అనే పేరుతో చాలా కంపెనీలో ఉంటుంది. అది ఎకరానికి 60 ml ఖరీదు చేయాలి. అది కనుక చేయకపోతే మీరు కంపల్సరీగా 10 నుంచి 15%, 20% కూడా దిగుబడి నష్టపోయే అవకాశం. ఆ తెగులు ఆ రకం యొక్క ఇంకొక మంచి లక్షణం చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అగ్గి తెగులు తట్టుకుంటున్నారు. అగ్గి తెగులు తట్టుకుంటుంది, తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది. మీ ప్రాంతంలో సుమారుగా జూలై మొదటి 2వ వారం చేసుకొని ఆగస్టు మొదటి వారంలో నాటేస్తారు. మీకు నవంబర్ ఇక్కడ ఎక్కువ 2వ పంట. ఈ రకం గురించి అయితే ప్రస్తుతానికైతే మంచి రకమే. తక్కువ శక్తి లేకపోవడం వల్ల ఈ తెల్లకంకులు అనేది ఎక్కువగా ఒక పావు కేజీ మనం ధోళీలు ఆల్రెడీ ఇస్తున్నాము. మనకి కొరజీని కూడా సార్ చెప్పినట్టుగా మనకి ఆల్రెడీ అందరూ కొత్తగా గ్రామీణ ఇస్తున్నాం. మనము తర్వాత మనం కొరజీని చెప్పారు కదా, కొరజీన్ కోర్నాక్స్ అనే రూపంలో మనకు కొరజీన్ వస్తుంది. మనకి మురళి అందుబాటులో మనం ఆల్రెడీ స్ప్రే తీసుకో. మీరు ఇంకా ఏదైనా అడగాలంటే RNR బాగా వేస్తున్నారు, మంచి ఆల్రెడీ మనం అడాప్ట్ బాగా అయ్యాము. RNR స్ప్రేస్ తగ్గుతున్నాయి. మేజర్ మనకి స్ప్రే అంటే మనం పెట్టేటువంటి పెట్టుబడి ఖర్చు మనకి RNR 15048 పెట్టుబడి DP కన్నా కొంత తగ్గుతుంది. గ్లాస్ రాదు ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్. మేజర్ కొన్ని మార్కెట్ ప్రైస్ ఏ నారైనా కూడా 25 రోజులు. అది కొంచెం ఎర్లీగా నాటుకోవాలి. ఎందుకంటే లేట్ ముందుకు రాకుండా 25 రోజులుగా నాటారు. ఏ సీజన్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు రబీ సీజన్ అయితే ఎర్లీగా వేస్తే రావట్లేదు. మా నెల్లూరు జిల్లా అంతా మేము ఎప్పుడు చెప్పాల్సి చేస్తామంటే ఇది రైతుల అనుభవం బట్టే, మేమైతే టెస్ట్ చేయలేదు. కానీ నవంబర్ చివరిలో, నవంబర్ 25 అట్లా సోయింగ్ చేసుకుని మాత్రం బాగుంటుంది. కొంచెం ముందుకు వేసింది ఏంటంటే వేసిన నెల రోజులకే ఎన్ని వస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే దాన్ని ఎన్ని తీసేటప్పుడు టెంపరేచర్ తక్కువ ఉంటే ఎన్ని త్వరగా వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి నవంబర్ 20లో అట్లా నారు పోసుకొని ఒక 25 రోజులకే నాటు వేసుకుంటే మంచిది. అప్పుడు బాగుంటుంది. 25 రోజులు బాగా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఇదంతా కూడా ఇక్కడ వెంకటగిరి ఏరియాలో
ఈ ఏరియాలో వేసిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు లాస్ట్ టైం మేము చూసి వాళ్ళు అక్టోబర్లో వేసింది దున్నేశారు. అక్టోబర్లో వేసింది ట్రాన్స్ప్లాంటింగ్ చేస్తే ఎర్లీగా ఫ్లవరింగ్ వచ్చింది. తర్వాత చూసి నవంబర్లో వేసింది బాగుంది. నవంబర్ పిల్లలు అంటే అది కొంచెం అందుకే కదా ఈల్డ్ కొంచెం తక్కువ వస్తుంది కానీ మార్కెట్ బాగుంటుంది. అదే నవంబర్ 21 పోస్తుంటే ఇక్కడ బాగా వస్తుంది.
పిల్లల గురించి వస్తే మనకి ప్రాక్టీస్ కూడా ఏంటంటే ఒకటి మన రైతులు కూడా ఏం చేయాలంటే ఎకరానికి లేబర్ చెప్పేసి అప్పచెప్పేస్తాము. రైతు అక్కడ ఉండడం చాలా వరకు అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తాం. వాళ్ళు చేతికి ఎంత వస్తే అంత కుచ్చి పెట్టేసుకుంటారు. మీరు వేసి నాటుకునేటప్పుడు 2 పాలు పర్ హిల్ అంటామంటే ఒక చోట పెట్టుకునేటప్పుడు 2 మొక్కలు మాక్సిమం అంటే 3 మొక్కలు ఒక గ్యాప్ మినిమం అంటే ఒక 15 సెంటీమీటర్ 20 సెంటీమీటర్ నీట్గా నాటుకుని తెస్తే మంచి పిల్లకలు వస్తాయి. పిల్లలకి కూడా ఆరంగా మనకి చాలా చోట్ల అనంతపురంలో అన్ని చోట్ల మన కళాశాల కూడా ఎవాల్యుయేట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. పిల్లరింగ్ అంటారు కానీ పిల్లరింగ్ బాగా 20 days అప్పుడు ఇలా నాటుకొని 20 days అప్పుడు ఒక మంచి మనకి అమినో యాసిడ్ మిక్సర్ ఉన్న ఏదైనా ఫర్టిలైజర్ ఆర్గానిక్ ఏదైనా వేయండి, చాలా మంచి పిల్లరింగ్. ఈ చేయాల్సిందల్లా 1-2 లేక బాగున్నారు. మనం ఇంత గుర్తు పెట్టదు. ఏమైనా ముందు పోతుంటే గాలి కొంత తెగులు వస్తాయి. తర్వాత పిల్లర్స్ రావు. పిల్లర్ అంటే ప్రొడక్టివ్ పిల్లర్ అనేది వేరు. అంటే మనకు వెన్ను ఉన్నటువంటి పిల్లర్. ఇంకా ఏదైనా వేరే ప్రశ్న ఏదైనా తెగులు గురించి గ్లాస్ కానీ ఏదైనా మీకు ఏదైనా దేని గురించి
మీరు డ్రోన్ గురించి కూడా అడిగారు కదా, డాక్టర్ మధుసూదన్ గారు చెప్తారు.
మాకు నెల్లూరులో ఇస్తున్నారు. మేము ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ చేస్తాను. ఫార్మర్ ఫీల్డ్ లో కూడా డెమో కండక్ట్ చేస్తాను. ఇక్కడ కూడా ఈ ఆఫీస్ కూడా త్వరలో ఒక డ్రోన్ వస్తుంది. మీరు ఏమైనా డెమో కండక్ట్ చేయాలి తర్వాత ఈ ఆఫీస్ ద్వారా కూడా కండక్ట్ చేయాలి. రైతులకి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ద్వారా సబ్సిడీ రూపంగా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు కదా, డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ వ్యవసాయ శాఖ. ఆ సబ్సిడీలన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళు మీరు అప్రోచ్ వాళ్ళు తెలిస్తే కొన్ని ఉండేవి. అంటే బిఎస్సీ చదువుతున్న వాళ్ళకి, డిప్లొమా చదువుతున్న వాళ్ళకి రైతులకి సబ్సిడీ రకరకాలుగా ఉంటాయి. వాళ్ళ ద్వారా అప్లై చేస్తుంది. ఏమండి సక్సెస్ అయ్యండి. అది ఏది ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఒక ఎకరాకి ఒక 10 లీటర్లు ఇట్టుకొని 6 నిమిషాల్లో కొట్టేస్తాం. యూనివర్సిటీ తరఫున 300 రూపాయలు లెక్కన ఎకరాకి స్ప్రే చేయడం చేస్తున్నాము. ఇక్కడ కూడా డ్రోన్ పంపిస్తారు. త్వరలో వస్తాయి. ఇక్కడ కూడా డెమోలే కదా. ఆ సబ్సిడీలన్నీ మీరు వ్యవసాయ శాఖను కలిస్తే వాళ్ళ ద్వారా డిఫరెంట్ ఉండే 75 నుంచి 40 9.5 లక్షలు పడుతుంది. ఆ బ్యాటరీలు 5-6 బ్యాటరీ, డ్రోన్ చార్జర్ అన్ని కలిపి అవేంటంటే గ్రూప్ గా తెచ్చుకొని మన హార్వెస్టర్ ఎలా వాడుకుంటున్నారు ఒకరు తెచ్చుకొని అలా చేసుకోవాలి. అవి సబ్సిడీ కూడా గవర్నమెంట్ ఇస్తుంది. మీరు వ్యవసాయ శాఖను సంప్రదిస్తే వాళ్ళు సబ్సిడీ ఇస్తారు.
మనం డ్రోన్స్ ఆల్రెడీ మన డ్రోన్ లో కూడా మనం కొన్నిసారి అరటిలో వాడుతున్నాం. బెంగళూరు నుంచి 300-400 ఎకరాలు ప్యాడీకి అయితే తక్కువ. అయితే మనం హైట్ పెరిగేసి ధర కాస్ట్ అనేది రైతులతో ఈ సదస్సులో రైతులతో శాస్త్రవేత్తల ఎకనామిక్ కార్యక్రమాల్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయడానికి మన ఈ ప్రాంతీయ వ్యవసాయ పరిశోధన స్థానం తిరుపతి ఏడియా గారు అసోసియేట్ రాజశేఖర్ గారు వచ్చారు. సార్కి ఈ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి పంటల నుంచి అవగాహన ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి మీకు అన్నా కానీ సార్ దృష్టి కూడా తీసుకుంటే పాలసీ రిలేటెడ్ కూడా సలహాలు ఇస్తారు. ఇంకా మీకు ఇందాక ఇంకా పై స్థాయిలో కావాలని అడుగుతున్నారు కదా, అట్లాంటివి ఏమన్నా కానీ సారు ఏడిఆర్ కాబట్టి జోన్ మొత్తానికి యూనివర్సిటీ కానీ మీకు సలహాలు ఇవ్వడానికి మంచి కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయాలి. ఏదైనా తెలుసుకోవాలి ఏదైనా మనకి
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. అలాగే మన రైతు సోదరులందరికీ కూడా. సో ఏంటంటే మన ఆచార్య రంజీరాంగ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీలో డ్రోన్ మీద ప్రత్యేకంగా పరిశోధనలు అందరికంటే కూడా భారతదేశంలో చూసుకుంటే ముందున్నాం. అన్ని పైర్ల మీద పరిశోధన చేశారు. అలాగే మనము ఆ డ్రోన్స్ ని రైతుల పొలాల్లో కూడా చూపించడానికి అన్ని సెంటర్లు దాదాపు చాలా సెంటర్లు కూడా డ్రోన్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. సో దాంట్లో భాగంగా మన దక్షిణ మండలంలో నెల్లూరుకి 2 ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. సో అప్పుడు మనము యూనివర్సిటీని అడిగాము, సార్ ఇది జోనల్ హెడ్ క్వార్టర్ కాబట్టి దక్షిణ మండలానికి తిరుపతి కూడా ఇస్తే బాగుంటుంది, ఇక్కడ రైతులు కూడా చూస్తారు కదా అని చెప్పి మనము యూనివర్సిటీని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు మనకు ఒకటి శాంక్షన్ చేశారు. సో ఇప్పుడు నెల్లూరులో ఉన్న 2 నుంచి ఒక డ్రోన్ మన తిరుపతికి వస్తుంది, ఇంకొక వారం 10 రోజుల్లో వస్తుంది. అలాగే ఇక్కడ ఒక శాస్త్రవేత్తను కూడా దాంట్లో తర్ఫీదు ఇవ్వడానికి ట్రైన్ నుంచి పంపించారు. యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళ మహేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారిని ఎకరానికి మన స్టేజ్ విభాగంలో ఉన్న శాస్త్రవేత్తని దాంట్లో ప్రత్యేకంగా శిక్షణ కూడా ఇచ్చారు. సో ఆయన కూడా అందులో శిక్షణ తీసుకొని మన దగ్గరే ఉంటారు కాబట్టి ఆ డ్రోన్ మన దగ్గర ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మన ప్రాంత రైతులందరూ కూడా ఆ డ్రోన్ ద్వారా ఎవరైనా రైతులు అడిగిన డెమోస్ చేయడము ఇవన్నీ చేయడానికి కూడా ఆస్కారం. సో త్వరలోనే మనకి ఇంకో వారం రోజుల్లో కూడా డ్రోన్ వచ్చేస్తుంది, నెల్లూరు నుంచి తెచ్చుకుంటున్నాము. సో శాస్త్రవేత్త కూడా ట్రైన్ అప్ అయ్యారు కాబట్టి మీ పొలాల్లో కూడా ఎవరైనా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే చూపించడానికి డెమోస్ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం అవన్నీ కూడా అవకాశం ఉంది. అదే అందుకనే మన వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు రైతులందరూ కూడా ఎక్కువ మంది అడుగుతున్నారు కాబట్టి మనము కిసాన్ మేళాకి లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ హాజరయ్యారో లేదో అప్పుడు కూడా మనము డెమో ఏర్పాటు చేస్తాం. ఇక్కడ నెల్లూరు వాళ్ళు వచ్చి ఇక్కడే మనకి డెమో కూడా పెట్టారు. అలాగే ప్రైవేట్ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళకి కూడా మనం చేశాము. ఇప్పుడు దీని మీద ఇంకా ముందుకు ఏంటంటే పెయిడ్ అప్ ప్రైస్ అంటాం, అంటే ప్రైవేట్ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు మనకి డబ్బులు ఇచ్చి యూనివర్సిటీ తప్ప పెయిడ్ అప్ ప్రైస్ చేస్తారు. అది కూడా నెల్లూరు వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళు కూడా రైతులు మన సిద్ధవుతాం మాట్లాడారు, రైతుల పొలాల్లోనే వాళ్ళు ఇప్పటికే 2 సార్లు వెళ్ళి పిచ్చిగారి చేస్తే ఆ రకమైన పరీక్షలు కూడా చేస్తారు. అంటే రైతులు చాలా మందికి అనుమానాలు ఉంటాయి కదా, ఎక్కువ మంది వేస్తే మొక్క పైరు మారిపోతుంది, లేకపోతే సీడ్ సెట్టింగ్ సరిగా ఉండదు, ఫ్లవరింగ్ అప్పుడు కొడితే పోతప్పుడు గాలి ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కదా డ్రోన్కి, ఆ సీడ్ సెట్టింగ్ జరగదు, ఈ అపోహలన్నీ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి అవన్నీ కూడా రైతులు స్వయంగా చూస్తే బాగుంటుంది అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆ స్టేజీలోనే మనం డ్రోన్ తోటి చేయించాం. ఇప్పటికే 2 సార్లు వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళు చేసి వచ్చారు. సో అది డేటా అంతా కూడా తీసుకుంటున్నారు, ఏమైనా మచ్చలు ఏర్పడ్డాయా, ఏమైనా కాలేయా అవన్నీ కూడా రికార్డ్ చేస్తారు. సో అలాగా అన్ని కూడా మనకి రైతులకి ముందు అంతా కూడా ఆల్మోస్ట్ చాలా మంది రైతులు నెల్లూరులో చూసుకుంటే అందరూ కూడా ప్రైవేట్ వాళ్ళ దగ్గర రైతు చేసుకొని ఇక్కడ చేసుకుంటున్నారు, చాలా మంది ఇబ్బంది ఏమి లేదు. సో అది కూడా మన ప్రాంతాలు కూడా త్వరలో
పూర్వమండలం నుంచి కూడా డ్రోన్ ఆల్రెడీ పోయిన సంవత్సరం మనం అనంతపురం ప్రాంతంలో బెంగళూరు కంపెనీతో ఎంక్వైరీ చేసుకొని చేయించడం జరిగింది. మీరు అడిగారు కాబట్టి డాడీ అని చెప్పి కొన్నిసారి మనం కొద్దిగా ఇగ్నోర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. కార్తీక తర్వాత మనం కాలాస్ ఏరియాలో కూడా ఒక డ్రోన్ కి 2 ఉండాలి. అది ప్రైవేట్ వ్యక్తులు ఇందాక అడిగారు కదా, లైసెన్స్ కూడా ఉండాలి. పైలట్ అయితే అట్లాంటి ఉన్న వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే దాన్ని చేయగలరు, అందరూ తెలియదు. సో దానికోసమే కష్టం. డ్రోన్ కొనుక్కోవడం ఈజీ, దానికి ఒక ప్రొఫెషనల్ టీమ్ ఉండాలి. దానికోసం ఇది బెంగళూరులో, చెన్నైలో జరుగుతున్న మనం ఆల్రెడీ ఎంజాయ్ చేయింది. టొమాటో మీద మదనపల్లిలో కూడా ఒక ట్రై, ఒక కాలాస్తి డాడీ తప్పకుండా మనం ఒక టీం ప్యాడీ ఈజీ కూడా ఒక ఎకరా తక్కువ టైంలో తక్కువ మోతాదు ఎటువంటి కూడా
ఇంకో వరిలో ఇంకేమైనా సమస్యలు ఉంటే అడగంటే ఆయన చెప్తారు. తర్వాత వేరే ప్రాపర్టీ వేరే సార్ అంటే ఒక క్రాప్ అయిన తర్వాత ఒక దానికి వెళ్తాము. ఇంకా ప్యాడీలో ఇంకేమైనా వరిలో ఇంకేమి లేకపోతే మనం రెండో పైకి ఇది మనం మీరు అడిగిన దాంట్లో చూస్తే మనం ఆల్టర్నేట్ డాడీకి రెమ్యూనరేటివ్ గా చూస్తే నెల్లూరు జిల్లాలో అయితే కొన్ని మండలాలు ఐడెంటిఫై చేశారు. ఏది ఆయిల్ ఫామ్. ఆయిల్ ఫామ్ కోసం అప్పుడు కల్టివేట్ చేశారు, ఫ్యాక్టరీ ఉంది మనబోల్ దగ్గర, తర్వాత సబ్సిక్వెంట్ గా క్లోజ్ అయిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ దాన్ని కొన్ని మండలాలను ఐడెంటిఫై చేశారు, ఎక్కడైతే ఆయిల్ ఫామ్ క్లోజ్ చేయిందో అవి నోటిఫై చేశారు. సో దానికి సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తారు గవర్నమెంట్. సో ఆ నోటిఫై చేసిన ఏరియాలో వేసుకున్న వాళ్ళకి మటుకు సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చి ఆ ఫ్యాక్టరీ కూడా ఓపెన్ చేయిస్తున్నారు మళ్ళీ. సో ఆ ప్రాసెస్ అయితే రన్ అవుతుంది. మీరు చెప్పిన ఇంకా డేట్స్ అయితే మటుకు ఇంకా ఏమి నాకు తెలిసి రాలేదు. ఇంకా ఈ డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్ ఇటువంటివి రైతులు కొంతమంది చేసుకుంటూ ఉన్నారు. సో వాళ్ళు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ గా కొంత చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. సో కొంతమంది దాదాపు 5 ఎకరాలు 6 ఎకరాల దాంట్లో కూడా ఉన్నారు. ఈవెన్ మనం చూసుకుంటే కావల దగ్గర జనపావని అటు వెళ్తున్నప్పుడు ఒక రైతు దాదాపు 7 ఎకరాలు 8 ఎకరాల్లో మొత్తం డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్ వేశారు. అదే ఆయన అడిగితే బాగానే ఉందండి అని చెప్పారు. అలాగే ఆయనందరికీ ఆయన ఓన్గా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చేసుకొని, కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే కొంచెం పెద్ద రైతు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు ఇనిషియల్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ పెట్టుకోగలిగాడు. ఆయన 7 ఎకరాలు చేయడం అంటే అన్నిటికీ సపోర్ట్ అన్ని చేయడము, కాబట్టి ఆయన చాలా పద్ధతిగా అంత బాగా చేస్తున్నారు, బాగానే ఉంటుంది. అలాగే రైతులు కొంతమంది చేసుకుంటూ ఉన్నారు. అది ఇంకా మనకి గ్యాజెట్ అవుతారు. ఎక్కువ ప్రొడక్షన్ అయ్యే కొద్ది దాన్ని తినేవాళ్ళు కావాలి కదా. డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్ అందరూ ఇష్టంగా తినరు, చాలా లిమిటెడ్ గా తింటారు. ఇప్పుడు కొంచెం ఏరియాలో ఉంది కాబట్టి అది మార్కెట్కి వెళ్తుంది. ఇంత ఒకేసారి ఎక్కువ వచ్చినప్పుడు అంత కన్సంప్షన్ ఉండాలి. అంత కన్సంప్షన్ డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్ ఎవరికి ఉంది? ఎవరితో పెద్ద లైక్ చేయరు. ఏదో దాని ఇంపార్టెన్స్ తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు, మెడిసినల్ గా బాగుంటుంది ఆ ఫ్రూట్, తింటే మంచిది అనుకున్న వాళ్ళు, అలాగా ఆరోగ్యంగా బాగుందని ఫీల్ అయ్యే వాళ్ళు తింటారు. కానీ మన రెగ్యులర్ గా బనానా తిన్నట్టు లేకపోతే ఇంకొక ఫ్రూట్ తిన్నట్టు దాని అయితే తినరు డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్. ఏమన్నా ప్రతి దానికి కొత్త వాటికి వచ్చేసరికి ఇబ్బంది అక్కడే వస్తుంది. మార్కెటింగ్ ఏంటి
ఈ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ సంబంధించి అయితే ఖర్జూర మొక్క గురించి అనంతపురంలో ఖర్జూర మొక్క ఆల్రెడీ పంటగా సాగు చేస్తున్న 6 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి మొదలుపెట్టారు. అనంతపురం జిల్లా నార్పల ప్రాంతం నుంచి మీరు అన్నట్టుగా ఫస్ట్ ఇన్పుట్ కాస్ట్ ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. మొక్క ఒక్కొక్కటి 3,500 నుంచి 5,000, ఎకరాకు 60 మొక్కలు పడతాయి. 60 మొక్కలు, అందులో ఫీమేల్ అంటే ఆడ మొక్కలు 45 కాకుండా ఒక 15 మగ మొక్కలు. సో ఇది దానికి రేపు నాటుకున్న 3వ సంవత్సరం నుంచి మీకు దిగుబడి వచ్చేటువంటి మొక్క 3,500 4,000 గుజరాత్ ప్రాంతం నుంచి వస్తుంది. టిష్యూ కల్చర్ ద్వారా డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. దీనికి ఇంకా ఈ ఇన్పుట్ కాస్ట్ తర్వాత ఫర్టిలైజర్ అనేది ఏం ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. ఏ నేలకైనా వస్తుంది, ఉప్పు నేలకైనా వస్తుంది, ఏం పెద్ద నీరు కూడా పెద్దగా అవసరం లేదు. అయితే నెక్స్ట్ దానికి కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఫర్టిలైజర్ ఎక్కడ అవుతుందంటే 3 ఏళ్ళ తర్వాత ఆ కాస్ట్ కాయాలంటే ఈ పుప్పుడి కూడా కొనాల్సి వస్తుంది. కేజీ 60,000 70,000 నేను ఉన్నప్పుడు అది సరిపోదు, దాని మీద దర్శనం చేయడానికి. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక కొంత క్లిష్ట సాధ్యమైనట్టు మీరు చేయగలిగిన ధైర్యం ఉండి మార్కెట్ చేసుకోగలము నెల్లూరులో అంటే అనంతపురం ప్రాంతంలో మీరు వెళ్ళండి. నార్పలకి మన గ్రోమోర్ అనేది ఎక్కడైనా ఉన్నా అక్కడ చెప్తే రైతు దగ్గర తీసుకెళ్ళి సురేష్ నాయుడు గారిని రైతు ఆయన దగ్గర మా టీం తీసుకెళ్తారు. మీరే మాట్లాడి ప్రశ్నలు మీకు ఉంటే కూడా సార్ వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. ఇది ఏమైనా ఇంకా ఏమైనా అడగాల్సి ఉంటే మీరేమైనా అడుగుతారా? అది తేనె మంచి పురుగుతో బంక కారుతుంటుంది. సరైన టైంలో మీరు దానికి సరైన మందు స్ప్రే చేసుకున్నట్లయితే థయోమిథాక్సమ్ అంటారు, దాన్ని మీరు స్ప్రే అది కరెక్ట్ టైంలో చేసుకోవాలి. అది దానికి ఒక 2-3 రకాల మందులు మనకి అందుబాటులో ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ మనం తొలి దశలోనే అంటే ఇప్పుడు నవంబర్లోనే కాన్ఫిడార్ తక్కువ మంది అసిపేట్ కానీ కాన్ఫిడార్ ఇట్లాంటివి కలిపి తీసుకోవడము, తర్వాత థయోమిథాక్సమ్ అనేటువంటి మందుని 2-3 సార్లు పిచికారి చేసుకోవడం వల్ల ఈ బంక తెగులు దాని ద్వారా వచ్చేటువంటి మత్స్య తెగులు రెండు విత్తంటారు.
దాంతో పాటు ఒక 200 మొక్కలు కాయలు బాగా కానీ ఎక్కువ కాయలు కానీ వస్తున్నాయి. భయంకరమైన ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే రోజు 2 రోజులు వెయిట్ చేసినా మొత్తం బీభత్సం. అదే అలహాబాద్ సభ్యత పక్కకు మొక్క 6 అడుగులు గ్యాప్లో ఉన్నది మీకు ఆ పూజ అన్నట్లేదు. కానీ అలహాబాద్ సభ్యత కాపు రావట్లేదు, మొక్క బాగా పెరిగిపోతుంది, కాపు రావట్లేదు. దీనికి ఏం చేయాలంటే
ఇది జాములో మనకు ప్రధానంగా వచ్చేటువంటి 2 ప్రధాన సమస్యలు, ఒకటి వేరు పురుగు అయితే నెమటోడ్ అయితే, రెండవది ఊజి. ఊజి అనేటువంటిది మామిడి అన్ని రకాల పండ్ల మొక్కలకి ఆశిస్తుంది, కానీ జాముకు వచ్చినంత ఇదిగా ఇంకెక్కడా ఉండదు, చాలా ఎక్కువగా విస్తృతంగా ఉంటుంది. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఊజీ గురించి మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత మీకు ఫ్లవరింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం. సో దీంట్లో ఊజీ అనేటువంటి అంటే ఫ్రూట్ ఫ్లై మనకు మిగతా పురుగుల్లాగా కాదు. మిగతా మీరు బంక తెగులు అడిగారు, అది ఆపర్ వస్తుంది, వేరే పురుగులు అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది కూడా అట్లాంటి పురుగు జాతికి చెందినదైనప్పటికీ ఊజీకు మాత్రమే ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన గుణం. మిగతా పురుగు జాతులన్నీ ఈ మీరు టెంపోరల్ దగ్గర మొదలుకొని ఇందాక అడిగారు కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు తక్షణ ఉదాహరణ ఏదైనా కూడా కీటకానికి సంబంధించి ఏ తెగులైనా ఏ పురుగు అయినా కూడా దాని సంసారం మొత్తం దాని లైఫ్ సైకిల్ అంతా కూడా ఆకు మీద నేల మీద అక్కడే ఉంటుంది. సకింగ్ టెస్ట్ కూడా స్విచ్ దగ్గర నుంచి అక్కడక్కడే అవుతుంది, దాని మల్టిప్లికేషన్ స్థాయిలో జరుగుతుంది, మళ్ళీ పంట వేసినప్పుడు మళ్ళీ అవుతుంది. కాబట్టి మనం మందులు కొట్టినప్పుడు ఎంతో కొంత 3 సార్లు 4 సార్లు కొట్టినప్పుడు పాపులేషన్ తగ్గుతా వస్తుంది, కొంత గుణం కనపడుతుంది. ఒక్క ఊజీ మాత్రమే ఆ తోటలో పరిస్థితులు ఎక్కడ దాని సంసారం ఉండదు. అది కొండల్లోనో చెట్లలోనో ఎక్కడైనా బయట నుంచి వస్తుంది తోట. కాబట్టి మనకు ఈ కెమికల్ మందులు ఏవి దానికి పనికి రావు. అది ప్రధానంగా మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. లేని దాని గురించి మనం ఎక్కువ అయితే మనం ఫస్ట్ సైన్స్ అర్థం చేసుకుంటే దాన్ని ఎట్లా నివారించుకోవాలనేటువంటిది మనకి ఐడియా అవుతుంది. సో దానికి మనకైతే కంట్రోల్ టెక్నికల్ గా అయితే మీరు చాలా వరకు రైతులు నాకు తెలుసు పెండాలు వాడుతుంటారు, అంతే కదా, వాసన ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. సో పెండాలు పెండాలు ఎక్కువగా వాడతారు. సో ఈ పెండాలు కూడా మీకు వారం రోజులు మాత్రమే రక్షణ కల్పిస్తుంది. మామిడిలో కూడా జామలో కూడా వారం రోజుల తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మీకు అటాక్ అవుతుంది. ఈ పెండాలు వాడేటప్పుడు కూడా తప్పదు అనుకున్నప్పుడు ఈ గట్లెంబడి ఎక్కువగా స్ప్రే చేసుకోవాలి. గట్లెంబడి స్ప్రే చేసుకుంటే ఈ స్మెల్ అనేటువంటిది ఊజీకి తగలకుండా ఆ మాగుతున్నప్పుడు మనకు రాని స్మెల్ కూడా అది ఇంకా పిందెలో ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా గణించగలదు. ఊజీ వెయిట్ నుండి వచ్చేస్తుంది. అది ఏం చేస్తుంది అంటే జస్ట్ ప్లేస్ ఎక్స్ అన్నమాట, ఫ్రాక్షన్ ఆఫ్ సెకండ్, ఒక సెకండ్ లో కూడా 10వ వంతులో అది అలా వాలిపోతే హండ్రెడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎగ్స్ పెట్టిపోతుంది లోపలికి. అది మళ్ళీ నెగెట్ ఫామ్ అయి ఫ్రూట్ పాయిడ్ కావడం అనేటువంటి జరుగుతుంది. సో అది రాకుండా చేయాలంటే పెండాలు కొద్ది వరకు మనకు కంట్రోల్ అవుతుంది. ఇంకా ప్రధానమైన కంట్రోల్ అంటే ఒకటి ఉన్నది లింగాకర్షణ. మనకు ఎకరాకు దాదాపు 25 నుంచి మామూలుగా అయితే 10-12 అంటాం, జాములో అయితే నాకు తెలిసి ప్రతి 7 చెట్లకు ఒకటి లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు పెట్టుకోవాలి. లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు రకరకాల క్రాప్ బేస్డ్ అంటే పంటను బట్టి కూడా లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు వస్తున్నాయి. ఈ ఫ్రూట్ లైక్ ఉంది, మామిడికి వేరు, జాముకు వేరు, టమాటోకు వేరు వస్తుంది. జాములో మీరు లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు పెట్టడం ద్వారా మాత్రమే లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు పెట్టాలి. తర్వాత ఈ కాయ లావు సైజ్ అవుతున్న కొద్దీ గట్టెంబడి పెండాలు పుడుతుంది. ఈ రెండింటినీ ప్రయోగం చేయడం వల్ల మాత్రం మీరు కొద్ది వరకు కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇక మామిడి రైతులు అయితే ఎవరైనా 2-3 మండలాల మామిడి ఉన్న వాళ్ళైతే ఇంకొక పద్ధతి కూడా అందుబాటులో ఉంది. మనం కాయ కొంత పచ్చిగా ఉన్నప్పుడే తెంపేసి దాన్ని ఏం చేయాలంటే ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఈ 2 లింగాకర్షణ కుట్టలు పెట్టుకొని పెండాలు కుట్టినా కూడా ఎస్కేప్ ఉంటుంది. ఒక 20% 30% ఫ్రూట్ ఫ్లై ఎఫెక్ట్ అయింది. వాటిని కాయని మనం కట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఒక 2 ఎకరాలు 3 ఎకరాలు అయితే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసి పెద్ద డేక్షా తీసుకొని పొలంలో కొంత పొయ్యిలాగా వెలిగించుకొని నీళ్లు పోసేసి నీళ్లను ఎక్కువ వేడి కాకుండా గోరువెచ్చగా 40 డిగ్రీలు 45-50 డిగ్రీల వరకు మరిగిన తర్వాత నీళ్ళు దాంట్లో ఈ కాయని ఒక హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ అంటే 30 నిమిషాలు ఉంచినట్లయితే లోపల ఉన్నటువంటి మెగెట్స్ ఏమన్నా కూడా చనిపోతాయి. మళ్ళీ టెంపరేచర్ ఎక్కువ కావాలి 40 డిగ్రీలు అంటే కొంత మనం కాఫీ కన్నా కొంత తక్కువగా వెళ్తుంది. ఇలా పెట్టుకుంటే మనకు వెళ్తుంది. అలా ఒక 20 నిమిషాలు హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ ఉంటే లోపల మెగెట్స్ చనిపోతాయి. కాబట్టి మనకి వ్యాపారస్తులకు ఇచ్చినా లేకపోతే మీరు కొంత వ్యాపారస్తులు వచ్చేతో పెట్టుకున్నా కూడా వెంటారు వచ్చే వరకు అది కుళ్ళిపోవు కాయ లోపల చనిపోయిన. ఇది మామిడిలో ఇంకొక సస్య రక్షణ ఈ ఫ్రూట్ ఫ్లై గురించి. జాములో అయితే మనకు లింగాకర్షణ గుట్టలు ఇది లేదు. సో ఇది ఊజీ గురించి. తర్వాత మీరు అలహాబాద్ ఎందుకు సఫేద ఫ్లవరింగ్ రావట్లేదు అంటున్నారు. మేబీ అది మీరు ఎక్కడ కడియం నుంచి తెచ్చారా ఎక్కడి నుంచి తెచ్చారా అడిగితే దాదాపు మనకి 3 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత ఫ్లవరింగ్ రావాలి. మామూలుగా మీరు జామ తీసుకుంటే మిక్స్డ్ వస్తాయి. యూనిఫామ్ టిష్యూ కల్చర్ తీసుకున్నా కూడా యూనిఫామ్ గా రాదు. ఖచ్చితంగా మనం అలహాబాద్ సఫేద తీసుకున్నా కూడా దైవాన్ని మిక్స్ అవుతుంది అన్నమాట. అదే మనకు 3 సంవత్సరాలు అని చెప్పాను కదా. 3 సంవత్సరాలు మీరు ప్రూనింగ్ బాగా చేసుకోండి. ఖచ్చితంగా ప్రూనింగ్ చేసుకుంటే 3 సంవత్సరాలకి అలహాబాద్ సఫేద తప్పకుండా మనకి పూత వస్తుంది. లేదు జాములో లేకుంటే సదస్సులో భాగంగా శాస్త్రవేత్తలతో ముఖాముఖి జరిగింది. ఇంకేమన్నా రైతు సమస్యగా ఉన్నట్లయితే ఈ పరిశోధన కాంటాక్ట్ నెంబర్ తీసుకోండి. మనకు సమయభావం వల్ల వేరే సెషన్స్ అన్ని కూడా ఉన్నాయి. ఇంతతో ఈ రైతులతో ఈ శాస్త్రవేత్తలతో ముఖాముఖి ముగిస్తూ వేరే ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్కి వెళ్తాము. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్నటువంటి రైతులకు మరియు ఈ సహాయ సహచారులకు శారదా జగన్ మేడంకి గవర్నమెంట్ తరఫున వచ్చిన చక్రధర్ గారికి ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుతూ ఈ సెషన్ ముగిస్తున్నాము. మనకు కొన్ని పెండింగ్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. దానికి మనం యాక్చువల్లీ అన్ని టెక్నికల్ సెషన్స్ ఉంటుంటే రైతుల సమస్యలు శాస్త్రవేత్తలకి చేరడానికి కష్టం అవుతుంది. అందుకని చెప్పని సదస్సులో భాగంగా రైతులను కూడా బయటకి తీసుకొచ్చేసి మీ క్షేత్ర స్థాయిలో ఉన్న సమస్యలను వాళ్ళు తీసుకొద్దామనే ఉద్దేశంతో తీసుకొచ్చాము. ఏమన్నా గ్యాప్స్ ఉన్నట్లయితే మీరు వచ్చిన సమస్యలు ఆ ఏరియాతో రీసెర్చ్ చేయడానికి కూడా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం కానీ పరిశోధనా స్థానాలకు కూడా ఇది అవకాశం కూడా ఉంటుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ రాజశేఖర్ సార్ ఫర్ కమింగ్ హియర్ అండ్ ఇంటరాక్టింగ్. థ్యాంక్స్ సార్. One more speaker who are available online. Madam, okay. We have one of the lead talk by madam. Part of the session 4. Interest about the speaker, Dr. Professor Krishna Sundari Satyaraju, Biotechnology Department, JP Institute of Information Technology. Dr.
presently studying as a professor in the Biotechnology Department of JP University of Information Technology, Noida. She is the coordinator, Center of Excellence in Microbiology and Plant Biotechnology, and coordinator, Technology Solutions for Soil and Water Remediation. She is having experience in 20 years and in academics and also research. And without much spending more time, I request Krishna Sundari Madam to go ahead with the presentation. Madam, please unmute yourself and.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Please.
Yeah. So thank you very much, the organizers of the national conference, for inviting me to give this late lecture. And I also thank the respected chair and senior delegates who have very effectively conducted the farmers' meet a little while before. Many times this is a gap that there is a understanding that is developed in the laboratory and how it is transformed to the farming society. So many times this gap remains. So I really appreciate the organizers of the conference to have arranged this farmers one-to-one meeting and sort out some of the real-time issues. My talk is going to be a purely technical talk, and I will be talking about what we have been doing in JP University since a decade. So I will be sharing my slides. Just give me a minute. I request the organizers to allow me to share my screen, please.
Madam, it is there, madam. Multiple, you can share. Multiple participants can share. Please, madam. Please go ahead,
Okay.
madam.
Are you able to see my screen?
Now again share, madam. Like, earlier it was going.
Is the screen visible?
Please share, madam.
Yeah, I have shared it.
No, please unshare and again repeat it.
Just a minute.
Yeah, now it is fine, madam. Please share.
Now it is visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Yeah, so welcome you all to my presentation. So I titled this presentation as the novel research leads to establish the manifold potential of plant growth promoting microorganisms for abating abiotic and biotic stress in croplands. You must have heard during this conference people referring to bioinoculants and people referring to the advantages where we use alternatives for chemicals to restore the crop health and also to restore the soil health. My work is primarily centered to provide holistic plant growth support and also to address the problems that are there in the agriculture soils. Now let us go into the lecture. So as we understand, when we see the picture of farmers, their land holdings in agriculture all across the country, we will see that, or we will understand that majority of the farming community in India is a marginal farming community. Many of the states have got farmers whose land holding capacity is very less, and many a times it is lesser than 2 acres or so. When there is such little land holding capacity as an average amongst the farmers, so we understand this particular statistics, this particular graph is very clearly showing that in different states, the percentage of small farmers or percentage of farmers with marginal land holding is every time higher than 60%, 70%, and 80%. The country average is 86%. So when we are talking about providing solutions to this farming community, we have to keep in mind that majority of the Indian farming community is a marginal community. So whatever solutions that we are going to provide are not only required to be environmentally safe, but they are also required to be cost effective, because our farmers cannot put huge capital investment into their agriculture. So this is one of the primary imperatives that is required to be understood by every scientist who is working in this field of supporting agriculture or supporting farming practices. Now, when we talk about agriculture, there are multiple issues that the farmer faces from day to day. One of the problems which the farmers face is huge amount of chemical residues that are left out in the soil. Because there are huge amount of chemical residues present in the soil, they interfere with the productive capacity of the land. As a result, if the farmer is wanting to increase his productivity, he tries to add more amount of fertilizers, and with more amount of fertilizers, there is increased vegetative growth in plants, and there is also the sensitivity towards diseases and pests which increases with excessive amount of fertilization. Now, when this is happening, the farmer once again ends up using lots of pesticides. When the farmer is using so much amount of chemicals into the land, and also there are indirect ways where the agriculture land is receiving chemical compounds. Maybe it is through the air pollution, maybe it is through the polluted water which the farmer is forced to use for irrigation purposes. So there are multiple direct and indirect routes by which chemicals enter into the agriculture soils. Now, when these chemicals are entering into the agriculture soil, what is it that they are doing in the soil? So basically, they decrease the soil reactivity, they compromise the soil fertility, they impact the diversity and also the density of helpful microorganisms that are present in healthy organic soils. Also, this increasing residues of chemicals, they create an artificial deficiency of nutrients. That means, even though the nutrients are available, because of complexing reactions, the nutrients are not made available to the plants. So as a result, the farmer ends up supplementing more and more amount of fertilizers. Another problem with accumulating chemicals in the soil is the water holding capacity of the soil decreases. The soil's physical structure also progressively deteriorates. And when all this is happening, the chemicals also undergo a process which is called as bioaccumulation and biomagnification, as a result, which is leading to toxicity. Now, if you see the entire world picture, when you are using so much amount of chemicals in agriculture, what are the major impacts? So pollution is an impact, water scarcity is an impact, and biodiversity loss. Now, in this particular world map, if you can try to figure out the situation of India, so we are already at concern level 2 and concern level 3 when it comes to the impact of chemical inputs in agriculture. So it is time that we should seriously consider how we are going to address this residues of chemicals that are present in the soil. Now, not only these chemicals are stressing the limits of the soil, but also they are furthering the global climate change impacts also. Because when the climate change is happening, the abiotic stress factors, the frequency of incidence of abiotic stress in agriculture crops will also increase. So the impact of agriculture on climate change and the impact of climate change on agriculture, it is like a continuous loop. So you cannot separate one from the other. So if you want to decrease the impact of climate change on agriculture, you need to practice organic agriculture systems, progressive incorporation of scientifically validated solutions, so that the impact on climate can be gradually decreased. So if we can achieve that, then maybe the impact of climate change on agriculture can also be decelerated. I'm not saying that we can completely stop it, but we can only, regulate the rate at which it is happening. Now, what are the different types of stresses that a farmer in an agriculture field is going to face? So if you can broadly divide the stresses into abiotic stress and also the biotic stress. So under the abiotic stress category, we have got stress due to heavy metal accumulated in the agriculture soils, stress due to organic and inorganic chemicals that are associated in the soil, and also salinity. I was participating in the sessions before, and I could see that the farmers who are in the audience were raising queries regarding the salinity issue that is present in many of the locations in their agricultural fields. Yes, salinity is an issue, and we need to consider that it is going to cause an heavy impact upon the yield of the agricultural crops. When we talk about the biotic stress, obviously the bacterial, the fungal, and the viral diseases are the reason for the biotic stresses. Now, when you see how the Indian soils are affected by salinity, so all those black marked pockets are the ones where the impact of salinity is very high. So Andhra Pradesh, obviously we have got the impact of salinity in certain pockets. And where I am talking from, so that is in, Uttar Pradesh. So there also, and also the Haryana. So there also the soils have this tremendous problem of salinity. So these are the issues that the scientists who are working on providing solutions for better crop should be looking into. Another inorganic stress is heavy metal. So like I have already mentioned, heavy metal might be entering into the soil either through the wastewater that is used for irrigation, either through leaching or into the groundwater. And the contamination of these heavy metals is so heavy that the vegetable samples that are picked from multiple markets are registering detectable limits of heavy metals in them. So which is a matter of health concern to all of us who are consuming those products. Now, when you talk about pesticides utility, every state in India is utilizing pesticides. There is no, a surprise element in it because we want to protect our crop soils. But there are some states which are using maximum amount of pesticides, and this is a list which is shown which are the states which are using maximum amount of pesticide. Now the question comes, if we are using so much amount of pesticides, what is it that it is we are mentioning here as the never-ending pesticide loop? So all of us who are associated with farming directly or indirectly know that pesticides are very, very important to control crop diseases. So if we are not using the pesticides, we might end up losing more than 50 to 60% of crop yield or crop productivity in every crop season, which no country can afford and which no farmer can afford. So obviously, the farming community resorts to use of pesticides. However, when we are using these pesticides, the very same pesticides are indirectly contribute to the decline of the soil quality, so that year after year, the amount of pesticide that the soil is demanding is constantly increasing, and also the quality of the crops that are being produced is also progressively getting decreased. So that is why we say that it is a never-ending pesticide loop. So why we want to bother about the pesticide residues? Why we are concerned if more and more pesticide is going into the soil? So you see that this picture is, showing very clearly that there are many pesticides that we are using in agriculture, and the list of them is given. Some of them are organophosphate pesticides, and which are the second and third generation pesticides. Even though these second and third generation pesticides are not as toxic as the very first generation, which is the chlorinated pesticides, still the organophosphate pesticides have got a very heavy impact on the croplands. Now, what is happening to the pesticides that we are using in the soil? So as you're seeing, we might be using the pesticide either as a mixture in the soil piles, or we are spraying them, or we are doing a seed coat, or the pesticide is entering to the water that we are using for irrigation purposes. Now, these pesticides, through multiple crop products, they are entering into the food that we are consuming day in and day out. So they are entering into the vegetables that we eat, they are entering into the dairy products, the meat products, and also the fishery products. As a result, there are multiple health impacts that are being caused on human beings. Now, when you have got all these pesticides entering into the human body, so the studies reveal that up to 40% of the chemicals that we are finding in the food is chlorinated pesticides. You might be surprised with this data because majority of the chlorinated pesticides are already banned for heavy use or high quantum utility. Still, the pesticide residues are present in the soil because the half-life of these pesticides, which we have used once upon a time very heavily, they are still present in the soil. Now, there is 30% of the food that is contaminated with the organophosphate pesticides. Then we also have got carbamates and synthetic pyrethroids, which are also polluting the food that we are eating. So when we are consuming so much amount of the residual pesticides, how are they going to impact? So they impact practically each and every major organ of our body, whether it is the heart or the lungs or the kidneys or the skin or the reproductive system or the liver. So majority of the organs of human system are adversely impacted when you are consuming unknowingly in an indirect manner small quantities of residual pesticides. Now, the major crux of the issue is when we are using a pesticide ex quantum in the soil, only 95% of that pesticide actually does the job of killing the target pest, whereas the 95% of the residual pesticide remains as a residue, and that 95% of the residue goes into different environments, like it goes into the water, it goes into the land, it goes into the atmosphere, and there it results in accumulation and also biomagnification. So our research, the study that I am going to present, is concentrating upon how to deal with this 95% of residue of the pesticides that are remaining in the soil, which are contaminating our food and which are also causing health problems. So is there any biotechnological solution where we can break down this residual pesticides in the soil? So that is the focus of our research work, which we have been practicing since past few years. Now, what are the challenges that are faced by the plant? This we have already discussed: abiotic stress, biotic stress, and so on and so forth. So we would like to provide a solution which is going to cater for biocontrol, that is like which can do the job of disease resistance in plants, which can stimulate the growth of the plants, and also that can provide tolerance towards stress. So this is our mandate. So what have we chosen for our study? We have chosen plant growth promoting microorganisms for our research. The reason why we have chosen the plant growth promoting microorganisms is because they are ubiquitous, they are present everywhere. They can assist in the growth of the plant. They can also arrest the disease causing microorganisms from coming into contact with the plant. They have got a wider host range, and they can either live as free living organisms or they can enter into partial associations with the plant roots, so that whatever benefits that they are conferring, they are reaching to the the target farmlands. So then now when we talk about the PGPM research, so progressively over the years there is concentrated interest, the increase in interest in PGPM research. As we are seeing here, there are multiple journals which are reporting successful utilization of PGPM as to solve the issues in the croplands. Now, when you talk about the market available bioformulations, how many of these plant growth promoting microorganisms are developed into formulations already? If we see that amongst the bioformulations, majority of the bioformulations are fungal formulations. A very small segment of them are bacterial, and even much smaller of them are the viral bioformulations. Within the biopesticides, you have got trichoderma based populations, which are very, very popular. And there are certain other organisms also which are used for biopesticide purposes. For biofertilizers, still we have got maximum amount of production, which is based on rhizobium strains or azotobacter or azospirillum strains. Also, there are formulations in the market that are based on mycorrhiza and blue-green algae. There are certain other companies which produce PSBs or phosphate solubilizing microorganisms also. Now, when you look at the market, the biofertilizer market that is present, so we could understand that internationally, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. So we are talking about in 2021, the market size is 2.67 billion US dollars. Whereas in year 2030, it is expected that it will rise to $6.97 billion. We are talking about more than 2 to 3-fold rise in the market share, which is very huge. And it is a very big opportunity for the agri entrepreneurs also. When you talk about the Indian market, once again, there is increasing biofertilizer market size in India starting from 17. If you see, the market has already increased 3 to 4 times. And what are the major types of biofertilizers? I have already mentioned to you. We are still producing up to 75% nitrogen fixing microorganisms. Now, biopesticides market, if you are looking at, once again, the market is very, very interesting. But the issue is we are concentrating on very limited number of traits and very limited number of organisms as biopesticides. Now, there is also increasing demand for plant growth regulating substances. So this is also a growing market, which provides a larger avenue for research students and the scientists and the entrepreneurs and the startup initiatives to enter into the plant growth regulating sphere also. So in our research at our laboratory at JP University in Noida, what is it that we would like to achieve? We would like to achieve, healthy soil. And how we would like to achieve healthy soil is by, ensuring that whatever are the residual chemical pesticides that are present in the soil, they are made non-toxic. We want to ensure holistic plant growth. And we also would like to ensure that the edible products that are coming onto our plates are free of pesticide residues. So when we wanted to do that, we tried to identify what are the concerns that are present in the available bioformulations, whether they are biofertilizers or biocontrol agents. So there are major challenges at the developmental stage, at the production stage, and also at the end user stage. I'm sure that in your earlier presentations in this conference, speakers might have already touched upon these topics, so I'm not getting into explanation of them. Now, what we have done, we have worked with a group of bacteria and also group of fungi. Now, the bacteria that we were working with, we have divided them into different groups. We have taken one group, which is a pseudomonad group. We have taken another group, which is a diazotroph group. Mind you, we did not take any rhizobium species. The specific reason why we did not take rhizobium is we want a wider host range. So if we are incorporating rhizobium, we are limiting our research to only the leguminaceae plants. That's the reason why we have chosen the diazotrophic organisms as another group. Then we have collected specific isolates from pesticide challenged areas, so that we would like to know whether the isolates that are coming from the pesticide challenged areas are going to give us a better result. So taking all these microorganisms, what we tried to do, we tried to assess their ability to tolerate abiotic stress. The first component of the abiotic stress we tested with their ability was against salt concentration, and we tried to identify 4 isolates, PGPM 2, 9, 11, and 12, which are tolerating increasing concentrations even up to 100 millimolar of the salt concentration. Then we proceeded to test their ability to tolerate heavy metal, because there are heavy metal residues that are present in the soil, which are coming through multiple routes, which I have already explained to you a little while before. So we have tried to observe whether the isolates that we are talking about are able to tolerate the heavy metal stress in the soil and also the complex, the heavy metals. So we studied with respect to nickel and then with respect to chromium, which are the heavy metals, which are present as toxicants in the soil. Then we proceeded to study the tolerance of the isolates for different pesticides, carbendazim, carbofuran, monoprotophos, and dimethoate. Then we tried to determine for our isolates what are the maximum limits of pesticide they can tolerate. That is the MIC. It's important to understand that because unless otherwise our microorganisms tolerate high concentration of pesticide in the soil, they cannot do the job of breaking them down. So because we want to use our microorganisms to break down the residual pesticides, we wanted to see what are the limits of tolerance they have got with respect to pesticides. Another important observation that we try to do is whether our organisms are simply tolerating the pesticide or whether they are actually using the pesticide as any nutrient source. So we did studies which are carbon exclusion studies, nitrogen exclusion studies, and also phosphorus exclusion studies. And we observed that our organisms have got increasing efficiency. This is a 48 hours, 72 hours, 96 hours, 120 hours study. So there is a progressive increment in the amount of pesticide residue that our organisms can use as carbon source. So similarly, we studied whether they can use it as phosphorus source and also as nitrogen source. Then we moved on to the fungal partners. So we tried to identify the fungus and its tolerance towards the pesticide. We have taken the trichoderma isolate, which is a native isolate isolated from the crop fields of Uttar Pradesh. Now, what is our workflow for every isolate, whether it is bacteria or whether it is a fungus? What we try to do, we first of all, we got the pure culture. We try to do molecular and also morphological identification. This is an SEM study of the trichoderma spores that we have observed under the microscope. Then we take a chosen pesticide, and with that pesticide, we challenge the microorganism. The picture here that I'm showing is of fungus, but we have carried out the studies with both bacterial isolates and also with the fungal isolates. After we know what is the maximum tolerance limit of these microorganisms, we study what is the degradation of this particular pesticide. So this picture is showing monocrotophos and how monocrotophos is being broken down by the fungus trichoderma. This is a picture of HPLC, which shows the breakdown compounds that are generated after breaking down the pesticides. Then what we try to do, now we are confident that our microorganism can break down the pesticide. Then we try to treat the seeds with our microorganism and we grow them, the challenged plant with pesticide along with the trichoderma isolate and in the absence of trichoderma isolate. So as you could see, when you are providing the trichoderma isolate, the growth of the plant is obviously much better as compared to when we are not providing it any kind of a protection, the host plant. Similarly, we continued our study with other pesticides, that is dimethoate. So here also we studied the degradative ability. So this is a HPLC picture where we wanted to see how the degradation is happening. Afterwards, we try to identify through GCMS what are the breakdown products that are produced by breakdown of the pesticide. We could see that the propionic acid, pentanoic acid, and phosphorus acid. So what we are getting at the end of the breakdown are environmentally safe organic acids that are produced in the soil. So there is the otherwise toxic monoprotophos is being broken down into safer metabolites. So which will be no longer impacting the soil. Then we have done these inoculation studies with the plant. We inoculated the plant with the trichoderma isolate. We challenged them with the pesticide and we challenged them with the microorganism. So as you could see, this is when you are having the microorganism colonizing. So you could see excessive rooting, fine roots that are being developed and the plant is growing. So as you could see, under the higher magnification, a plant where there is no treatment of microorganism done and a plant where the microorganism is protecting the plant. So you could very clearly see there is high amount of root architecture development. So all of us as biotechnologists and agriculture scientists understand that a better root architecture speaks about a better plant growth because it has got better accessibility to nutrients, so on and so forth. Now we have done a scanning electron microscopic study to understand whether these yes.
How much time you need, ma'am? You need to restrict to 30 minutes.
I couldn't get what you are saying. Can you repeat, please?
The 30 minutes, madam.
Okay. So you want me to complete it in some 5 to 10 minutes? Yeah, sure. Okay. So this is a scanning electron micrograph picture, which tells you that these organisms are associated with the plant roots. So this is a plant inoculation picture where we have seen when we are inoculating the microorganism, even despite a pesticide challenge, the growth is better and the root architecture is better. So these successive pictures show the increment in the root length, the shoot length, the overall plant growth promotion, how it is happening. So I'm skipping through these slides. So these are different pesticides basically. So one is with propanphos, one is with dimethoate, one is with methyl parathion. So multiple pesticides we have seen, and we have seen what is the percentage increment in the growth of the plants. Now we have also studied what are the phytotoxicity symptoms in the plant in the absence of the pesticide. So we could see that the pesticides are majorly impacting, and we have also determined what is the concentration at which the impact is very large. We tried to estimate the chlorophyll content and the impact on the chlorophyll content by treatment with the pesticides, and also impact upon certain enzymes that are present. So here they are showing when we are providing the pesticide in the nitrogen exclusion study or in the carbon exclusion study, what are the concentrations at which the better utilization is happening. Here the monocrotophos is being used as the carbon source. Here monocrotophos is being used as nitrogen source. Here monocrotophos is being used as phosphorus source. So all of these are evidences that our microorganisms are able to break down the pesticide. Then we try to use in silico tools, that is the bioinformatic tools, the docking studies we have done, where we try to understand that our organisms are producing plant support metabolites. So here this is a ligand, here the ligand is auxin. So all of you know that these plant hormones are very important for the growth of the plant. So we try to do the docking studies with microorganism produced auxin and the plant originated auxin. Similarly, we continued with gibberellins, which is also a phytohormone. So all of these docking studies establish that the organism produced plant hormones are binding with equal efficiency like the plant produced metabolites, that is the hormones that we are speaking about here. So then we have seen the biocontrol ability in our organism. So we took a synthetic pesticide, hexaconazole, and we tried to see against that synthetic pesticide how our organism generated biocidal compounds are impacting at a molecular level. So this is the enzyme which is being impacted, lanosterol alpha demethylase. So here also we conducted the docking studies to know how the Pseudomonas, as you remember, we are working with the Pseudomonas species. So we try to understand how it is binding with this protein and how it is rendering its biocidal activity. I'm skipping through these slides fast because of the paucity of the time. So we try to see how this the Pseudomonas generated protein is effective against the plant root pathogens like Fusarium oxysporium and Sclerotium rolfsi, which cause diseases. Then we proceeded to identify what are the key enzymes our microorganism is producing. So we could see that it is producing phosphatases, cellulases, and lacases. We tried to understand the protein structure of these hydrolyzing enzymes. Then the genes which are responsible for this activity, so TAPON1-like protein, are identified in Trichoderma hertzianum, which is our test isolate. So this is an in silico analysis giving us the sequence of the gene TAPON1 that we are looking at in Trichoderma, and this is the protein structure of the TAP1 protein, which is once again present in Trichoderma herzianum. So here, what we are trying to propagate over here is we are talking about new information of plant growth promoting microorganisms. Till now, we know plant growth promoting microorganisms to be either supporting plant growth or either providing disease control. So we are going a step beyond that. We are saying that PGTM are also able to resist abiotic stress like salt stress or heavy metal stress, and they can be very effectively employed for degrading the residual pesticides in the soil so that the food we eat is going to be healthier. So these are the published literature in silico modeling and docking of the TAP1 protein, in vitro and in vivo evidence for the mitigation of monoprotophos toxicity using our culture isolates. So this is again multipotential efficiency of microorganisms. So these are some of the publications from our work. So I'm through with my lecture and I'm open for any questions that the audience may ask.
Thank you so much, madam. Nice, talk was very nice. And the research publication that speaks about the quality of the work you and your JIT is executing. Congratulations. The talk is open for discussion. If you have any queries, kindly audience who are virtually present and who are also physically present, you can answer few. You can question. You can give 2 or 3 questions. If there are no questions, I request any online virtual participants to deliver the talk.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Kishore is waiting. Kishore, are you online?
Yes,
Kishore Kumar.
Yes, myself is online only.
Okay.
Please allow me to
Yes,
share this.
It is the multiple participants can your screen is visible.
I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, respected chair, senior faculty members, colleagues, students, and farmers. Myself, Dr. Kishore Kumar, working as a senior scientist, present working on nematodes, parasitic nematodes in horticulture crops of Andhra Pradesh. And the theme under the theme 2, advances in detection, diagnosis, and taxonomic characterization of plant pathogen microbes. My topic is diagnosis and detection of parasitic nematode incidence in tuber crops of Andhra Pradesh.
Just a minute. Please go for slide show mode. The slide show mode, please.
Okay, is it okay?
In the slide show mode,
వాయిస్ వినపట్లేదు కిరణ్ నాకు సరిగ్గా.
slide show mode.
ఇప్పుడు ఓకేనా? కనబడుతుందా?
No, it is a side, the slides, they are independently seen. You go for full screen mode. Take that cursor down. Right side, you just press on the last one.
స్లైడ్ షో తీసేసేయాలా?
Slide show పెట్టండి.
స్లైడ్ షో పెట్టాను నేను.
Okay, continue. No problem.
As we know that horticulture crops are very much having a major share in Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh occupies first position in chili, cocoa, lime, oil palm, papaya, tomato, and second position cashew, mango, and sweet orange. Among the horticulture crops, if you go for the category fruit crops, vegetable crops, flower crops, spices, tuber crops, and medicinal aromatic crops, in Andhra Pradesh, it is grown in an area of 1.5 lakh hectares with productivity of 28.37 million tons per hectare.
Light more, only first slide.
Slides move avutledha?
Only first slide is there. Otherwise, you can send the PPT. Otherwise, you unshare it and you try to do it again.
Okay.
Now it is good.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. See, as we know that Andhra Pradesh horticultural crops are grown in an area of 1.5 lakh hectares with productivity of 28.37 million tons per hectare. And AP occupies first position in chili, comes under spice crops, cocoa, lime, oil palm, papaya, tomato, vegetables, and second position in plantation crops such as cashew, mango, and sweet orange. Among horticulture crops in the category of fruit crops, vegetable, flower crops, spices, tuber crops, and medicinal aromatic. These are the crops grown, that is mango, tomato, rose, jasmine, chili, elephant foot yam, colocasia, diaspora, and beetle vine. And as we all know that in India, it is almost roughly estimated to the crop loss of around 25% due to plant pathogens such as fungi, bacteria, viruses, including nematodes, that is parasitic nematodes, along with other physiological disorders. As per the literature cited, there is an approximate yield loss of 12.3% because of just these plant parasitic nematodes. In view of this, a work has been taken up to know the instance of parasitic nematode instance in horticultural crops, especially tuber crops, which is growing in especially the 4 districts of Andhra Pradesh, wherein it is causing significant damage, and moreover, the farmers are also not being unknown about the symptoms, as we always get confused with the micronutrient deficiency. If you see the plant parasitic nematode incidence and its losses in horticultural crops, in fruit crops, it is estimated to a loss of 10 to 67%, vegetables 13 to 95%, ornaments 13 to 17%, medicinal crops 20 to 65%, spices and condiments and mushrooms. And these are the districts taken for survey for doing the analysis or the incidence of parasitic nematodes, especially in the tuber crops, as these are the major districts. Cropping area comes under the major districts for which most of the crops, just tuber crops, which includes elephant foot yam, colocasia, and tapioca also. So based in the cropping area and the intensity of that, with these 4 districts have been identified for the survey areas. And the methodology adopted is roving survey. And this roving survey has been done especially 2 stages. One is at the vegetative stage and the other one is at the harvesting stage. And the districts covered under this is East Godavari district, West Godavari, Prakasham, and Vijayanagram. The observations recorded are number of J2, that is the juvenile stage 2, which is the parasitic stage of the parasitic nematodes, which is causing the huge losses to all the horticultural crops, and number of females or egg masses for 5 grams root tissue. And next, identifying the genera, which is a genera, whether it is depends upon the Meldogene or Rhadophilus or Pratylincus. And the selection of the fields were taken, 2 fields per village to have an overall representation of the incidence of the parasitic nematodes. And the results shows that out of the crops affected, surveyed, elephant foot yam, in the soil type, black and red soils, coming to colocasia, that is in red soil, sweet potato, red and light soils. These are the crops identified which are grown as a tuber crops under the AP. If you see the genera, nematode instance genera, that is root galls, which is caused by the Meldogene incognita. And again in colocasia also, it will come under red soils, root galls, Meldogene incognita. Coming to sweet potato, which is one of the major tuber crop grown in here and East Godavari districts, in red and light soils. Here also it has been infected with root galls along with the root lesions. As we know that there are different genera causing the damage on the horticultural crops or in agricultural crops, especially these 2 genera, that is Meldogene and Pratylincus, are the major parasitic genera of under nematodes, which is causing huge losses. And these are the list of villages surveyed. And the results shows that among all the districts surveyed, we found that there is a higher incidence and more majority significant damage, especially in the red and light soils only compared to the black soils. Though the tuber crops, especially in East and West Godavari, are occupied with the black and heavy soils, the incidence is there, but compared to the majority of significance and the severity, it is observed more in the red and light soils only, since the mobility is more and more of the irrigation systems also depends and factors the incidence of the parasitic nematodes. And see, just this is the symptomatic plants or parts which has been affected with the nematodes. And if you see the sweet potato which has been affected with nematodes, generally these are normally, unless until we have an idea this is the structures of nematodes, we will generally ignore that this is been instance of the nematodes. And these are the symptomatic parts which has been affected with the parasitic nematodes. And if these are the female stages of the nematode which has been embedded in the root tissue, and this is the juvenile stage J2, which is the major parasitic stage in the nematodes, causing damage to the plant parts by puncturing the roots of all the crops. And you're seeing the Chinese tomato, which is also been grown in a smaller pockets in the nearby areas in the farmers. This also the crop has been observed with the incidence of this nematodes. We can see the malformed portions of the tubers wherein because of these lesions or because of these galls, all this because of the Melodogan incognita or Melodogan javanica. As of now, we have been observed with the Melodogan incognita only. This is the female J2 stage embedded in the root tissue. And if you see the egg masses also, these egg masses will be consisting of almost some 25 to almost 500 eggs, wherein it again transforms into again the life cycle of that entire nematode, which consists of 6 stages in the entire life cycle. And if you see the Colocasia, which is also one of the tuber crop which has been consumed as a vegetable in most of the Andhra Pradesh, and if you see that this kind of tubers which has been affected, here we can see the roots where it has been affected with the parasitic, the galls. And here is one more characteristic symptom of incidence of parasitic nematodes. These are the lesions. In general, we will have an idea by just seeing this galls as a nematode, but this is also one of the important characteristic observation being affected with the parasitic nematodes. This is a lesions, and these are the roots. And compared to the another, apart from the Caucasia, if you see the elephant footium is one of the major tuber crop, which has been arid crop, which has been cultivated in the East Godavari, West Godavari, and has been one of the major staple crop in Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal also. And if you see, this is the black soil, but it has been with the standing crop of almost 8 months. Since it is more than 8 months, there is a high chances of incidence of parasitic nematodes. After harvesting, what will happen is this tuber has been used as a vegetable for the further propagation of the planting material by the farmers. Generally, this is the majorly affected nematode. Unknowingly, what will happen? The farmers will be using this as a propagating material, and it has been transmitted to the another new areas unknowingly. Once the nematode infestation has been acclimatized in the new soils, it will take a lot of years to continuously multiply, and there will be the management practice also very much difficult. And this is the cassava, which has been observed recently. And here also we find the galls nowadays, though it is a hard, little bit tuberous root tissue is little bit hard, but even then also that nematode incidence has been observed. It has been observed recently only during our survey. And if you observe this root tissue with the help of the laboratory analysis, then we can find this is the females which has been embedded in the root. So the conclusion is that during the survey, it has been observed with the instance of parasitic nematodes, especially in tuber crops, causing a significant damage. If it did not been observed at the prophylactic stage, it will be the chance of unknowingly transmitting to the other new areas these affected tubers. Since most of the time the tubers are propagated, these tuber crops are propagated the seed tuber only. So unless until we have an idea how the symptoms are there, then how the management practices are not known, it is very difficult to manage the disease, manage this incidence of parasitic nematodes. So with this, we should have an awareness on the incidence of the parasitic nematodes. So that my topic is that to have an idea how the affected tubers are there, what is the significant damage, and what is the symptomatic on the tuber parts, so that the farmers can go up with the prophylactic measures to manage the incidence of parasitic nematode. And with this, I conclude my topic. Any questions are there? It's very.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Next, Krishnaveni Aditya.
Hello.
Yes. This is the last presentation before the lunch.
Sir.
You share your slide.
Is it or is you? Hello.
Please share.
Sir, can I present, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Oh, you need to share your slide, sir. You have any difficulty?
Sir, is my screen is visible, sir? There.
No. In the sharing on the grid, only press it, then you select the location from where you want to upload the presentation. Are you able to understand what you are speaking? Which one is there? The now it is okay. And she is managing, taking time. And share చేసి start speaking. Okay. Mute
Hello. Okay, sir. Shall I proceed? Sir?
Yeah. Video on the off here.
Sir, చెప్పొచ్చు కదా సార్. Hello. Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Krishnaveni. I'm a PhD scholar from the University Vasantarao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapith. Here I am presenting my poster presentation on the topic Trichoderma species mediated induced systemic resistance against chickpea wilt. So as all we know, India is the major chickpea producer, which is contributing almost 70% of world production. So there were a lot of research was going on in developing high yielding varieties, but still these high yielding varieties were not giving 100% of their true yield potential. There may be various reasons. One among them is the fusarium wilt, which is causing almost 10 to 50% yield losses. This wilt is caused by Fusarium oxysporum formal species Caesari. It is in soil-borne diseases. For these kind of soil-borne diseases, biological control using Trichoderma species were giving the promising results. So Trichoderma species were adopting various mechanisms for showing the biological control. One among them is the induced systemic resistance. Induced systemic resistance is the resistance developed in the plant when we are treating the plants with the biological control agents. So the present study was carried out to test that induced systemic resistance. So if you see the methodology here, a total of 30 rhizosphere soil samples were collected from the 3 agroclimatic zones of Marathwada region during survey in Rabi season 2020 and 2021. So out of 30 rhizosphere soil samples, 20 Trichoderma isolates were isolated on Trichoderma selective medium, and they were identified based on the morphological and cultural characteristics. And these 20 Trichoderma isolates were subjected to dual culture to test its efficacy against our test pathogen, that is Fusarium. So in this dual culture assay, out of 20 Trichoderma isolates, only 8 Trichoderma isolates showed 50% inhibition of the pathogen, that is 71.90 to 86.30% inhibition these isolates showed. And these isolates were selected for the pot culture experiment. So in this one pot culture experiment, 8 treatments were, so whatever Trichoderma isolates were isolated, they were molecularly identified using the ITS region, internal transcribable spacer region sequencing also I did by using ITS1 and ITS4, T1, T2, T3, T4, and T6. So T5 is identified as Trichoderma rifi, and T7 is identified as Trichoderma simonsi, and T8 is identified as Trichoderma pleuroticola. And these 8 Trichoderma isolates were subjected to pot culture experiment to study the ISR enzymes. In this one, there were 10 treatments. In this one, T1 to T8 treatments were subjected to seed treatment and soil application of that respected Trichoderma isolates. So after 30 days of sowing, these 10 treatments were subjected to soil application of the Fusarium for about 0 hours to 164 hours. Observation was taken for enzyme analysis. In this one, ISR enzymes were peroxidase activity, polyphenol. If we see the enzyme content of all these treatments from 0 hours to 164 hours, here we can clearly see that peroxidase activity and polyphenol oxidase activity is increased from the 0 hours to 72 hours in both the cases of enzymes. So if we see between the treatments, we can clearly see that T3 treatment was showing the highest peroxidase activity with 1.92 absorbance per minute per gram, which is followed by the T4 treatment and T8 treatment. Similar findings were reported by the polyphenol oxidase activity also. But in case of chitinases, enzyme activity was increased from 0 hours to 96 hours. So if we see the between the treatment, if we see the difference, T4 treatment was showing the maximum chitinase activity, that is 75.67 micrograms of NAG per gram fresh weight of the leaves. So it is followed by the T3 and T8. Next one is phenol content. In phenol content, enzyme content was increased from 0 hours to 164 hours continuously. During course of study from 0 hours to 164 hours, phenol content was continuously increasing, whereas in others from 0 hours to 72 hours, it was started increasing. In after that time, it started declining. So in phenol content, you can clearly see that T4 treatment was showing the highest phenol content, that is 0.53 micrograms of catechol per gram fresh weight, which is followed by the T3 and T8. So this way we calculated the enzyme attenuation between the treatments by treating with the trichoderma isolates. So to know how these enzymes were affecting the wilt incidence within the plant, so after 60 days of sowing, I recorded the wilt incidence. So if we see the wilt incidence, we can clearly see that treatment which showed highest activity of these biochemical enzymes showed less wilt incidence. So here we can see that T4 treatment was showing the less wilt incidence, that is 16.39%. It showed the highest activity of the peroxidases, polyphenol oxidases, chitinases, and phenols. So here we can see the next treatment also showed which is less wilt incidence, that is 22.50% wilt incidence only. This one also showed a higher activity of the biochemical enzymes. So in this way, we can clearly say that when we are priming the plant with biocontrol agents, plants will get ready or sensitized by the biocontrol agents and get ready to further pathogen attack, so that it can suppress the pathogen. So with this one, I can conclude that these trichoderma species were enhancing the resistance within the plant, so that it is controlling the wilt incidence within the plant. Thank you. Sir?
Please conclude. Restrict to the time. Any presentations?
Yes, sir. So with this one, I was concluding that this trichoderma. Sir?
How many posters you have? In poster or oral?
This is poster presentation, sir. This is the poster presentation I made.
Okay. How many posters you are presenting? Only one or two?
Only one presentation, sir.
Okay. But for posters, we are giving two.
So with this one, I can conclude that. Sir.
Is it over? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Is it over or that you are still continuing?
Sir, I concluded, sir.
Okay, then I understand it.
Okay.
We'll break for lunch. After lunch, we'll assemble back here. You should tell otherwise. Sometimes I think you are supposed to do as part of the symposium, we had some speakers in the biological control and also industrial interface. We had good presenters from Dr. Hamid Abi and Yahya. We would like to felicitate our today's speakers. We have very good participation from different industries. Yesterday, Dr. K.R.K. Reddy was there, and today we had presentation from Netravati and Dr. Yahya Khan from representing the Alam Biotech. Yes, that is also. On behalf of the organizers, I thank Monsanto Holdings, Dr. Sridhara Sanjay.
Who is the first one? Who is the first one? Okay. Chairman of the.
We are doing a lot of application online. But collecting a very good speaker. We are able to have a very good sincere researcher. Their work, I won't, unless they accept, I will not do. If the festival, if it is not up to the standard, I will not conduct this.
Memorable in your life.
All women power. We'll break for lunch for 20 minutes. We'll assemble back here. If there are any pending presentation in any of the sessions, come and get ready with your PPT and come here. And after that, we'll be having MJ Narasimhan Award contest. And after that, will be followed by the ballot function. Thank you, Ananda.
Lot of people as a DSW, I got lot of people. I will keep it, but it's very difficult. In the department, I have the person who has brought me. Otherwise, No, I have learned enough physics. I can recollect the answer.
Actually, this is the main campus covered in the first campus. We were all thinking at the time. All have a group photo. All the chairmen, co-chairmen, sub.
Please go on.
Madam, ఉంటారు కదా? ఎవరైనా టెన్షన్ పడలేదు. అదే లేదు, అన్ని ప్రెజెంటేషన్ అదే ఇలాంటి సంబంధించి
Let us resume the oral presentations now. We'll start with the presentation of this one. I request all the participants to come in front of the gas. Come fast. I invite Ramya to give your oral presentation.
Please comply with the time.
Headset ఉందా?
Headset. A very good afternoon to
తీసుకురా
A very good afternoon to one and all. I am Ramyashri Devi, scientist plant pathology at IGFRI Regional Station, Dharwad. I am here to share a small pilot work that I have done at my previous institute, Central Institute of Arid Horticulture, Bikaner, Rajasthan. A small work but a significant work. Eco-friendly and indigenous botanicals for effective control of Alternaria species in the arid regions of Pakistan. Western Rajasthan is nothing but a Thar desert, where the relative humidity is very less, but the temperature is very high. Same way, the soil moisture is very less. Thereby, the biotic stress in the arid regions of Rajasthan is very low. But as the moisture in the climate, in the environment increase, that is, on onset of monsoon, there come a pest that is ubiquitous in almost all horticultural crops, that is vegetables as well as fruits, that is Alternaria. That in fact most of the economically important vegetable and fruit crops of the region, such as date palm, babe, bale, pomegranate, cucurbitaceous vegetables as well as aloe vera. These are the two photos which shows the Alternaria infection in arid region. Aloe vera highly infested by Alternaria. Aloe vera is such a crop that is grown by a resource poor farmers of arid region, both for medicinal as well as vegetable purpose. Sabji, laddu, and pickles are prepared out of aloe vera, and the great demand for aloe vera in arid region. And the only pest that infects aloe vera is Alternaria in arid region. This is beet. This is potato. In potato, the two species of Alternaria are causing I can say a menace. That is brown spot caused by
Alternaria alternate and hurling spot caused by Alternaria saline. Date palm infected by again Alternaria. And as I told before, arid region is maximum covered by resource poor farmers who grow vegetables and fruits in a small area. Thereby, if we target that group, they have a very less resource. So, chemical management of disease is less sustainable and less economic. As well as I mentioned, aloe vera, which is infected by Alternaria, it is a medicinal crop where chemical management of disease is not an option. Therefore, we thought of botanicals that are indigenous to arid region, where we can use them for disease management. I would like to quote that one such botanical formulation which has been developed at our institute has been provided with patent 2 months back. That is Tar Jaivika, that is for management of sucking pests. So in the same pathway, we wanted to check a few indigenous botanicals which have a antifungal nature. So we chose 4 important botanicals. One was buigrass, that is Acerba javanica, which is highly frequently available in the arid regions. Next is the other botanical which we chose was Cyanospora cordicolia, that is famously known as Giloy, which is highly proved in human medicine. Then another botanical which we chose is Citrulus calosinthis. This is a weed which is found all throughout the arid region. The formulation which is formed, which is out of this Citrulus calosinthis, has won the patent 2 months back from our own institute. And another one which I used was henna. You may be shocked. Why mehendi? If you see mehendi online, you may find Rajasthan mehendi, because mehendi is so well grown in arid regions because the climate is so favorable for henna. And it needs no irrigation, it needs no fertilizer, no pesticide for its cultivation. Thereby, the other botanical which we chose was henna. Okay, the aqueous plant extracts out of these 4 botanicals were prepared in a simple way. 100 gram of leaf extract, 100 gram of water, grinded in a mixture, then centrifuge at 10,000 RPM. The aqueous solution was taken out, then mixed with a PDA, which we used as a nutrient media, in such a way to get the required concentration, that is 5%, 10%, 15%, sorry, 20%. And we used poisoned, we poisoned the medium. Then we took a 10 days cold culture, Apagorium, and we placed it at the center, and the colony growth over the control. Colony inhibition over the control was measured at 6 days, and we found old PPT you have shared. No problem. We found henna was very efficient at 20%, that is mehendi. To manage Alternaria, henna is one of the botanical we choose, and a lot more to go. This was a starting initial work we have done towards the management of Alternaria. Thank you. And now session is open for questions. If you have any questions, you can ask. Yeah. Tell me, please be loud. Yeah. Yeah, in potato, when the potato is about to mature, that is 2 months old, Alternaria solani is found in Okay, it is not Alternaria solani, it is Alternaria alternate. Only that is the only one. Yes.
Along with Alternaria, polytotrichum is also major pest in
But as I
only region, Phyto we don't find in case of aloe vera in any region. Thank you.
So respected chairperson and co-chairperson of the session and all the delegates, very good afternoon everyone. So myself, I'm G. Ganesh, PhD research scholar at Agricultural College, Tirupati. Now I'm going to present my presentation, which is included in the session 4 on the topic of isolation, identification and testing of the potentiality of seed endophyte bacteria against dry root rot and stem rot disease of groundnut. Next. All of you know, groundnut is very important in the soil seed crop, which is infected by the many soil-borne pathogens. So among them, the dry root rot and stem rot are the very important diseases which are causing very much yield losses. So here, dry root rot, you see the symptoms, right? The plant showing the drying and wilting in the field. If you split open the root of this drying plant, we can observe the black rat-like structures of microsphelocia. And this disease is very severe from 25 days to up to 60 days. Next, coming to the stem rot. So here the symptoms, if you see, the yellowing and wilting of the plants. On the base of the plant, we can see the white cottony mycelium and also mustard seed-like brown or red color sclerosum, which is present on the base of the plant, infected plant. So previous instance, many fungicides were used for the control of these two diseases. But here an attempt was made to manage by endophytes. They have the antagonistic potential. So that's why here we are choosing endophytes, especially the seed endophytes for managing this diseases. Next, please. So this study was carried with these following objectives. That is to study the incidence and collection of the dry root rot and stem rot infected samples and also healthy samples. And we test the antagonistic potential of the seed endophytes under in vitro conditions against the dry root rot and stem rot diseases. Next, characterization of this effective isolate by morphological, biochemical, and molecular tools. Next. So here coming to the objective 1, the roving survey was done during Kharif 2021 in the Kadiri, Nulamada, Nalacheragu, and Odissi mandals of Anantapur district. So here the disease samples of dry root rot and stem rot was collected, and also the healthy seed samples were collected. From the disease samples, the pathogen isolated were isolated, and from healthy samples, seed endophytes are isolated by following the standard method. So here, the disease incidence was noticed in the following district, following mandal. So highest dry root rot incidence was observed in the Nalacheragu district, that is 14.59%, and lowest in Odissi, and the stem rot incidence we can see in the Nalamada, which is 15.04, and also lowest in Nalacheragu, 7.45. From this samples that we collected, we are isolated 8 Rhizopenia Pathological isolates and 10 Sclerosum isolates and 23 numbers of seed endophytic bacteria. Next, please. So after the initial isolation and purification of the pathogen cultures, we have proved the pathogenicity test under in vitro conditions in the glass house conditions. Now what is the virulent isolate among them? So this is the pathogenicity test for dry root rot pathogen. Next, please. And this is the pathogenicity test for the stem rot pathogen. Next. So these are the different isolates which are collected, isolated and purified from the survey. And here among the Rhizopenia isolates, Rhizopenia Pathological 6 isolate, which is found more virulent isolate. And from the Sclerosum lobsi 2 isolate, which is found more virulent isolate. After that, knowing what are the virulent isolates among the pathogens, immediately in vitro studies are done with the seed endophytic bacteria, which is already isolated with these virulent pathogens. So among them, we found seed endophytic bacteria 5, which is showing good inhibition against Rhizoctonia bataticola, that is about 76.85%, which is followed by the seed endophytic bacteria 1, that which is showing 73.26% of inhibition. Next, please. So, with this sclerotium biopsy, again, this same isolate SCB5, which is showing the good inhibition, about 85.95% inhibition. And next, it is followed by the SC3 isolate, which is showing 78% inhibition. Next. So with this, we concluded that among these 6 endophytes tested, 5 fifth isolate, which is showing the more antagonistic potential, and we selected this one for further studies like morphological, biochemical, and molecular analysis. Next. So these are the different molecular characterization we have done phenotypically with the SCB5 isolate. Next. So again, this isolate, which is found positive for the catalase starch hydrolysis, gelatin hydrolysis, citrate utilization, indole production, tetraphore and HCl production. So again, molecular characterization was done for this isolate by extracting the DNA, and the primers which is targeting the 6S DNA of the bacterium are done, and these products were cell electrophoresis and analyzed. Next, and which is showing the an amplicon of more than 1.2 kb, that is 400 base pairs, and this amplicon was purified and sent for the sequencing. Next. So sequencing results revealed that this SCB5 isolate as grouping into the faceless valisensis isolate. Next. So it is the maximum phylogenetic tree constructed by following the maximum likelihood, and which is grouping into the faceless valisensis group. So again, this isolate we need to test under the greenhouse as well as the field conditions for the further evaluation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the delegates and my seniors, my dear friends. My name is Tirupati-Day. I am from Vijayawada. And my discipline is MSc Science Pathology from Shiva Allahabad. Today I am going to present on bioefficacy of bioagents and microalgae Spirulina pratensis on Phyto. As you know, chili is a spice crop which is used in various parts of India, not only India, in other countries as well. Chili is attacked by many pathogens, and most severe is anthracnose, which cause 10 to 80% yield loss due to decrease in fruit quality. And typical symptoms are formation of acerulus, which starts with the necrotic lesions, and then light pinkish acerulus is formed. Not only in the plant, in the field stage, it affects in storage conditions as well. And survey was done in local areas of crystallistic and yellow. And I have seen the efficacy on the using of bioagents singly and in combination, and here as well. I have selected 8 villages In 8 villages, I have selected 3 farmer fields. And my treatments are bioagents, trichoderma and pseudomonas, and a microalgae which is Spirulina petensis. And to avoid weeding, I have used mulching using paddy straw. And we know the typical symptoms of anthracnose, which is formation of acerulus on the fruit, and not only on the fruit, it forms lesions on the leaf and stem as well. These are my treatments. I have gone with the seed priming, and after transplantation, every 15 days, I have gone with the neem oil spray. During survey, we have noted that there is higher disease incidence in Samavaspada and lower in Tatkalpuri. And biological after evaluation of potency, and I have noticed maximum height in treatment 6, which is combination of seed priming with trichoderma, pseudomonas, and spirulina. And as well, I have seen simultaneously the decrease in disease intensity as well in treatment 6 and higher in control. Similarly with the fruit length as well. And now in the developing world, all are using chemicals. To avoid this, we can go with the biological control as well, which can help farmers with great and less cost efficient. By using spirulina, it can be useful as biostimulator, which helps in the growth and development of plant as well. In survey, I have noted that it is lower, the disease intensity is lower in Tatkalpuri and higher in Samavaspada. This is limited to the field experiment which is done only near to the Kaiklur area. For the further, we have to go with the many places and using the same treatments with many localities as well. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Respected dignitaries, scientists, professors, seniors, juniors, and dear friends, a pleasant good afternoon to one and all. I am Sandhya, currently pursuing MSc second year from Department of Plant Pathology, SP Agricultural College, Tirupati. Here, I am going to present a part of my research work, characterization of phytoplasma strains associated with Sesamum pylori using universal primers and along with the multi-locus gene-specific primer. Before getting into the topic, let us see a brief introduction of the crop. Sesamum is one of the ancient and important oilseed crop which is domesticated over 3,000 years ago. It is commonly called as queen of oilseed because of its resistant nature to oxidation and rancidity. And it is rich in nutrients and minerals like calcium and phosphorus. Along with that, it is also rich in in the world. It is majorly grown in Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Rajasthan, etc. According to the Directorate of Statistics and Economics 2020-21, it occupies an area of 1.72 million hectares with a production of 0.81 million tons and with a productivity of 424 kg per hectare. In getting into the topic, earlier, Sesamum pylori was thought to be caused by a virus, as the symptoms were similar to those of viral diseases. But later on, Thousand and co-workers in the year 1970 reported that the causal organism for Sesamum pylori was not a virus, but it is a phytoplasma, which is an obligate parasite, pathogen. As a part of one of my objectives, I have done surveying major sesamum growing districts in Andhra Pradesh, like Chittoor, Kadapa, Vijayanagaram, Visakhapatnam, and Srikakulam, and collected the suspected and symptomatic sesamum samples. These were some of the symptoms which I came across during my survey period. In the first picture, we can see the symptom of floral virescence, where the pigmentation starts in the floral part. In the second picture, we can see the symptom of phyllodes, where the floral parts are modified into leaf-like structures. In the third picture, we can observe and compare the healthy sample along with the diseased one. And these are some other pictures from different districts. And symptomatic and suspected sesamum pylori samples were collected and processed for DNA isolation by using standard CTAB method. And the DNA isolator was used for a template for next PCR assay. Nested PCR was performed by using two sets of primers. In the first round, direct round, that is P1, P7 primers were used. In the first picture, we can see the banding pattern of sesamum isolate, sesamum pylori isolate, along with the positive and negative control. There, the bands are formed at 1.8 kb region, which confirms the amplicon size as 1.8 kb. And the product of direct PCR was used as a template for the nested PCR, and second nested PCR was performed by using the second set of primers. There, the size of the amplicons is 1.2 kb region, which we can see in the second picture. Along with these universal primers, multi-locus gene-specific primers can also be used for final classification of phytoplasma. So, in that case, I have used the Sekier gene-specific primers, and their amplicons are formed at 840 base pairs region. And next, the nested products of 16SR RNA primer and the direct product of multi-locus gene-specific primer was sent for sequencing, and blast analysis was performed. And after that, sequencing results were assembled, aligned, and edited by using CLC workbench, and then submitted for NCBI. Later on, by using the sequencing results, we have constructed the phylogenetic tree by using neighbor joining method with 1000 bootstrap value. In this picture, we can observe that two clusters were formed, which confirm that sesamum isolate which were collected during the Kharif season formed clustered with 16SR2D group, and the sesamum isolate which were collected during the late Rabi season formed clustered with the 16SR1D group. Same results were obtained in case of multi-locus genes. So, for further confirmation, we have done in silico RFLP analysis by using I5 classifier, which is an online tool. Here, 17 restriction endonucleases were used, and in this picture, we can observe the banding pattern of sesamum pylori isolate of Kharif season showed 100% banding, similar band pattern with the top 16SR2D reference frame, which confirmed that sesamum phytoplasma associated with Kharif isolate belong to Candidatus phytoplasma australicea, which is 16SR2D group. In this picture, Rabi isolate showed 100% similarity with banding pattern of 16SR1B group, which confirmed that isolates of Rabi season belong to Candidatus phytoplasma australis group. So, to conclude, on the basis of molecular analysis by PCR, virtual RFLP analysis, PCR phylogenetic analysis, we confirmed that pathogen phytoplasma associated with Kharif isolates belong to Candidatus phytoplasma australasium and that of Rabi isolates. The phytoplasma associated belong to Candidatus phytoplasma asteris group. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon to all the students. I'm Krishna, I'm a student, Department of Agriculture. Today I want to present on molecular identification of beneficial viruses. Viruses do not have their own metabolism. So for continuity of their species, they transmit to the vectors like bacteria, fungi, viruses, etc. Insects, etc. Aphids and whitefly are the major insect vectors for transmission of plant viruses which belong to the family of Gemiviridae, Porphyridae, Clostrididae, etc. And Vimiciocarati is the principal vector for transmission of viruses which belong to the genus Zygoma. The viruses that are transmitted to the viruses are tomato yellow leaf curl virus, tobacco leaf curl virus, penicillin leaf curl virus. And mosaic moonbeam yellow mosaic virus, moonbeam yellow bean mosaic virus, Parkland yellow mosaic virus. And some of the viruses like velvet green mottle viruses, etc. And the mode of transmission in whitefly persistent or semi-persistent circulating virus. As the whiteflies are having the piercing and sucking type of mode part, when they feed on the sap, the venom particles will enter, and for successful transmission of the virus, the interaction between the core protein and the receptors are important, and these interactions are different for different biotypes. And in the insect vector, there are some barriers like midgut barriers and salivary gland barriers. And from midgut, we enter to the hemolymph. In hemolymph, the venom particles are protected by the growing protein like the cytopilin B and Nortin-1, which are produced by the secondary endothelium. And the interaction of the secondary endotheliums are different for different biotypes. There are some species for identification of the virus. Actually, the Vimiciocarati is considered as a species because based on morphological characters, we do not differentiate them. But when we study them genetically, there are different species present in the Vimiciocarati, which are known as biotypes. And the biotype is nothing but biologically different form of it, species. And these biotypes are different in their host range, insect stage, their behavior and their interaction, fecundity and mating incompatibility, etc. There are many molecular techniques for identification of biotypes in whiteflies, like random amplified polymorphic DNA, restricted fragment, polymorphism, etc. Upon all these molecular techniques, the sequencing of mitochondrial gene is very important, and it will act as a reliable marker. Because the mitochondrial gene sequence is highly conserved and it passed over the generation from mother to the offspring. And in my work, I collected the whitefly population from 4 districts of Andhra Pradesh from major Parkland growing tree and stored in the absolute ethanol. And I extracted the DNA based the method that is followed by Divano and Campus. And the mitochondrial gene is sequenced by using the primer set of CIJ 2195 and LPM 3015 by any temperature of 57 degrees Celsius. And this feature bodies are analyzed from agarose gel. The amplitude size of 800 base per captain and it is sensor frequency. The sequences are analyzed through sequence identity matrix and the evolutionary relationship was analyzed through phylogenetic analysis. The results reveal that the population that is collected from Anantapur and Tirupati, which belongs to Asia to Asia genetic group, and the population that is collected from Kadapa and Nellore belongs to Asia to one genetic group. And these genetic groups are graded based on the 3.5% diversity of mitochondrial gene by Kankala and Gandhi. As of now, there are no reports of Asia-to-Age genetic group that are existing in Andhra Pradesh. But the Asia-to-Age genetic group was found in neighboring states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. What I want to thank all my other committee for helping in my elected work. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Divya from Department of Plant Technology. Today I am going to present part of my research work. My work is on molecular categorization of virus associated with the necrosis disease of black lung and Andhra Pradesh. Pulse is one of the most important crops cultivated in India because of their low cost and high quality protein. And among pulses, black lung is one of the most important. It is also one of the green or and it covers it gives productivity of 928 kg per hectare. And the black lung is mostly affected by bacterial, fungal, and viral diseases. And one of the most common viral diseases we have known is YMV. And besides YMV, nowadays you can also observe grounded bud necrosis disease. Usually, GPNV is known to infect peanut, cowpea, and other crops. But here, it was also known to infect black lung. And the symptoms include bud necrosis, renal necrosis, petiole necrosis, and drying of leaves, and the immediate. In the severe conditions, it leads to death of the plant. These are the symptoms which you have observed in the field level, where we can observe the bud necrosis, where the typical apical bud of the black gram is completely affected, and it further restricts the growth of the plant. And the renal necrosis, where the veins are completely turned into black color, thereby leading to complete drying up of the leaf. And the petiole necrosis, and in severe conditions, this is the severe conditions where it is observed in Maharashtra district, Kadapa, where the entire field is affected by GVMV, resulting in almost 80% mortality of the plants. So we have collected samples from different black lung growing regions, like major black lung growing regions like Guntur, Rampham, and Tirupati RARS fields. There we have collected the infected samples and did RNA isolation using the KIP method. And the first strand of PDA synthesis is done using random primers, and second strand of pDNA synthesized using code-specific primers of GBND. And we observed an amplicon size of 8 at 1 base pair when it is censored, when the PCR product is censored frequency. And after blast analysis, it is revealed that it is GBND. We can observe the 8 at 1 base pair code protein in the gel picture. And after sequence identity studies revealed that the isolates collected from Guntur and Tirupati, they have a close similarity with the GPMV of tomato, cowpea, and groundnut. There is 41% similarity with the CSW, that is tomato spotted wilt virus. And the phylogenetic is constructed using the code protein gene of GPMV isolate from black lung and Tirupati. They have close similarity with that of GPMV of tomato. So this is my first.
Same here, present our research effect on bioapplication of management of root management in video industry. Actually, the root knot is the major instrumentally damaging in video industry, and for the management of nematode, we are using the expensive chemicals, and but for the marginal farmers, they are not able to occupy that expensive chemicals, so and it will create a great loss. So for that, we have used the one concept, biofumigation, to manage the root nematode with biofumigant crop in vegetative nursery. So the biofumigation is the action of volatile substance from the biodegradation of the organic matter as fumigant to control the plant pathogen. So the efficacy is to maintain time to the introduction of the integrated crop management, and it has been demonstrated by various researchers that the biofumigant leads to the significant reduction in the of various economically important pest population in the soil. So the main isocyanates released by the Brassicaceae family. So this is the main compound for the biofumigation. So for that, we had planned one experiment in our nursery to manage the nematode. So we have taken different five crops. One is mustard, cinnamon, clustering, connect, and French marigold, and one segment limited as fellow. So all these crops are grown in nursery according to their seed rate. So this is the methodology what we have performed. So all these six treatments were grown according to season, and after at the time of 50% flowering, they are incorporated into the same place. And after incorporation, whatever the furrow are immediately covered with the soil and immediately irrigated. So the frequent irrigation or watering allows the extension of the gases, whatever the gases emitted by the plant, by maintaining a thin implement layer on the surface. And for recording the root node observation, total 25 seedlings were uprooted and graded on the 0 to 5 scale. So these are the observations recorded. So here you can see the germination. All these biofumigant crop, there is no any effect on the germination, and as well as the raw beetle. These are both are the non-significant. But in case of the different rate, fresh rate of the seedling, in both the year we get a non-significant result, but in food it gives a significant, particularly in the mustard as well as in the sunhand. So the total transportable seedling from the 1 meter area, the maximum transplantable seedling from the sunhand, and later on in the from the mustard. And if you see the root node index, the minimum root node index
were found in the treatment of mustard, followed by the cyanide, compared to control. Same trend was found in green bullying. And the nematode population also we have done initial as well as the final, but in case of mustard treatment, we get the lowest final nematode population compared to other treatments. So these are the crops we have grown in our nursery area, mustard, onion, cluster, then after the incorporation of this world crop, this is the result of the suspected treatment, means onion, mustard, cinnamon, cluster, marigold, yellow. So this is the review. Then later on, the mustard treatment compared with the marigold, then this onion got the maximum number of transplant cells 21 meters per area, followed by the mustard. So the effect economics also we have worked out. So both the treatment, mustard as well as the onion, showed maximum incremental cost benefit ratio. So the looking to the above conclusion, it concludes that the mustard as well as the onion as a biochemical crop registered the highest transplantable seedling, while the mustard found superior to reduce the root knot index. We can reduce, we cannot control, but we can minimize the nematode population as well as the root knot index. So this is our farmers recommendation in our Gujarat.
Good afternoon to all the delegates who are present here. My name is Garupa Kotla, and I'm postgraduate student from Navsari Agricultural University, Navsari, Gujarat. And my major guide is Dr. Shivangi Kansara. And my research criteria is evaluation of potential fungal, bacteria, biocontrol agents, and their consortium for the management of sick disease caused by Fusarium oxysporum farmer suicide. As we all know, sick it is an important culture in the world as well as in India. But major factors among there are 60 pathogens that are reported that is affecting 60 production. Among them, Fusarium wilt is one of the major factors that is affecting its production. We can see the symptoms in field, it is spread across in patches, and when coming to it is a vascular disease, we can see it is browning or blackening condition. Though there are many management practices for control of Fusarium wilt, there is no single control that is controlling its affecting. But we can say though chemical control is giving better management strategy, but end of the day it is going to upset the biodiversity, environment, and soil health. So we are choosing another alternate strategy for effective control, that is biological method. There are many, but though there are many biological control agents working, but due to adverse environment conditions and different climatic conditions and different mode of actions in one formulation, we are not getting out full effective measure for one single biocontrol agent. So I have chosen 4 biocontrol agents, their combinations and their consortium in different both bacterial and fungal biocontrol agents that are that
research work is first I have isolated the pathogen. Later I have tested the bioagent evaluation under in vitro conditions, and I have tested their evaluation on germination and the seedling meter by using paper towel method. Later I have tested them in hot condition under glass condition. And I have taken samples of variety DG2 of 60 milk samples from South Gujarat condition. That is a symptom, fluorescence we can see browning. And the pathogen I have isolated by tissue isolation method, and under microscope I have confirmed the pathogen as Fusarium oxysporum forma species Fusarium, and I have also observed camera score from 15 days old culture of isolated pathogen. And I have proved the pathogenicity by different inoculation methods by using JG62 variety, which is National Check for Vegetable Resistance. And I have done under three different methods on seed inoculation, soil inoculation, as well as seed from soil inoculation method. I have observed 50% field incidence in seed soil, 70%, and seed from soil 80% field incidence. Later I have tested the compatibility among bioagents. First one I have tested with the Trichoderma viridis Adriana, Bacillus saccharomyces torricellis, and the Trichoderma viridis, both bacterial as well as fungal I have tested, and fungal with bacterial under different combinations, and all show the compatibility. Later I have also tested the bioagents efficacy against Fusarium oxysporum forma species by real culture as well as paper-based method. In real culture, for fungal pathogens, I have followed real culture method. For bacterial bioagents, I have followed paper-based method. Among four the bioagents, Pseudomonas fluorescens is showing minimum mycelial growth of the pathogen. This is a graphical representation of the. You can see the treatment T3, which is Pseudomonas fluorescens, that is showing minimum mycelial growth. Later, I have also evaluated the bioagents and the consortium and seed treatment on seed germination and seedling rigor by using paper towel method. Here, I have what the result I got is Trichoderma harziana and Pseudomonas fluorescens. That consortium combination is showing highest seed germination, that is about 93%, and vigor is and also highest vigor index. Whereas with the only Bacillus saccharomyces alone, that is showing lowest seed germination, that is 78% about. And in case of control, that is only the pathogen, the seed germination is 52% and vigor index is very low. This is a graphical representation of the bioagents on seed germination by paper towel method. That is C5 combination, Trichoderma viridis and Harzianum, both the fungal bioagents consortium is showing very good seed germination. And seedling vigor, the same Trichoderma viridis and Harzianum is also showing good combination. And finally, I have done this in hot conditions under gaseous conditions. Here also I found that seed treated with Trichoderma formulation of Trichoderma viridis and Trichoderma harzianum, that is showing good without no wilt incidence, and which is also another combination that I have used is Trichoderma harzianum with Pseudomonas fluorescens, that is also at par with above T5 treatment. And the T11 is used as a chemical check, that is propiconazole I have used. Both the three treatments are showing about the no wilt incidence. That is, I can say that both the Trichoderma fluorescens, all these combinations are giving equal result as propiconazole chemical treatment. And in control, we can see the wilt incidence. Finally, I can conclude that Pseudomonas fluorescens giving good minimum mycelial growth of pathogen. In case of consortium, Trichoderma harzianum and Pseudomonas fluorescens and Trichoderma viridis and Trichoderma harzianum, all these consortium combinations are giving good results in both the paper towel method as well as in hot conditions. Thank you.
Anyone else who is pending for presentation, oral or poster? Okay.
Good afternoon to all. My topic for today is on molecular characters of virus associated with yellow molecules of PGNP in Andhra Pradesh. Though this disease was rarely observed, even today also, we will find up to maximum 10 to 15 plants per acre when it comes to Tirupati, around Tirupati. But in some places it is going even more. So typical bright yellow mosaic symptoms you will see in any PGNP field, about 10 to 15 plants. Of course, you can easily differentiate from SMD, sterility mosaic virus, our important viral disease, which shows a mild mosaic, sometimes curling, very easy to pale color, no flowers, no pods, infected larvae. That's a more dangerous disease, but it's not a major problem, but it is going to be a problem in future, because I will show you next slide. Here you can see, this is a field from KVK Reddipalli, Anantapur district, where almost 50 to 80% of the plants are infected with this yellow mosaic virus. Okay. Next, you can see even the serious stunting, because we have not observed stunting by yellow mosaic in PGNP in our fields. Usually you will see the bright yellow mosaic symptoms, but in case of assembly, sometimes you will see stunting. Nowadays, assembly and pylori is coming in combination, where you get more stunting in our fields. So this is problem. So as this is last year photo, but just now Dr. Ramana from Kadri told me that it's a farm. It's full of this now also, this year also. Not only is farm, even farmers field also. This problem is there. And the variety is PM, the PRG 176, some farm variety. But it is observed in all varieties in Kadri. But we are not observing like this. But you can't even see anywhere here also. Not like. So if you see the literature, of course, it was reported as first time by Williams in 1968 and later as MYMB by DNA based on symptomatology and transmission, MYMB. Later it was reported that it is also caused by tomato yellow leaf virus. It is reported by RARS et al. In 2005. And Manjunath et al. Reported that it is caused by Afghan yellow mosaic virus. So total 3 viruses have been associated with this kind of symptoms in PGNP. And there are also reports that this particular isolate, Afghan isolate, doesn't go to black gum and green gum by one author, but another author says that Afghan isolate of Afghan yellow goes to black gum and green gum. So this is a controversy. Anyway, so now in Tirupati, what is there? Tomato yellow virus, MYMB, or it is Afghan yellow virus. So that is what we wanted to know. It's a basic preliminary information I am providing, but now a lot of work is going on as a regular project in our SLCP program also. Next. So we have isolated total DNA, we did the rolling circle application, we cloned into PEC vector, we got DNA A and DNA B two components, we sequenced it, and when we compared, when we do the plasma analysis, it revealed that this virus is closely related to Afghan mosaic virus than MYMB. So now, the preliminary, as I told you, the preliminary information, we didn't look into other viruses. Now we are going to look in, because the advantage of rolling circle amplification is, as I told you yesterday also, any circular, single standard DNA can be amplified. Because Pathological is a Gemini virus, these are also Gemini viruses. So by rolling circle amplification, the other advantage is you will get all kinds of Gemini viruses. Once you sequence, like you just by doing partial sequencing, you will know the identity, or by PCR amplification also, you will know the identity. So that we are going to do, because I have given this to one of our MS students to characterize this. Apart from, because
We don't know, maybe more than one virus is involved in Kadari or Anantapur area. Because of that, we are getting more disease or here less disease. This we have to find out. Of course, as we all know that dengue viruses are wide strains, very good vector. The white strain is there always. You will find Miami on roadside, most of the weeds. So let us see. In spite of the white fly, source of inoculum on the funds, we get very little disease on PGMP here. One or two plants you will find. We have to see that also. So this is RCA as per I told you procedure, simple procedure. Who doesn't have the PCR machine, who don't have the primers, specific primers, this is a simple test. Actually, this test to be used, particularly in gram, we could not amplify, we could not detect the virus by PCR in most of the gram samples because of low concentration of the virus. What we did is, first we did the RCA, then we subjected RCA product to regular PCR. Then we could able to detect. That is called RCA PCR. The normal technique. So this is the mechanism of RCA. So we get monomers. So this 2.7 kb. The actual length of the genome is the dimers, full dimers, 5.4. Next, we clone that. So we have both Tirupati and Anantapur. They are more or less similar and closely related to orthogonal virus. That's almost 96% similarity with orthogonal virus and less than 85% similarity with the Munginella virus and Munginella virus. Next. This is the, you can see the similarity almost 90, more than 95% with orthogonal virus and less than 80 or 80% with the 85% with the MYMU. So now, one of my students, Dr. Selva, is doing this. Argon operations, I already made constructs, argon operation constructs for different components, A component, B component, and she's going to study, as I told you yesterday, they are already infectious constructs for both black gram isolate, green gram isolate, OP and PGMP. She's going to study cross-monomer studies also. So now we'll get some picture. Apart from that, we are looking for any other genuine viruses involved in this. Not only genuine virus, even any unknown virus also there. So we may be going to, actually I have given the sample for transcriptome RNA check, just waiting for data. If I get that, apart from SMD information, we'll get this data also. You can have more than one virus or two viruses or no virus. The DNA component, again, mostly closely related to orthogonal virus than the Munginella India virus. Again, the similarity is more than 90% with the orthogonal virus and less than 60% with the, as I told you, the DNA is highly variable. With most of dengue viruses, DNA A is more or less constant. DNA B is highly variable. Because of that, resistance will break down. I can tell you an excellent example by Kartikeya, who published a paper 2 years back, where they isolated 5 DNA Bs from single plant. The varieties which are resistant to 4 DNA B, they are susceptible to 5th DNA B. All the genotypes, excellently proved. It is a very classical work where we can exploit this technology, like augmentation technology, for screening, for variable isolates, and variable strains. So, okay. So this is like next. Yeah. Thank you. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
But we have to find out the epidemiology of that. Why it is so high in Kadri and Anantapur area and less in Tirupati. And we have to find out. So we have regular, because included technical program and our student was assigned this work and actually no work has been done on this virus. So far, except preliminary reports, no work on transmission, identification of resident source, anything not available. Battery around ఈ సిస్టమ్ అంత అభివృద్ధి అట్లా ఉంటుంది అని పిలుస్తాను ఫోన్ చేస్తాను మనకు తెలియదు ఆయనకి తెలుసు నో క్వశ్చన్స్ క్వశ్చన్స్ No, that work is also going on. We've got both main alpha satellites, beta satellites we got. In some cases, alpha satellites also we got. There was a problem in making infectious dimer constructs. This is fine, hard, and yesterday we are discussing with Supriya Chakravarti also. I think she's going to get that also. Suresh, vegetable research station. Suresh, we are vegetable research station. Can we respond?
Sir, I'm audible. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Sir, yes, sir, you can continue, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Dr. V. Suresh. I am working at Kondarashma, Telangana State Horticulture University. Now I am presenting one of my PhD thesis work objective, integrated dissemination of anthropology in Chile. Hello? Yes, Chile is an important spice and vegetable crop in West Bengal. It will grow on throughout the year in 3 seasons, spring, kharif and rabi. In West Bengal condition, chili anthrax is a very important disease. It affects up to 75% yield losses during yield conditions. There are some of the disease photographs. Actually, we are taken one integrated disease management strategy for effective management of anthrax disease during 2016 and 17 at Jagol Instruction Farm, Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal. Here we are used Benlanga variety with 7 treatments in 3 applications with 3 meters in 3 meter plot size. We are tested for disease severity and yield. Here total 7 treatments we have tested, in which in T1 here Benlanga cultivar, Benlanga variety, that is a local variety of West Bengal, with the soil application of Trichoderma hargii around 10 kg for hectare, and also seed treatment with Bacillus subtilis 10 gram for kg seed. And in T2 treatment, here Benlanga variety plus one chemical, that is tebuconazole 0.3%, and in T3 treatment, Benlanga variety plus soil application of 10 ton of hectare of vermicompost and FIM plus neem cake. In T4, here Benlanga is a variety and also soil application of vermicompost and farmyard manure and neem cake along with one tebuconazole fungicide. In T5 treatment, here variety Benlanga we are used and soil application of Trichoderma hargii on 10 kg for hectare. Bacillus subtilis.
Slide move and slide move.
Hello?
స్లైడ్ మూవ్ పెట్టండి సార్, ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయండి. స్లైడ్స్ మూవ్ కావట్లేదు. దాన్ని ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయండి సార్. స్లైడ్ షో దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళండి, స్లైడ్ షో పెట్టండి. సార్ స్లైడ్ షో పెట్టండి సార్, నాకు బ్యాలెన్స్ పక్కన ఉన్నది.
Okay. Is it okay, sir?
Yes. Sir, you can continue.
Okay. So here we are tested 7 treatments. In first 3-1 treatment, we are used Bellanga cultivar, that is the local variety of West Bengal, and also soil application with Trichoderma harzianum, that's 10 kg for hectare, and also seed treatment with Bacillus subtilis, 10 gram per kg seed. In T2 treatment, we are used Bellanga cultivar as a variety and foliar application of fungicide tebuconazole 0.03%. In T3, we are used Bellanga as a variety and also vermicompost along with FIM and neem cake. In T4, we are used as a variety Beldanga and also soil application of vermicompost and farmer manure and neem cake along with 1 tebuconazole 0.3%. In T4 treatment, T5 treatment, here we used Beldanga cultivar and also Trichoderma harzianum as a soil application 10 kg per hectare, and seed treatment with Bacillus subtilis 10 gram per kg seed, and tebuconazole as a fungicide. In T5, all the aspects of all components like Beldanga and also vermicompost, FIM, neem cake along with Trichoderma harzianum as a soil application and seed treatment with Bacillus subtilis and also tebuconazole 0.3% we are using fungicide. T7 is control. Among all the tested treatments, E6 treatment was found effective, means least disease incidence, that is 10.35% compared with other treatments. They control up to 70% yield percent disease incidence compared with other treatments, and also increase 75% in yield. Okay, it is followed by T5 treatment and it is followed by T4 treatment. That is my conclusion, sir. In my study, treatment 6, that is Beldanga variety with soil application of 10 ton per hectare vermicompost plus farmer manure 10 ton per hectare and also 1 ton of neem cake along with soil application with Trichoderma harzianum 10 kg per hectare, and also seed treatment with Bacillus subtilis 10 gram per kg seed plus tebuconazole 0.3% was effective for anthracnose disease in West Bengal condition. Thank you, sir.
If anyone is physically present to give their oral presentation, or if they are online, this is the last time, this is the last opportunity to present their pending work. Any of the sessions, either first, second, or third. Ramesh, you know? Sunita madam, present chestara?
Yes, sir.
Madam, present chestara.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you see me? Can you see the slides?
Share madam. Like to share it.
Sharing this.
Sir, is it visible?
స్క్రీన్ కనిపిస్తున్నాను పీపీటీ ఓపెన్ చేయండి ఓకే స్లైడ్ షో పెట్టండి స్లైడ్ షో రైట్ సైడ్ కింద చూడండి దాన్ని చూసుకోండి మేడం వినిపిస్తుందా స్లైడ్ షో పెట్టండి
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sunita, going to present work on microbial biostimulants, potential tools for enhancing functional foods and Penicillium glaucum. As we know that Penicillium glaucum is a very good millet known from our ancestors, and it is, when compared to that of other major cereals, it is nutrition rich, high in proteins, and especially omega-3 fatty acids, and it is rich in iron and calcium. It has attributed many health benefits also, and there is a huge gap of production compared to that of high-yielding states like Tamil Nadu and Haryana and Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh, the production is very low. So our main objective is to study study the factors that promoting consistent performance of biostimulants leading to enhanced crop productivity. And here in our research work, we are applied a new statistical methodology known as response surface designs, which are rarely seen in the field of agriculture. And these few works are there. And here we have selected 3 independent variables. One is nitrogen, Azotobacter crucocum, and Azotobacter azoospermillum lipoferum as a bioinstillants. And these 3 independent variables have coded to 5 different levels ranging from 0 to 60 milligrams per seed. And this is the central composite design showing 20 experimental runs, where the experimental runs are very reduced compared to that of commonly used research methodology like RCBD methods and FFD methods. And we have selected 2 types of plant variety in the pearl millet. One is the local variety and the hybrid. And we studied the effect of biostimulants on the nitrogen, chlorophyll, and total phenol content. All these 3, we observed that there is an increase in all the biochemical properties. And we also studied that whether there is an increase or improvement in the functional food of Penicillium after biostimulating with the stimulating the seed with the 2 biofertilizers. And we observed that there is a change in the fatty acid composition of the Penicillium seed. This table is showing the increase in seed germination of the seed vigor and the reduction of radical emergence time by 24 hours. And here we can see that all the vegetative parameters are increased compared to that of control. All the treatments are showing best results compared to that of control. And this graph shows the increase in the chlorophyll content and total phenol content and the nitrogen content. And this is the response surface counterplot, where we can see the response of yield versus the 2 biostimulants, azoospermillum and Azotobacter. In this method, we can study the interaction effect between the 3 independent variables used on the yield response. So this hump here shows the maximum yield obtained at the optimum concentration of azoospermillum and Azotobacter. These are the other 2 graphs showing where one factor is kept constant. And this table shows the yield we obtained in all the 3 locations. We performed this experiment in 3 locations. Here the yield obtained and the fodder weight is comparable to that of best yielding states like Tamil Nadu and Haryana. We can say that our one aim is we have the one objective was attained here. And this table shows the fatty acid composition of both in the treated and untreated seeds of the hybrid variety. From this, we can say that there is a reduction in the palmitic acid and palmitoleic acid, which are known to be saturated fatty acids. And at the same time, there is an increase in the concentration of linoleic and alpha linoleic acid, which are known to be omega-3 fatty acids or essential fatty acids, unsaturated fatty acids. So here palmitic acid is reduced by 17% compared in the hybrid variety, the treated variety compared to that of control. And there is an increase of linoleic acid and linoleic acid by 20% and 95.6%. And the same kind of result is also seen in the local seed.
where the palmitic acid is reduced, that means the ratio of unsaturation is increased compared to that of ratio of saturation. Palmitic acid is reduced by 25.1%, and linoleic acids are increased by 43.2% and 39.2%. So we can, from our experiment, we can say that the functional quality of the seed was increased, which is a good indicator. Coming to significant insights, microbial stimulation has enhanced the quality of penicitum seed. Farming increased the unsaturated fatty acids and reduced saturated fatty acids in both the varieties. Collectively, microbial biostimulation modified the N3 fatty acid profile in Basra and also promoted speed and rate of germination. Both the linoleic and linoleic acid concentrations are improved in both the varieties of the seed. Hence, biostimulation is an effective option for producing high quality seeds, leading to improved health. Thank you.
If you want to repeat also, you must. Actually, anyone is present who is still pending? If there are no more speakers, we'll go for the next and final phase of the symposium, which is an award contest for the postgraduate and PhD scholars. Prestigious MJ Narasimhan Award contest, where the students will be given an opportunity to present their research work out of their postgraduation or PhD. The time will be for 13 minutes, and for any queries like that, 2 minutes each. And if there is any before at the end of 12 minutes, there will be caution bell. And if you still continue with that, will result in some negative marking. So kindly take care of, kindly watch your time and present accordingly. 13 minutes presentation, 2 minutes discussion.
No discussion, no question. No question. No question. No, please. No question.
Only 15 minutes presentation.
Okay, you can go for a 15 minutes presentation.
The one will give the warning at 13 minutes. Okay.
Only judges.
No, this is not. Man, the other person. We can arrange that only. No. Someone has to mention.
Judges, I request Dr. Rakesh Pandey sir and Dr. Vipin Arvind sir to act as a judge. And also Dr. Darda.
At 13 minutes, you have to be body, and 15 minutes. The panel at 15 minutes, we are making back. Generally, at 15 minutes, but 15 minutes over. We are going blank, we continue, it is negative mark. It is not positive. Not to have negative mark for everyone. There is one of the candidates, I was the chairman, and from the PME. One of the negative marks is your law. What was this?
There is a presentation by international contestant one Divya, Swati, Lakshmi Prasanna, Diana, Monica Nayak, Deepak Reddy, and Swarupa. Divya, be presenting a talk on.
One minute, before there it is that not about So I will add only 2-3 most important information of entrepreneur. He is the man of medical science, entered into the platform. That is the one important. Wonderful characterization in relation to entomotechnology and basic technology and antibiotic. And during his lifetime, I never forget in my life, he got almost all the gold medals meant for the undergraduate program, and he was not given one gold medal. Whatever the procedures he followed, he was not eligible to get that. What may be the probable reason? Anyone can think just within few seconds time. That gold medal was meant for a lady. Only because of that, he never got that one. The rest of the things is wonderfully experienced. So there is a series of family members who work on this, and it is he who has developed the pathology to the right direction. And whoever gets the National Award, please remember, throughout your life you are going to be recognized as National Award. Even if you become the Vice Chancellor or DG of ICR, your first statement will be during the PG program, you have received the National Award. So with this background, you can start that. You are building your career from this. Time management is the most one. Another most important information for all those who are contesting here. Don't cross the time limit. There is one more option, American Pathological Society funding for the further education. Since you are not given the names, my earnest request for all of you is, you claim there is only one statement you have to say. I am also contesting for this American Pathological Society fellowship. And you have to end with one or two statements where you would like to do the further work. If you don't say, you are not eligible to complete that. So it is my earnest request, because since you are not given the name, it is only you have to mention the name that I am interested to do the PhD or some other work if the facilities are given, because they are provided the money, they are provided the facility, everything else, and selection will be done by the American Pathological, not the IPS. Please remember. Just only we forward your CV is forwarded to them, and there is one Indian scientist. There are many groups is there, but one Indian scientist, they will take care of everything else. So we wish you all together, whoever on this, all the best for you. We are mentioning two names all together, right? Yeah, very well. Able to recollect the person who is heading now there. What can I recollect? No. He's from Mysore.
A very good afternoon to everyone. First, let's thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present myself. Coming to myself, my name is M. Divya, pursuing MSc second year in the Department of the Plant Pathology, SV Agricultural College, Tirupati, Anglo University. In this connection, I would like to present about in vitro evaluation and characterization of the trichoderma against major soil-borne pathogens of groundnut under the guidance of Dr. K. Vemana sir and Dr. R. Sada Jayalakshmi madam. When it comes to the importance of the groundnut, as we know, it is called as the king of oilseeds and minerals and dietary proteins. Globally, it was grown in an area of 29.92 million hectares, yielding 53.30 million tons. When it comes to the India ranked second in its position with a production of 10.12 million tons. In Andhra Pradesh alone contributes for 7% of overall groundnut production. And however, the averages yields are very less, that is 7.5 quintal per hectare. Out of the many reasons, one of the main factors is the infections by the phytopathogens. It may be foliar or maybe serum soil-borne pathogens. When we see the serum soil-borne pathogens, there are mainly three. There are stem rot caused by the Phytophthora rossi, dry root rot by the Rhizostonia bataticola, and the crown rot or collar rot by the Aspergillus niger. And among all these diseases are causing an incidence of 50% huge losses in the groundnut production, then what are the management practices that can be taken to increase the yield? It may be chemical, organic fungicide as well as the biocontrol agents. If we see the pros and cons of the chemical fungicides, in the year 1980s, India is a position where we are not able to produce the sufficient amount of the agriculture products. But in the current era, we are not only as a self-sufficient, but we are in a position to export our commodities to all over the world. So in this connection, say thanks to the chemicals. But what are during the course of time, these chemicals have been indiscriminately utilized, and it not only causing the huge impact on the health of the humans and animals, but also on the soil. And it's also targeting on the non-harmful organisms like biocontrol agents. And mostly these diseases are the seed and soil-borne diseases. Application of these fungicides to the soil is a cost effective method, and also these are not effective against the resting spores caused by this erosion. And coming to the biocontrol agents, what is meant by a biocontrol agent? According to the Baker and Wood, it is nothing but the biocontrol which reduces the pathogen causing ability of an organism by one more organism. Though there are many biocontrols available, Trichoderma has attracted the scientific attention because of its effectiveness in controlling majority of the diseases. And most of the formulations in the world are coming from the fungi belonging to the genus Trichoderma. So actually Trichoderma is found all over the world in the soil surrounding the root debris. And in these connections, we had collected the 20 Trichoderma isolates from the different agroclimatic zones of Andhra Pradesh, and they are named according to the initial letter from where the region has been collected. And in vitro studies has been done by using the dual culture test against three pathogens, Phyto, ralphi, Aspergillus niger, and Rhizoctonia bataticola. And out of these dual culture techniques, I had selected the major three Trichoderma isolates because the Trichoderma isolates can show the variability because on the amount and quality of the metabolites that it may be produced. Against Phyto and ralphi, KT3 showed highest inhibition with 7.7%, followed by 81 and KT1, and 83 showed inhibition of 80.37% against Aspergillus niger, and against Rhizoctonia bataticola, Trichoderma isolate 86 showed highest inhibition with 75.5%. And by using the Bell scale, out of against the three pathogens, the top 5 isolates has been selected for the further evaluation. There are 81, 86, 83, KT1, and KT3. And what is the mechanism? Why it is able to control these pathogens? One of the mechanisms is the competition. Every organism needs nutrients and space for their growth and development. The Trichoderma are producing the pseudopods, which are nothing but the iron chelating compounds. So it was taking the most of the iron available and making the less available for the pathogens. So the pathogens are suffering from the iron deficiency. So all the 5 selected potential isolates have shown positive for pseudophore production by changing the color from blue to yellowish pinkish color. And next is the mycoparasitism. It's nothing but the physical interaction between the hyphae of the Trichoderma as well as with the fungi. What happens here is, first the Trichoderma slowly grow on the hyphae of the pathogen, and it just spoil it so that it gets enough anchorage. After getting an hook-like structure, it coils and degrades the cell wall by using some of the cell wall degrading enzymes like beta-1,3 glucanase protease, amylase, and HCN compounds. If we see the beta-1,3 glucanase, it was the enzyme secreted by the Trichoderma that act on the beta-1,3 glucan, which is the main component cell wall of the fungi. As we know that the fungal cell wall is made up of the chitin and beta-1,3 glucanase, and this beta-1,3 glucan synthase is stopped. And in turn, the production of the uridine diphosphate glucose has been stopped, which is the monomer of the polysaccharides, for which the cell wall got very lighter in texture so that it can easily penetrate. Like in the same way, protease test has been conducted in which the KT1 showed positive by forming the halozone. And amylase is an enzyme released by the Trichoderma which is able to degrade 1,4-alpha-D glycosidic nucleases, for which the glucose monomers are released, and these are used as the nutrients by the Trichoderma. When we come to the volatile metabolites, in vitro we can clearly see the zone of inhibition, which is nothing but the space formed between the 2 pathogens where there will be no mycelium. It will be this study has been conducted by using the plate method. In the phase method, by using it has efficiently controlled the growth of the rest pathogen, and the results as KT3 has showed highest inhibition with 49.63% against Sclerotium ralphii, and the isolate 83 showed highest inhibition with 80% against Aspergillus niger, and against Rhizoctonia bataticola, 86 showed highest inhibition with 59.26%. And next come to the non-volatile compound. If you see the reverse Petri plate, we'll be observing the yellowish and greenish color, and these colors due to the production of some of the cultural filtrates. And I have extracted these filtrates and tested at different concentrations, 10, 30, and 50. At 50% concentration, most inhibition was clearly observed. And this is the photograph of the significant inhibition of the mycelial growth of the different pathogens by the cultural filtrate of the trichoderma. And this is the numerical value where the KT3 stopped with 78.89% against Sclerotium ralphii, and 83 with 85.56% against Aspergillus niger, and 86 with 74.44% of inhibition against Rhizoctonia bataticola. This is the morphological characters by using the microscope realize and the shape of the phyllets, concentric rings, the sporulation type, and the reverse plate. All these, by using all these characters, the morphological characterization has been done. And at the species level of identification, by using the universal primers ITS 1 and 4, all 5 potential trichoderma isolates have been characterized, and 81 and KT3 are identified as the trichoderma harzianum, 86 as trichoderma longibrachia, 83 as trichoderma asperellum, and KT1 as trichoderma asperellum. Though it was named as the trichoderma viridae in the NCBI, but the current studies says that both the trichoderma asperellum and viridae are both are same, and these are the accession numbers that has been got by deposition in the NCBI gene bank. And this is the phylogenetic tree where it forms the clusters, and the outgroup as taken as the magnofloric detail. And we have done about the beta tubulin and test genes for the potential trichoderma isolates also. Why the reason these are preferred over the ITS means? Because the sequences of the ITS are generally single copy orthology set. Means these genes have never undergone any duplication or deletion, no transformation. They are carried from his common ancestor. The two species may have the same genus or same sequence also. So for the correct identifications, beta tubulin and test genes are also performed. By using the test genes, 81 is identified as the trichoderma longibrachia, and 83 as trichoderma asperellum, and KT1 and KT3 as trichoderma harzianum. By using the beta tubulin gene, KT1 is identified as trichoderma harzianum, and KT3 is also identified as trichoderma harzianum. By using the comparison, by using the ITS genes, we have got 81 as trichoderma harzianum. By under the test gene, it was identified as the trichoderma longibrachia. And in the similar manner, if you see the KT1, it was initially identified as the trichoderma asperellum at ITS level, but at the test level, it was identified as the trichoderma harzianum. For KT1 and KT3, all the three genes have been screened, and KT1 presents as the trichoderma asperellum using the ITS, and as trichoderma harzianum using the test and beta tubulin gene. By for KT3, all the three genes showed the trichoderma harzianum, and with and these isolates have went to the different research stations of the Andhra Pradesh for on-field trials, and our college university is deciding to produce a biocontrol agent to supply to the farmers among these 5 isolates. And I also request the jury to consider my objective 3 for the APS fellowship, because we can go for the molecular characterization. What is the potentiality behind this trichoderma, that is molecular mechanism, what is the molecular mechanism underlying this trichoderma for controlling the pathogen? Why? Because today more are coming under the biocontrol as well as the organic farming. So thank you, Anandal, for giving me this opportunity. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Thank you.
Actually, link is
Yes.
Respected dignitaries and dear participants, a very warm welcome to Onega. I am Siddhu Lakshmi Prasanna, completed PhD from Navsari Agriculture University, Gujarat. And I have completed my BSc from SC Agricultural College, Tirupati, and pursued MSc from GKVK, Bangalore. Today I am presenting for MJ Narasimhan Award contest as well as APS Travel Sponsorship Award contest. My topic is Medic test tolerance and field evaluation against Medic leaf blight of maize caused by bipolaris maize. My workflow is introduction, material methods, results, and conclusion. Coming to introduction, maize is one of the most important cereal crops after rice and wheat, and it is also called as miracle crop or queen of cereals because of its high productivity and also use of various industries and also as cattle feed, poultry feed, and also for the human consumption. In maize, both pest and diseases are a major importance. In diseases, foliar diseases, which causes more yield loss when occurs at early stages due to the reduced level of photosynthetic activity. Because of this, I have taken maize leaf blight, which is having huge historical importance, and it has not been studied in South Gujarat conditions. My focus of area is isolation, identification of leaf blight pathogen under South Gujarat, and followed by post-train, seed biopriming, field evaluation, epidemiology, and crop loss assessment were conducted parallelly. In this result, symptoms were observed as small, grayish, numerous leaf spots in initial stages. Later on, it covered on the stalks, leaf sheaths, and also the vast area of leaves was covered with maize leaf blight. This is the normal isolation procedure has been followed and also carried out post-plate and observed the leaf spot diseases and also re-isolated the pathogen. This is the conidia of bipolaris maize observed with prominent hilum and also conidia was long here. And size of the conidia is varying and average size of the conidia has been taken. After that, to avoid the confusion, a molecular characterization was being carried out and observed that PCR amplification was rare in IDF1 and IDF4 primers. The sequence obtained after sequencing was this. It has been done blast analysis and observed 98% sequence similarity with bipolaris maize and however submitted to the NCBA obtained accession ID for this. Then to know the various host strains in South Gujarat conditions, many poaceous hosts, like 9 poaceous hosts were taken along with one dicotyledonous host where cotton has been taken because it is mostly grown in that area. They observed that on maize, rice, sorghum, wheat, bajra, prominent leaf spots were observed. Whereas in wheat host, even though its prominent hosts were not there, but dying of the leaves after the correlation has been observed, but not in the cotton. Because so that with this it concludes that OAC hosts are acting as alternative hosts or collateral hosts during the off-season for the survivor. Afterwards, to evaluate the biocontrol agents which are commonly used in South Gujarat, seed biopriming was carried out for 24 hours on made susceptible cultivar PM202 with standard paper germination travel method as per ISTA rules. Incubation for 15 days, seedlings were taken for germination percent, root length and shoot length. Afterwards, seed vigor index was calculated. After this analysis, anti-exciting enzymes analysis also has been studied. That is, bioprime seeds were sown on the pots. After potting, after 25 days of seedling growth, solid inoculation was given with bipolaris meris treated pathogens and observed for the various antioxidant enzymes. Here we can see clearly that biocontrol agents effect on the seed vigor index. Here we can see in Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis shown higher vigor index compared to the other treatment. But when used Trichoderma viride plus Hortianum, seed vigor index was less. Whereas in Trichoderma viride and Hortianum alone, it gave best effect. But in untreated control, it is less. And with pathogen treated seed, that is bipolaris meris, that shows least vigor index. It shows that whenever infection in seed is there will be no vigor index and also no immunity for various pathogens in field conditions. Here we can see the vigor index in tabular form and also figure form, which indicates Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis was the best. For peroxidase enzyme analysis, Trichoderma Hortianum at 5th day showed higher level of activity in Trichoderma Hortianum. Whereas in untreated control and bipolaris meris treated, the peroxidase activity was very less. Likewise, even fall activity was higher at 5th day after challenge inoculation in Trichoderma Hortianum. Whereas in untreated control, that is water control and bipolaris meris treated control, the activity was very less. Polyphenol oxidase activity was higher at 3rd day after challenge inoculation, which was higher in Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis, whereas low again in bipolaris meris plus and also untreated control. Likewise, total phenolic activity, which was parallelly activity was progressed in leaves. Polyphenol oxidase, likewise only here also it is shown at 3rd day after inoculation higher, afterwards gradually decreased in Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis. Superoxide dismutase activity was there in unrelated manner. They initially at 3rd day it was higher, again reduced because of the scavenging enzymes absence. Later again increased due to the scavenging enzymes present at 7th day after inoculation. Afterwards, it was reduced gradually in all the treatments and very less in bipolaris meris treated and control. Whereas in Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis, it was higher. With this, in antioxidant enzyme analysis, I can say that these enzymes which are produced will show effect on not only one pathogen but also on the various pathogens, as it is seed bioprime and also for various pathogens like root pathogens and also foliar pathogens, it will be effective. In field management, for 2 years, I have carried out the study in Rabi season with RPD experiment for 12 treatments. In which 6 fungicides included, 2 botanicals, 2 biocontrols, 1 defense activator and also 1 control. In this, I am presenting pooled data. In pooled data, Tricloxystrobin plus tebuconazole at 90 days showed 36.71% disease intensity, whereas average disease intensity was 28.56%, which is very less compared with the control, that is 46.96%, and percent disease over control was higher in native, that is Tricloxystrobin plus tebuconazole, and very high in control. This also studied for the grain yield. For 2 years it has been studied, and the pooled data I am presenting here. In Tricloxystrobin plus tebuconazole, there was higher grain yield compared to the control and also compared to the other botanical biocontrol agents. Whereas with another chemicals like triazole containing chemicals along with triazole plus strobilurin fungicide, it was insignificant. So alternatively, we can use these different chemicals and these botanical biocontrol agents can be used in the integrated disease management. As I couldn't study this during my because lack of equivalent study. Afterwards, yield loss assessment was studied for the maize leaf blight maize during the season parallelly, and observed that in PJ control with propiconazole and that 33.47% disease over control was observed, and also higher yield was observed compared to the untreated control. Afterwards, epidemiology study was conducted parallelly by tagging 50 plants, and disease severity was taken for every weekly interval. Percent disease incidence was calculated with the standard formula. Afterwards, correlation and regression analysis has been carried out, and disease severity was taken using the disease rating scale. Here, during Rabi 2020 and 21, we can see that at 51st standard meteorological week, the disease was initiated. Later, from 1st to 7th standard meteorological week, the disease was progressed rapidly. Here we can see that rainfall at 50th standard meteorological week might be acting as predisposing factor for the growth of the pathogen, and also during the rainfall time, wind may also act as a transferring the correlate pathogen correlate from inoculum from one place to another place. This is the figure representation which is showing that disease progress was rapid from 1st to 7th standard week. Afterwards, it was almost constant. Likewise, even in Rabi 21-22, it is observed that in 51st standard week, it was initiated, and 1st to 7th week, it was progressed rapidly. Here, rainfall at during 47, 48, 49 standard weeks might have shown act as predisposing factor. This is the figure representation for epidemiological study during Rabi 21-22. Here, in correlation coefficient analysis, with weather parameters along with percent disease intensity of maize leaf blight of maize, maximum temperature and also bright sunshine hours showed positively significantly correlated, whereas evening relative humidity was showed negatively and significantly correlated. This picture shows clearly the significant correlation, positive correlation with maximum temperature and also bright sunshine hours, whereas negative correlation with the evening relative humidity. After that, multiple linear regression analysis has been carried out, and R value showed that above 90%. It indicates that it is having high strongly association with various parameters and strong association with the maximum temperature, which was 28 to 30 degrees, which helps in the growth of the pathogen and also rapid spread of the pathogen in the field. With this, I conclude that whatever the identified heat spot from the South Gujarat, that is Navsari, it was maize leaf blight. Even molecular and morphological characterization show clear aspect that it is bipolaris maize. After that, in hosting study also it shows that different OAC hosts were acted as collateral hosts. In seed vigor index, it showed that Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis was highly effective. When these two are not available, we can go for even Pseudomonas fluorescens alone or Bacillus subtilis alone also. Likewise, in biochemical studies, it revealed that production of antioxidant enzymes after the release of challenge inoculation shows that this will show high activity, resistance activity against various pathogens. Among all this, Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Bacillus subtilis showed good activity, followed by Trichoderma hertzianum, minimum founding, bipolaris maize, and also untreated control. In field management, Rifloxystrobin plus tebuconazole showed good effect at 0.05%, and other chemicals also can be used to avoid the continuous usage of single chemical because they all are significantly at par with each other. Then, in percent yield also, crop loss assessment model, 33.47% was controlled through the use of propiconazole, 25% EC. In epidemiology, first appearance of maize leaf blight was observed at 30 days, that is during 51st standard meteorological week, and 1st to 7th due to the presence of maximum temperature favorably that showed higher progress and positively correlated with the maximum temperature and bright sunshine hours. In multiple linear India's regression showed that due to the use of this, due to the presence of high R value, it shows that strong association with various weather parameters. With this, I conclude that mainly through the seed biopriming, not only one single pathogen, various pathogens caused by single crop can be used so that effectively we can use in the integrated disease management. As we are using chemicals nowadays commonly, we have to use because instant results we have to see whenever the conditions are worse. But when we are previously or prophylactically using these botanicals or biocontrol agents along with the use of chemicals, it will be more effective. Thank you, organizing committee and IPS for giving this wonderful opportunity.
You got the confidence of protein started. You get first, check it. Second person. Once you say yes, we.
A very good evening to everyone, respected judges, scientists, professors. My name is Monica Naik. I'm PhD first year student from Plant Pathology Department, College of Agriculture, Raipur, IGPB, Chhattisgarh. I'm here to present on the topic identification and characterization of light stains of Trichoderma experimentum for management of color rot of groundnut caused by exogenous nitroantigen. Phytopathology for sustainable disease management. What is the best alternative for sustainable disease management? Of course, biological control through the use of antagonistic microorganisms. India is the second largest groundnut producer in the world, and color rot of groundnut caused by aspergillus causes almost 93.60% disease loss. Therefore, this experiment was planned in NCIPM New Delhi using the isolates of 32 isolates of Trichoderma from different locations of Chhattisgarh, and the statistical analysis was performed by SPSS version 20. This picture represents the 32 isolates after 120 hours of inoculation on CDL media. And these are the aspergillus isolates 4 and 5 against which the experiment was planned using variety of groundnut GG20. First of all, dual culture experiment was done against for the bioefficacy of Trichoderma against aspergillus, and isolate number T4 and T5 showed maximum biocontrol as 77% against aspergillus 5 and 74% against aspergillus 4. But the interesting thing noted was observed was that the colony interactions between aspergillus and Trichoderma, and the interactions were divided into 5 groups. In group 2, we included those isolates which overgrow on aspergillus colonies, like this. This is very rare, I guess, between aspergillus and trichoderma. On fifth day, we can see that the yellow and black colonies are covered by green trichoderma colonies on eighth day. In microscope also we can see the entangulation of the aspergillus by trichoderma and production of chlamydospores. In grade 4, those isolates were kept which were forming inhibition zone. Molecular characterization was done using universal IPS-14 primer of all the 32 isolates, but only 2 isolates, IGCV T1 and T15, were outsourced for sequencing and submitted to NCBI database and was detected as Trichoderma aspergillum. Top 10 sequences were retrieved for phylogenetic analysis, and the 2 traits were observed, and both the query sequences T1 and T15 belong to trait 1. A pot experiment was also planned, CRD, with 9 treatments and 3 applications for the efficacy of trichoderma. These are the codes for the experiment. Both soil and seed treatment was done. The CFP counts were taken and disease incidents were recorded on 15th day and 45th day. This graph shows that the CFU load of trichoderma and aspergillus both at the final count were reduced due to competition, and it shows that as trichoderma inoculum rises, aspergillus inoculum decreases. This graph shows the relation between trichoderma and disease development, and you can see a negative correlation between as the trichoderma inoculum increases, disease decreases, and this graph shows between a positive correlation between aspergillus and disease development. Plant growth promoting activity was also calculated using average germination percentage, and in trichoderma T15 isolate, maximum germination was recorded and maximum Booger index was recorded in T1. These are pictures of another experiment was conducted for testing the salinity tolerance of trichoderma isolates of all the 32 isolates. 3 different concentrations were taken: 0.25 molar NaCl, 0.5 molar, and 0.75 molar. And IGTV T12 showed minimum inhibition of growth at 0.25 concentration and 0.75. So we can say that we can use these isolates in salinity affected areas. And IGTV T22 at 0.25 and 0.5 showed minimum inhibition of growth. This is a representative picture of isolate. For drought tolerance, PEG 5% PEG and 10% PEG polyethylene glycol was used to create test conditions, and all the isolates showed normal growth on both the concentrations. Therefore, only cultural characters were recorded. These are the pictures of the experiment. Hence, I conclude that at higher salinity, trichoderma loses its ability to correlate, and there was no growth inhibition at 5% and 10% PEG. The microparasitic activity varies among isolates, and soil treatment is a better tactic to control collar rot disease. Thank you.
Good evening to all the respected delegates. Myself, B.V. Pagrati. So today I am giving a pleasure seminar. So good evening to all the respected delegates. So today I am applying for the MJ National Award. So here my work is variability and management of pigeon pivot Fusarium model burglar. So we all know pigeon pea is one of the most important first crop in the world. India is the largest producer of the pigeon pea in the world. It is accounting for 90% of the world acreage production. But average yields were very less because majorly the disease is pigeon pea caused by the fungus Fusarium model. And the disease incidence has been increasing year after year, and most of the present categories becoming susceptible to the disease, indicating possible occurrence of the variations in the pathology. And presently, we are having lack of information regarding the occurrence of different races in this pathogen. So, with this background information, we have planned our research work, variability and management of pigeon pea. So, this is the typical symptoms when I'm collecting pigeon pea samples throughout India. So, the typical symptom of pigeon pea is the forming band on the one side of the plant. So these are the different places where I have collected, and these are the different places from where I have collected pigeon pea samples throughout the India. Where in case of the Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, so personally I have collected pigeon pea samples. Where in case of the UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, with the help of my advisor, I brought the pigeon pea samples to the ACRP pigeon pea. So totally 50 pigeon pea samples I have brought throughout the India. These are the work I have conducted for cultural characters. For all these 50 isolates I have done post postulate on the wilt susceptible cultivar ICP 2370. Then after that, mitral color, growth rate, donation, mitral growth pattern, all this was recorded on 8th day. Then after that, pigmentation on the 10th day, microconidia on the 8th day, macroconidia on the 15th day. After that, so among 30 isolates we have collected based on the grouping and based on the place we have collected. From 50, we have finalized with 30, and these 30 isolates were attested on the 8 pigeon pea post difference. So those are ICP 9174, 8858, 8863, 8862, ICP 2376, Bahar, it is a susceptible cultivar, ICP 2376, Bahar will susceptible cultivar, and the pigeon pea is reacting differential to the isolate. So here, what we have done, so all these pigeon seedlings were 8 days old seedlings were uprooted and dipped in the fungal spore suspension for 10 minutes. After that, again, those were transferred to the pods. So on 45th day, we have recorded the disease incidence, and based on that, we have categorized the isolates into resistant, moderately resistant, and susceptible cultivars. So after that, among 23 isolates were submitted in the NCBI gene bank. So these are the total 50 isolates I have designated as Fusarium species. These are 1 to 15 isolates, and 16 to 30 isolates, and 31 to 45 isolates. And after that, last 46 to 50 isolates. And my just we have concentrated on this picture, last 45 to 50 isolates. I will proceed what is. And this is the subset pigmentation of the Fusarium isolates. It was recorded on the 10th day. Back side of the petri plate. And these are the characters what we have recorded: radial growth, mitral color, growth pattern, subset pigmentation, and donation. So after that, we have grouped the isolates based on growth rate,
So fast growing, and the 8th day, the growth rate is between 81 to 90 mm. It is fast growing. 70 to 80 means moderately growing. It is less than 70 means slow growing. So all this characterization was taken to proper reference from the ICRISAT with the papers and from the Mount Asharma Madam finding. I have followed this entire work. After that, mycel growth pattern, and after that, mycel color or the grouping. So after that, morphological character, we have recorded microconidia and macroconidia. Microconidia on the 8th day, macroconidia on the 5th day. So here you can find the both in these pictures. You can find both micro and macroconidia. So these are the macroconidia. After that, this is length and width of the micro and macroconidia. And hereafter again we have grouped the isolates based on micro and macroconidia. And this is the host differential experiment which is characterized the RPC tools of Bihar in high-tech glasshouse conditions. So here we have made the categorize the isolate. So here if you see different scientists are calling different, especially in this table, I have requested many scientists regarding the clarification how we are making these different variants, because I have seen 2 to 3 papers which are most reviewed papers. In that different scientists are calling different variants. So finally with the 2 to 2 power n with that formula we have made this table and these are the different variants we have made, different reactions, and these are the different variants which are present in India. This diagrammatic representation I am showing. And after that, among 23 isolates were submitted in the NCBI achievement. So here Physium mode is causing pigeon pupil is common. If you see last Physium equivocity, I am showing 3 isolates were there, FSP 45, 47, 49. So here what we have done, actually this I was done at May 2022. In March, IAPR people, they wrote paper that this Physium equivocity is causing pigeon pupil in the widely related Tajanis carabidae. But in my report, it is showing that this Physium equivocity is causing built-in normal pigeon pea cultivar also. That is one thing. And if you see before the Physium solani, so here where this Physium solani was found, that is cotton and the pigeon pea are intercultivating. In that area, I have found that Physium, I have isolated from pigeon pea built sample. But in that Physium solani, maybe the chances that Physium cross infestation between cotton and pigeon. So this is one thing, and these are all the cluster diagrams. And after that, this is the identification of the pigeon pea genotypes against Physium with through AMNI and GG pipeline analysis. Actually, it is my independent research work. So according to my research work, it is a genotype screening in my research work. For this, I have used during second corona period, I have learned this analysis. Particularly, if I say this analysis is completely used for the multi-location style, especially exact people are using this work for multi-location style. But with my own interest during the corona period, I have learned this analysis and I am using this analysis within single location only. Within single location also, here what we will do, each year we will treat as one environment and we can do this analysis. So what we will say, what is the difference between the normal genotype screening with reference to this sector? In any genotype screening, what we will say, this particular variety is resistant, this particular variety is susceptible, we will say. So along with this, what we will say is, so even here you can see I have highlighted sum of squares. So environment sum of squares. So that means when we are screening, what is the effect of the environment on the performance of the genotype? So anyhow we are screening genotype, but what is the influence of the environment on the performance of the genotype? That is 0.5%. And genetical character, that means the genotype may be resistant or susceptible. So that genetical character influencing is 72.33%, and both genetical and environmental interaction will take 15.78%. So we can explain. So these are the pie plots what we have made. So you can see these are the pie plots. Here it will take a lot of time to explain, but I will conclude. So in this pie plot, what we will say, here you can see whatever the genotypes which are present in the left pie plot, these are the resistant pie plot genotypes. Whatever the genotypes which are present in this the right side, for example, if you see G8, that is the highly susceptible genotype. G21, it is the highly resistant. So how will it be different from normal analysis and with this AMNI means? AMNI means additive mean effective and multiplicative environment. So here G21 is the highly resistant genotype. Next, if you see, this is the AMNI 2 pie plot. So in this, what we will say, most of the genotypes are clustering towards the center. So what we will say, those are the stable performers. So in these 3 years, these genotypes are showing which are clustered towards the center. Those are the stable performers. Whatever the genotypes which are moving away from the center, they are showing differential response in different environment. So in that means, in one environment it is showing resistant, in another environment it is showing stable. And after that you will see GG byproduct discriminative versus representativeness. So if you see here, 2019 is whatever the environment which is moving away from the origin. So 2019 is away from it. So in that environment, we will get lot of information about the genome. If you see this multi-local, if you done this work in different 10 environments, so whatever the environment which is more away from the origin, in that environment we will get more information about the genotype. After that, average environmental axis, that means which environment is average for the genotype screening like that. Then after that, which one here, that means mega environment. For example, if you screen in multi-environment, based on the performance of the different environment, we will convert all the 10 environments into 2 to 3 mega environments. So after that, this is a genotype screening. After that, management of PGP. So here what we have done, we have isolated endophytic bacteria, 30 endophytic bacteria I have isolated. After that, I have done dual culture technique. In this here, EB21 is the endophytic bacteria, 21 is very good at antagonistic activity. After that, same I have isolated the rhizosphere bacteria, and these are the different morphological characters I have recorded. And here RP18 is showing very good at performance. After that, I have done various biochemical tests for identification, such as catalase test, oxidase test, mineral production test, methyl test, BP test, citrate nuclear test, all unique test, potassium hydroxide test. So with this for suspecting what is the bacteria for suspicion, I have done the particular. After that, again I have done HCN test, tetrophore test, ammonia test, and finally I have submitted in the NCBI gene bank that EB21 is the Pseudomonas aeruginosa and RB20 rhizosphere bacteria is Bacillus subtilis. So after that, again I have isolated trichoderma from the root zone of the PGP. This work, I have taken in the sick plot, PGP built sick plot, which is used for the genotype screening. And here also again I have done dual culture technique. Here what are the three trichoderma I got is trichoderma aspirans, trichoderma species, and trichoderma harzianum. Again I have submitted all these in the NCBI gene bank. So here along with this although I have submitted PhD and the work still I am continuing, I am making with this all these potential biocontrols, I am making for this biofilm. So actually from biofilm they are making this potential. So with the conclusion what I will say that, so all the isolates are shown different variation in cultural morphological character. All the isolates are grouped in 9 variants. In that 4 variants are present in India. Sequencing release of PGN, Solan and PGN is causing PGN period. So high sum of squares for Amni Anuva within that there is a lot of variation in the genetical character of the genotype. And what are the biocontrolations, trichoderma harzianum, trichoderma aspirans, trichoderma species, Pseudomonas fluorescens, Bacillus subtilis were highly effective against PGN leader under vitro conditions. So thank you for all, and please promote my research work to the APS travel grant because still I am continuing. Although I have completed my PhD, I am working as teaching associate. Still with this isolate, I am continuing my research work. So thank you.
Hello, sir. Sir, can I start the presentation?
Yes, please start.
Last year, 2021, we conducted Symposium for articles. There is actually a software as long as it is the original, we accept it. Last year, when we conducted, all the 126 presentations were virtual only. So next I request the next speaker, Diana from IGK Raipur to present her research for the MD Narasimhan Award.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. Myself, Samjit Saban Diana. I have recently completed my MSc Agri from Department of Plant Pathology, College of Agriculture, IGKB Raipur. And the topic of my presentation is on multigenic characterization of Lentinula idodes strains and cultivation on different substrates. Let's have a brief introduction on Lentinula idodes. Lentinula idodes is also known as shiitake, and it has rich minerals and many medicinal values. Talking about the current status of shiitake cultivation, shiitake is one among the 5 most cultivated edible mushroom in the world, and China alone accounts for 70% of the total world production. And shiitake, naturally, it was found growing on deadwood logs of broadleaf trees, and it was first cultivated in China. And this traditional method of cultivation has been replaced by modern technology, which employ plastic bag with enriched sodas. And in India, shiitake cultivation has been practiced, but it has very limited success due to unstandardized cultivation techniques. And to meet the consumer demand and the expand the market and to adapt to the changing cultivation technology, strain improvement is needed. Considering the present need, the objective of my research has been framed. The 2 objectives are the cultural and molecular characterization of different strands of shiitake and cultivation and agronomic morphometrics of shiitake strands on different substrates. Let's see the result under objective 1, that is cultural and molecular characterization of different strands of shiitake. Here we have the germplasm of shiitake. 41 strands of shiitake were obtained from DMRO, Solan, and were maintained at ICR NH region at Imphal Center. To study the effect of radial mycelium growth on 4 different media, that is potato dextrose agar media, mal extract agar media, cornmeal agar media, and water agar. The radial mycelium growth were recorded on 3rd, 7th, and 14th day. Next, we have the cornmeal agar, where the average radial mycelium growth were also recorded on 3rd, 7th, and 14th day. And last, we have the water agar media, where radial mycelium growth were also recorded on 3rd, 7th, and 14th day. And from the analysis of the radial mycelium growth on the 4 different media, it was found that the fastest growth of shiitake were observed on cornmeal agar, but the overall mycelium proliferation were better, closely followed by mal extract agar. So it can be concluded that potato dextrose agar is the best media for the growth of shiitake. Next, we have the morphological characterization, where the mycelium characteristics were observed to be fluffy texture, regular density, regular growth, and white color. Same as in case of cornmeal agar. In case of mal extract agar also, the mycelium characters were observed to be fluffy texture, regular density, regular growth, and white color. And even on the cornmeal agar, the same characteristics were observed, and on the water agar, the mycelium were fluffy texture, but it was scanty and thin mycelium, and there was slow growth. Moving on to the molecular characterization of the 41 strands of shiitake, 2 genomic regions, that is larger subunit and mini chromosomal maintenance complex component 7, were taken to carry out the molecular characterization. And the following process were followed to carry out the molecular characterization, that is the isolation of DNA, PCR amplification, purification of the amplified PCR, sequencing, and CBI blast analysis, and phylogenetic study. Here we have the isolation of the 41 strands of shiitake, which was using the commercial kit. And the quality of the extracted DNA were measured using nanodrop reading and gel electrophoresis. Here we have the picture here depicts the target gene that the first picture depicts the mini chromosomal maintenance component 7, which is of 700 base, and the second, that is larger subunit, which is of 1000 base pair. Here we have the list of primer and the literature from where the primers were taken out. And we have the PCR protocol. Here the gel electrophoresis represents based on the LSU unit. Here the amplicon size of 1000 base pair were amplified in all the 41 strands of shiitake. And based on the MCM7 also, the primer pair 1348 and 709 amplified a amplicon size of 700 base pair on all the 41 strands of shiitake. For the methodology of phylogenetic analysis, the sequencing of the amplified samples and the often sequences were compared with the database of the NCBI using blast analysis, and the phylogenetic analysis was conducted in MEGA-11. From the blast analysis of the often sequences of Lentinula idodis based on LSU, it was found that 88 to 100% similar, and based on the MCM7, 84 to 90% similar were observed when compared to the Lentinula idodis database of the NCBI. Here we have the phylogenetic tree based on the LSU gene. The Shiitake strands are segregated into 9 phylogroups, and here the study indicated the existence of sufficient genetic diversity in the Lentinula genetic pool characterized in the present study. And next we have the phylogenetic tree based on the MCM7. Here also the Shiitake strands segregated into 10 phylogroups, and the study also indicated the existence of sufficient genetic diversity in the Lentinula genetic pool. Next, we have the sequence identity matrix based on LSU gene. The characterized Lentinula idodis strands shared an identity of 84 to 100 among them based on the LSU gene. And next, we have the sequence identity matrix based on the MCM7, and the characterized Lentinula idodis strands stored an identity of 46 to 100% among them based on the MCM7. From the overall finding of the molecular characterization based on the 2 genomic regions, that is LSU and MCM7, the following 9 groups has been characterized, which can be used as parent for the hybrid vigor production. Next, moving on to the results of the objective 2, that is cultivation and agronomic morphometrics of Shiitake strands on different substrates. Here we have the steps in the spawn production. And the 10 treatment here represents the treatment used in the cultivation trial of DMRO 356. The strain DMRO 356 has been selected based on the preliminary yield trial conducted at ICR NH region Imphal. And next we have the process in the cultivation of the DMRO 356 on different substrates. Here the table represents the growth parameters, that is days to spawn run, days to primordial formation, and days to first harvest. And here it was observed that the pine needle substrate, although they supported spawn run, they did not give any primordial formation and fruitings. Next, here the table data represents the weight of the fruiting body, average yield based on 2 harvests, and the biological yield. In biological yield, the treatment tree, that is paddy straw substrate supplemented with rice bran and soda, so the highest biological yield, that is 80%. Here in this table, the data represents the pilus length, stipe length, and stipe thickness. Here the graph represents the comparative yield attributes of Shiitake DMRO 356 on different substrates. Paddy straw substrate supplemented with rice bran and sodas was observed to have the least number of days to spawn run, primordial formation, and first harvest. And in case of pine needle, the highest days to spawn run was observed, and there was no primordial formation. Here the graph represents the biological yield efficiency of the DMRO 356 on different substrates, and the paddy straw substrate supplemented with rice bran and sodas yielded high biological efficiency, and the bamboo leaf based substrate showed the least biological efficiency. Here the picture depicts the fruiting bodies of the DMRO 356 on different substrates. And from my research, it can be concluded that the study extensively elaborated the cultural and morphological parameters of all the 41 strands of Lentinula idodis, and it also reveals sufficient genetic diversity among the characterized Lentinula idodis strand based on the 2 loci, that is LSU and MCM7. And this genetic diversity can be used for the better quality and high yielding strain production. And DMRO 356 yielded biological efficiency of 80%, which is higher than the control use, that is sodas based substrate. And surprisingly, the new substrate that were put into trial, that is bamboo leaf and pine needle, were also supported spawn run. But and in case of bamboo leaves, it also supported fruiting body, though it gives low biological efficiency. These substrates need to be further supplemented and standardized to give proper yield. This comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, Diana. Can you please switch on the video so that we can have a screenshot, so that it is to confirm that you are.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, current just went off, so it might be a little dark.
Whatever light is there, in that one we have a screen.
Yes, sir.
Whatever lighting is there, in that only we will try to have a photo to confirm that it is you who presented your work with them.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Switch on the video.
Sir, I have switched on the video.
1 minute. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Swati, are you ready? Swati. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
State your presentation. Presentation shares with us. Go to slideshow. What is slideshow?
Sir, shall I start?
Go to slideshow mode and then start. Yes, please start.
Very good evening to one and all present here. I'm Swati. I'm from US Dharwad, and I'm here to present my PhD work on deciphering the antagonistic plant growth promoting activity and induction of host plant resistance by Streptomyces species against charcoal rot of sorghum. As we know, sorghum is one of the important millet across the worldwide, and in India, it is used as a food, animal fodder, production of alcoholic beverages, biofuels, etc. But in India, it is mainly grown in the states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. And when we look into the area and production, India as well as the Karnataka has got very less area as well as the production when compared to the worldwide. When we look into the area production and productivity, particularly with respect to the Karnataka, here when we see the area as well as the production in case of Rabi, it is very high when compared to the Kharif. But the productivity under the Rabi season is very less when compared to the Kharif. This is because the Rabi sorghum undergoes to the stresses like biotic as well as the abiotic stresses. Among the abiotic stresses, drought is the major one. And coming to the biotic stress, the charcoal rot. Charcoal rot is the major problem in the Rabi sorghum growing areas. The charcoal rot, which is caused by Macrophomina fasciolina, it is one of the major soil-borne diseases, as we know. And the main symptoms on the charcoal rot of the sorghum are lodging, as well as the disintegration of the vascular bundles when we cut open the stalk. And in India, it is reported that 60% of the yield as well as the fodder yield is caused, loss was caused by this charcoal rot. And 100% lodging was also reported under the post-Rabi seasons. But the control of these charcoal rot is very cumbersome, as there is a lack of availability of the highly genetic resistance in the cultivars, as well as there is a very limited amount of chemical fungicides available in the market. Apart from the availability of the pesticides, there is a disadvantages of use of these chemical fungicides. So with this regard, one can exploit the soil microbes, especially the rhizobacteria, which are associated with the crop rhizosphere. And among the soil rhizobacteria, actinobacteria represents a majority of the microbial soil biomass. So among the actinobacteria, the predominant one are the Streptomyces species. So before using these potential microbes in the sustainable agriculture, one should acquire the knowledge. What are the mechanisms involved, and what is the how it is going to control the pathogen? One should have the thorough knowledge on this management. So with this regard, we have formulated first, basically, we have isolated the Macrophomina fasciolina from the different locations, but particularly this Darwin isolate was isolated. This Macrophomina fasciolina isolate, this is fifth one. And coming on, these were tested for pathogenicity by soil inoculation as well as toothpick inoculation. And this pathogenicity test has shown the particular lodging symptom as well as disintegration of the vascular bundles. After re-isolation and observe under the microscope, we can see the branching of right angle branching of the mycelium, and this is sclerotial germination under microscope, and these are the sclerotia observed adhered to the stalk. And this is the sclerotial morphology of the different isolates. So in particular to the Darwin isolate, here we can see the sclerotial bodies were associated as twin particles. And these Macrophomina isolate, Darwin isolate was identified as Macrophomina based on the ITS sequence. And after identifying these Macrophomina isolates, we have came to the real petal, that is use of these rhizobacterial isolates against this Macrophomina fasciolina control. First, we have like 150 rhizobacterial isolates were isolated from the different crops, rhizospheres from the US Darwin MRS fields, and these isolates were preliminarily screened for different pathogens, and among them the top 10 rhizobacterial isolates were selected for the further study. So these are the different rhizobacteria, these specially actinobacteria. And these rhizobacterial isolates, when we evaluated against the Darwin isolate of Macrophomina fasciolina, and here along with 10 rhizobacterial isolates, we have also taken the 2 reference cultures which are obtained from the Institute of Organic Farming, Darwin, that is Pseudomonas fluorescens and Trichoderma harzianum, along with 1 reference fungicide, that is Vitovax power. When we evaluated through dual culture and when we can see the results clearly that the AUDT 626 has got a maximum percent of mycelial inhibition, followed by the Trichoderma harzianum, which is a reference culture obtained from the IOF, and followed by the Vitovax power, that is with 94.28%, followed by AUB 209 rhizobacterial isolate with a percent inhibition of 84.78%. And here the inhibition of mycelium may be due to the competition or direct antagonism, or due to the release of different secondary metabolites. In order to identify what is the mechanism involved in this mycelial inhibition, we have gone for any antifungal activity of the volatile metabolites. Here we have tested for the volatile activity through paired Petri technique. So here we have not found the significant mycelial inhibition in the volatile metabolites. So So further, like we were thinking, what is the other mechanism which might be involved in the inhibition? So for this, we have gone for the metabolite extraction. These metabolites are extracted from the rhizobacterial spores by the ethyl acetate extract method, and these metabolites were preliminarily tested for before sending for LCMS identification. We have again screened for the antifungal activity through well-agar diffusion technique. So here the AUDT 626 has got 12.9 mm of mycelial inhibition, followed by AUB209 with 9.90 mycelial inhibition. So we have selected these two rhizobacterial for the identification through LCMS. Now metabolite identification for the LCMS through to the Saif Lucknow. So here we have identified the different metabolite compounds. Among them, the AUB209 has produced 10 different metabolite compounds, and this AUDT 626 has produced the 11 different antifungal compounds. These common, but both the isolates have produced the two chemical compounds. But those are carbazole and octadecanoic acid. These are some of the scientists already have reported these antifungal activity against some of the soil-borne diseases by these chemical compounds. So this is the chromatogram representing the carbazole as well as octadecanoic acid. And after identifying this may be the responsible chemical metabolites responsible for antifungal activity, we have tested just growth promotional activity of these sorghum metabolites through paper towel methods. So here in this AUDT 626 has got very good shoot growth as well as root growth promotion when compared to all the isolates, when compared to the control, when compared to the reference cultures. And further, these rhizobacterial were characterized for the plant growth promoting traits as well as the antimicrobial enzymes. So here the plant growth promoting traits like IAA production, ammonia production, cetrophore production, HCN, and phosphate solubilization tests were carried out for the these isolates in the labs in vitro. And for the antimicrobial enzymes like chitinase, cellulose, protease, and cetrophore production were tested for the isolates. Among the rhizobacterial isolates, the AUDT 626 has got the very good rhizobacterial as well as antimicrobial enzyme ability. It has shown positive for all the tests. With respect to the AUB209, it has shown positive for all the tests except the HCN as well as the ammonia. And these were further identified before taking to the field. We have to identify whether these have got any, these are whether really actinobacteria or not. In order to identify that, we have gone for 16S rRNA gene sequencing, and here we have identified AUB209 isolate as a Streptomyces anisocalis and AUDT 626 as a Streptomyces racemochromogenius. And further, these were carried out to the these treatments like these different treatments were carried out into the in vitro, that is controlled soil condition, in vivo conditions, that is a controlled soil condition. Here for this controlled soil condition, we have taken PVC pipes of 20 centimeter diameter and 5 feet length, and here we have taken two hosts, that is susceptible variety like CSV8 and E36-1 moderately resistant variety, and we have used the two different top two rhizobacteria, that is AUDT 626 and AUB209, that is Streptomyces racemochromogenius and anisocalis. And here we have taken the seed treatment with talc-based formulations at 4 grams per kg of seeds, as well as the drenching of the rhizobacterial isolates with 10 ml of liquid formulations. And the pathogen was inoculated by two different methods. One is soil inoculation as well as the toothpick inoculation. Here the picture showing the pathogen inoculum prepared on the sorghum grains as well as the toothpick inoculation. This is soil inoculation to the PVC pipes, that is the controlled soil condition. And in another one, this is the toothpick inoculation done at the flowering stage. And this is when after treatment, after imposing the treatment, I have gone for subsequent observation of these macroformina entry through the roots. So for that, I have taken the infected roots as well as the healthy roots, and I observe for the under the microscopy. Here we can see clearly see the these are the sclerotial aggregations appear on the infected roots, and the pycnidial formation also have seen in the root infected roots. But this is the healthy root showing the there is no infection in the there is no infection or sclerotial formation in the healthy roots. And this is the experimental view of this controlled soil condition. Here we can see this is the experimental PVC pipes, as well as this is the treatment having the infection under almost T2. This is a pathogen infection, and these are randomized treatments. This is a moderately resistant variety T36-1, and the CSV8. This is susceptible variety. And this is charcoal rot in this is incidence after at the maturity stage. We can see in the case of CSV8, this is 100% lodging has happened, and E36 also we can see. And this is charcoal rot index is the best measurement, as this includes mean length of spread. This charcoal index was given by Das et al. Das and co-workers, as it is the good measure of the charcoal rot, as it includes charcoal rot percentage as well as the mean length of spread. So, effect of rhizobacterial and charcoal rot parameters under soil condition, controlled soil condition were analyzed. Among the different treatments, the combination of these two rhizobacteria, that is Streptomyces anisocalis and Racemochromygenes, has got better good percent of charcoal rot reduction, as well as very less charcoal rot index. Lesser the charcoal rot index, good will be the treatment. So here the
Hello, Swati, you have 2 minutes left to conclude your talk.
And okay. Okay. I would like to conclude my topic, my study, that the rhizobacterial consortia has got very good, can be used as a bioinoculant in the management of the charcoal rot, and the characterized metabolites, antifungal metabolites like carbazole and actoteconic acid can be used as an active ingredient in the formulation of the chemical fungicides. And the Streptomyces Racemochromygenes as well as the Anisocanesis is involved in the activation of both ISR as well as SAR in the sorghum plants through activation of the different genes like PO, PPO, as well as the POL. And the rhizobacterial isolates like Streptomyces anisocalis has showed a specific role in the induction of stilbene synthase genes against the sorghum charcoal rot. And this is the first report where the stilbene synthase gene is responsible for the responsible against the charcoal rot of sorghum. And I would like to conclude that this, after testing under different multi-location after conducting multi-location trials, we can promote these rhizobacterial isolates as a effective bioinoculants in the management of charcoal rot. And we can also through transcriptome and proteomic approaches, we can identify the specific. So metabolomic approaches, we can identify the specific protein as well as the metabolite involved in the ISR or SAR activation. And thank you everyone for giving me opportunity for presenting my seminar through virtual mode. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
You are not entitled to appear here. But since I'm competing, from where you are doing PhD? Yes, actually I'm doing PhD. From where? Yes, I can compete when better I'm eligible after the recent pursuing PhD. What is the meaning of third year? I think it's the third year. You are in third year. Third year.
This journal symposium.
I'm permitting you, that's all.
Will you present? No.
Thank you. You appear in South Zone, right? Letter to NICA. I send the NICA that I will appear in the APS level grant, and I have to discuss my qualification with President. Like this. Okay? Do that.
But how about your poster then? That's why I present only poster here. We came for the only the presentation.
Poster no problem. You are not. You are
That is my analysis here only.
We supported all the students.
For MPS and APS, can we go to any other journal symposium?
Not any other.
Only IPS.
Only IPS.
Yes, sir. 6 zones are there.
And 8 zones. 8 zones are there, not 6. 8 zones are there. You are eligible for one. You are eligible in one zone where you have registered your PhD. Okay? If you have registered your PhD here, then you are eligible here only, not any other zone. But if you are eligible, if you have registered your PhD in JPBT, you are registered in South Zone.
That's correct. It is for you. Thank you, sir. But let us give some conclusion remarks.
For him, because he has registered PhD from JPBT, and then his presentation for the national award will be considered in South Zone only. If he has registered here, then we will consider here. No, he has registered PhD, it is called national, already become first, second, third year PhD. Not the university student. He is a PhD scholar, but registration is in fact for Southern Zone. So he should try to look at Chandanaika, then I will appear initially his abstract for Indian National Award. Write your address.
Conference here. To visit over here. As per the eligibility criteria, they have mentioned like that.
You have to attend the conference, but when we will consider for the Indian National Award, it is very prestigious award. Little mistake can be finished, total become zero. So you will be considered in IPS Indian National Award from your zone where you have registered for your PhD, means GKBK in Southern Zone. So you send abstract, but write your address to GKBK. Don't write address here. If you will write address of this place, then again it will be considered.
It will apply for the APS method.
Like here, some students have claimed, some students have not claimed.
Not claimed. Even after telling them not claimed. What
Not claimed.
Now
you are clear and doubt.
Because I have asked, because I have to present, I'm thinking of presenting for APS grant award in Southern Zone. And I have passed already third year PhD and I pursued PhD.
Okay, from GKBK. Yes, don't forget this thing. You are not from GKBK. You have to write that I am from GKBK. And your address is GKBK. Your address will not be.
No, they have to be third year.
They are in third year.
By the time you finish up, then finish up. They will need 1 year. Why he will try that I am going to submit tomorrow? He must say, still I have not submitted, I will submit after 1 year. Okay, he may submit after next day. Don't tell any other people.
You present, you get some certificate, right? You have to go in and leave.
Poster is already presented, he will get certificate. Okay. And second thing is that Dr. Seshadri.
Based on the evaluation by the judges for the Indian Award contest, N. Divya and F. Lakshmi Prasanna, they shared the first, they stood first in this National Award contest. They equally shared the first one. And the second will be Deepak Reddy. Both these, all three people will be nominated for the presentation at the annual.
Honorable Director Research, Dr. Rajsekhar, President, Dr. Susha Kiran, Madam, and the Jyotsna, delegates and dear students. Now we are at the end that these 3 days, it was zonal, but I have to say it was national. Because even in national conference, we have to finish at 5:30 or 6 p.m. But yesterday, you all are the person who have seen that we have gone up to 8 p.m. And today even we were trying our best. Now it is I think near to 6. Okay, so we have to consider it national. And another thing, first of all, I congratulate all these 3 students who got the Indian Nursing and APS level award. And they have done very well. We have gone very deep. Not only one thing, their presentation. We have gone how they have done the lab experiment, how much they have done the field experiment, what was the quality of their research, what was the novelty of their science. Then finally, what was the conclusion? And you are very please improve when you are coming to the national conference. It's my advice. You have to improve a lot. I mean to say you have to put less in your slide. Speak more. Don't have too much data in the table form like that. Nothing like that. You have to very limited data in your slide. Speak more, but so less. Only important thing. Okay, that is the very important for the Indian nursing and best of luck to all these 3 students. Okay, and now in this national conference of phytopathology for sustainable disease management and food security, we were having total 5 sessions, I think. We were having 5 sessions and several keynote lectures, like you see Dr. Kodile, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, Dr. Kevi Reddy, Dr. J.K. Reddy from IIHR. So many famous people, they are not only famous in India, they are world renowned plant pathologists. They have delivered this lecture in this journal conference. So now you can imagine how important this conference is. So this is very important conference. Now I request Director Research, Dr. Rajsekhar, please give your remark. Dr. Rajsekhar, please.
So good evening, everybody. Akash Pandya, delegates and their students. So I'm happy that they are coming to the end of this national symposium. It is symposium, very hectic. So even though I could not participate for every session, So some of the sessions I followed through the, so I have listening to some of the lectures. So very good topics selected by the panel. So very enlightening, very educative. In particularly, there is a lot of support for students also. I hope as far as the host institution, so our Anglo and RARS Tirupati, we tried our best to make the comfortable stay here. So even though it is a small scale, and at the last moment also we ran against time, and here and there some Latin American there, but it happens always in Symposium. But overall, I think it is satisfactory all these 3 days. Even we have good showers also, right? And I think we have provided optimized food, not very lavish, but and also darshan, I think most of the people have darshan also come to darshan. So like that, we tried our maximum best to have your memorable district. So you take back the memories of our host institute and our Tirupati especially. So you can cherish it. Thank all the peers for who have hosted our university for hosting this national symposium here, and also and other people who are requesting the university to have here. So finally that happened. I thank one and all, and have a safe journey back around Delhi. Thank you.
Now may I request Dr. Sarda Jayalakshmi to give her remarks, please.
Respected dignitaries and dear colleagues and students, and the invited Nargun and all the members, good evening all. First of all, I am highly thankful to IPS President Dr. Rakesh Pandey sir, because sir has given the opportunity to Acharya Engineering Agricultural University to host this Central Zone Symposium and also National Conference at RARS Tirupati. And for this, we are highly thankful to you, sir. And I am highly thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. A. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, and Director of Research, Madam Dr. L. Prashanti Garu, because they have encouraged us within a short notice also. They have allowed us to conduct this symposium from the Anglo as the host organization. And we, all these 3 days, we were having all the very best lectures from the eminent scientists from all over the nation, because it is very good opportunity to have or to listen to the such lectures, keynote speakers, because Dr. Podli sir and Dr. M.K. Reddy, Dr. Iser sir, all these eminent speakers, they were very enthusiastic in giving their lectures, and also we could learn from them, because all these 3 days, though it was very hectic schedule to have all the keynote lectures and also lead speakers, oral presentations, poster presentation, all this, but though it is very hectic, we had a very good opportunity to have the plant pathology in whole from the national scientists. And as usual, though it went on even during the late hours also, I give this or I take this opportunity to thank the Central Zone President, Dr. Setikiran, and the Councillor Jyotsna, because they have took all the pains in organizing this, and all the team members of SB Agricultural College and RARS,
the main leader, Dr. Rajshekar sir, Associate Director of Research, sir was very busy. He has given all the facilities and he has encouraged us in conducting this symposium, and even Dr. Vasanthi Madam also she has encouraged. And first of all, I have to thank all the students because of whom we are here. I think the young generation, they are going to give us the future science. That's why they are gaining this experience from the eminent scientists or the expert lectures from the eminent scientists, and they will be going ahead for their future science. So thank you very much, sir, Dr. Rakesh Pandey, sir, considering the Andrew as one of the institutions for conducting this type of conference. Thank you, Allah.
Thank you very much, madam, for your kind comment. Now may I request Dr. Shasha Kiran to give the overall remark of the conference, please. Dr. Shasha.
Good evening, everyone. We have assembled here. And this is the last phase of our national symposium. It is all my dream to conduct this symposium because I come from Agricultural University. I have my graduation here. So last year itself, I planned that I was at the university headquarters, and I thought because I am in university headquarters, I should select one counselor from the nearby institute. We thought Indian Institute of Oil Commerce, but in the meantime I moved to Madanapalli, and that was a very remote area, and I have to do some scientific activity. And I thought I have to select some nearby place, any pathologist, because the president and the council should be from the nearest place and nearest district. So I was looking around, and simultaneously when I moved to Madanapalli, then I came to know that Josna also moved from college to KVK as a program coordinator. She has as a head of the program coordinator, she's having a lot of activities. But in spite of that, we took it as we are youngsters. Still, we only are at we know we organize some activities at college level or some institute level or KVK level. But we thought that we can make much more progress. We can create that impact at a national level. Because when we plan for a job, even when I was elected last year as a president, then itself I said I requested Pandey sir. Sir will organize the journal symposium. We will serve as the host for the annual meeting, not just for journal meeting. We'll request the IPS and also we'll request the Andrew. Then actually he said some either Lucknow or it will be for the annual meeting. But nevertheless, this whatever and journal symposium it will be conducted, we will take to the national standard. So accordingly we planned, and it was planning. So the 3-day program is not just done in a 1 month or like that. We had a long vision since almost 10 months. Accordingly, officially we are declared winners in only March. Our preparation started since then. Who we to plan like how to organize, and Rakesh Pandey was very much particular that it should be physical model. Because as we see, like if it goes for virtual means normally it is natural tendency. Even I was teaching in a college, people will be switching on the mobile. There is no video. We don't know where they are, whether they are in the system, whether they are following. We don't know anything. But so it will only if it is physically present, there will be more interaction. People will be very active, and the very purpose of conducting the symposium will be met. So I was very happy that he agreed for the physical meeting. Then comes the next step of pulling up the delegates and encouraging the delegates, motivating the youngsters who have conducted good research, and picking up a very good speakers. Because when we are doing, even it's my idea and it's also Joe's idea, if we conduct any meeting or if we do any activity, it should be of high quality. We don't do any activities for namesake or just for the pen and paper or for namesake. If we do it, it should be of high standard, and we should give satisfaction to us that we have served the society or we have helped the scientific community in our level best. So accordingly, there is a selection of the speakers for a keynote or a lead lecture, and everything we went by quality. Some of the students, it was a virtual, many of the last year it was a COVID time and the March was there. But many times we see that we will be going for only some poster sessions. Those students, they are starting their career, they will be going given for a poster. Because I presented after my master's research, I didn't get any funding or anything. I had a fellowship from ICR fellowship. I went all the way from Guntur to Bangalore and I presented my presentation. Then they said we go for a poster. I said, no. We just completed my master's. We encourage youngsters. We should be given oral presentation. You come and present. That was the motivational words that the judges said, and accordingly we presented. Then again next year again in another 2 months I presented another part of my MSc at Indian Institute of Oil Safety. So how coincidence is I presented my first research work in ICS at Southern Zone in Bangalore, and another paper at Oil Safety Institute. Then along with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is Vishnuvardhan Reddy garu, my friend is there. He working for masters, and he was sitting with him and making all the posters and everything. At the time, first time I met her. How coincidence is that the same IPS and oil safety. Now that Oil Safety Institute at the time scientist is now Vice Chancellor, and he is helping me to conduct the IPS meeting. So it was like quite a coincidence, and it took me 2 decades. So I got even advantages of oral presentation means if you present it just not in a career, oral presentation will count. Just because first means will prepare a little bit, hardly will have a negligible, it has comparatively less impact than the oral presentation. Because when you present for oral, it gives lot of confidence because it is a work of the 2 years work. The 1 year work or like it has, that is the phase the students will be presenting for they're starting their research career. It gives lot of confidence when they are presenting, when they are defending their work, when they are presenting their research. And even as a further also, like I remember when I was applying for PhD program abroad, I presented like my biodata for oral presentation. He was asking US fellow whether there is a oral or a poster. How you got for an oral presentation at that? Like that, they were more probing everything that he has that much passion. Means with a master's research only he presented 2 oral presentations. If you could take him as a grad student in our universities, so that is the weightage in a because outer well-known institutions, whether pathology laboratories or faculty abroad, they look into this because whatever we furnish, most of the Western labs or anything, they look very critically whatever we write. We are doing oral presentations, 2 or 3 oral presentations are very good, or even in fact a 6 NAS rating any journal will publish. So that will give a very good impact that he has much passion, whatever he did executed, he published in a very good journal. Or he took that opportunity to present in some national level symposium. In that even in the short period of time, why can't we employ him as a grad student? And when you can provide everything, he will stand up to our expectation. Because our biodata only speaks. Because in a Western lab, no one sees who you are and from what background you are or like anything, under whom you are working. They go by quality. Even if he is just assistant professor, he has just started. Under him, if your work means if you have presented in a very good, you have done a good work means his designation doesn't matter. The quality, outcome, that matters, and how much effort the student has. Whether the results have come or not, but how much effort they have. So taking into all these matters, the advantages of oral presentation, I see that I have given all of them most of their time. Whether it's a little piece of work, let them go for oral. And because of COVID, all of the most of the people have gone for have adjusted to the virtual mode. So if they are coming so much, I see many registrations from BCKV, Impal, many Gujarat, all the way they are coming. And it's just for poster means they will not make much satisfaction. They are coming so much far away, taking a lot of pain. Why can't we give some additional advantage? And generally for a symposium means we give for 2 posters or 1 oral. We will get come from all the way from Gujarat to take 2 oral. What is there? We have so much interest to participate, present. We will have some added advantage. Like that, we are very liberal in encouraging the students and motivating all the students. I got a lot of compliments when you are saying, sir, we are very encouraging. I have gone through each and every aspect, basically. And I don't know many of the people, but when I introduced themselves, I could recognize all them with their surname, university, and every aspect I have gone through personally, through pride and everything I have done. So it was a good exercise for me. What is going on at the national level, what is the area, it has given a lot of knowledge for me also. I am very much thankful for all the people who have, because I felt that it should reach a good number, and each you are getting convincing each and every student that our symposium is worth, and it will serve as a good platform. That itself is if we are able to convince and that is our success. Even 10 oral presentation getting and convincing, talking with a lot of people, convincing them, making them register, and that is a huge activity. People will say 10 registration, but how much efforts you put? As a researcher, everyone knows you get one time results. Results only matter, but how many times you failed? Ultimately to get that. The same way, to get 10 registrations or 50 registrations, how many communications, how much you publicize your activity, like that, all this matters. So finally, we are able to, because it's our effort, and people also like who are superiors or our neighbors, they also get motivated, and they started saying that the organizing that one. You also registered, you also registered. He told some in Gujarat, he told someone in Karnataka. He like that. In that way, it was a very good movement. It was like a lot of people got motivated. My motivation, my efforts that they leaded into fruitful results. And finally, we got very good registrations. Initially, we are all PGTS, there were a lot of registrations. He was giving very good support, Praveen sir and Jagdishwar sir. And afterwards, even we had good registration from here. Then last moment, we had very good registration from entire, almost the majority of the university, majority of the Anglo scientists, and also majority of the college students in SB Agriculture College. So they are very happy that we are able to, our IPS Central Zone Symposium has provided a platform. I think for majority of for many of the students, scientists, and all the other research scholars, and it was a nice meeting all the very lead speakers, and initially we thought like we are not getting any registrations for industries, because like we felt like why we are not here, we are putting less fees only, or we are even we are communicating with them, but at the last moment we got very good representation, like we got some difference, then we met the and he sent one paper, and he nominated Nepal to come and present. Last minute again, Hamidabi, everyone was feeling very good about that presentation. Unfortunately, I missed it, but I listened at several times even before last year when we organized Symposium also. There also, she did very good piece of work and very good quality. Her husband has also registered. Then when K.R. Sir knew that I was organizing, he said, every week I see he will be in one country. Then just I asked her, will you be able to present our small symposium? When he's going every week, I think every month we see he will be visiting 4-5 countries. He's so busy, man. I said, sir, you will present. This time I'm going to Belgium, going to Brazil, like this. But suddenly I received a call from 3-4 days back. You are coming, you are organizing, I'll come there. Like that he said. That itself is a motivation for me. Like very big industrialists like Sri Buyers to take Monsanto and Coromandel. In the last moment, they have become part of this symposium, and it's a very good, like whatever we do, like even people will be saying even if you go to farmers, I have done publication, that journal, this journal, everything. And ultimately people will say, how we benefited the farming community. So whatever whether we do a high level research or like we are not reaching the farmers. So what we felt, our symposium to become a platform for the academicians, researchers, farming community, industry. Then only our objective will be met. All the people who are working at the grassroots level, national institute, all we felt that. So that when these many people are coming together, at least farmers, they will be able to put forth their problems, get some suggestions, or they will give some ideas, because we are in the research institutes, the research stations, or we may not be able to cover many places. So making the farmers part of this one, they will be putting some problems which we are not aware. So even their problems that might help us to reframe our research program. So all these, taking into all this, I put our best effort. All the different people are made part of this. According to many people from different institutions. I felt very happy that we got representation from 22 or 23 national institutes, state agriculture universities. I personally take it like my efforts have become fruitful. That too because of the support of all the administrators, many people, and the students, researchers, and all this. I thank all the people who have contributed your paper, and I wish you all the best. And finally, I thank our administration of Bangalore, Vishnuwardhan Reddy sir. And last, I thought it was this information was known to that ADR sir, but it was not, actually he was not aware. But in spite of that, when he came to the 10 minutes before the airport, all the efforts from the, and he has mobilized all the scientific staff at field level staff, everything to make it in a short, even in a short notice of period. But no, he did not. It was a very good success, and he has. I thank him immensely for his help. And with this motivation, we feel that we'll be able to Anglo and the Horticulture University, all these two universities. We should plan for a international conference, not just for pathology, plant protection. So hopefully, like this type of my plan, that will be fruitful in the future years. Thank you.
Now I request Jyotsna, please come and declare the postal result, because the student must be waiting.
Good evening to all. We have come to the end of the session. Just before announcing the poster session results, I would like to sum up the 3-day conference. So we have received 86 registrations over 22 universities, and among them 52 participants have attended physically, and around 15 to 20 participants were there online. On and off during these 3 days of conference, and during this there were 6 sessions. Of these 6 sessions, in the first technical session, that is the recent trends in post-pathogen interactions, epidemiology, and plant disease management. There were 3 lead papers covering these aspects. And then in the session 2, which covered the advances in detection, diagnosis, and characterization of plant pathogens and plant growth, there were again 3 lead lectures by eminent scientists. And then in the third session, that is disruptive technologies in the field of plant pathology, wherein the advanced technologies like genome editing, then nanotechnology, unmanned aerial vehicles, etc. were included. And those session has invited much interest, and there were lots of discussion in this session, and most fruitful discussions have been having in this session. And in this session also we have 4 lead presentations. Then in the session 4, which is novel molecules, biological control and other eco-friendly approaches for biotic stress management and organic agriculture. Again, there were nearly 3 lead presentations and 1 keynote lecture by Dr. Pathological. And then today we have covered technical sessions 5 and 6, where we have combined the industry and also the farm, the grassroots beneficiaries, that is the farmers. And so all the discussions were very fruitful, and lot of the discussions have been carried out both from the students and across the scientists also. And I think some of the new discoveries which have been made in their labs were also became aware, and maybe this kind of research and discussions may create interest among the student community and may help them to take up research in those areas. I expect such type of input from the students. So with this, and this symposium has given a new type of experience for me also. Actually, I was also attending as a student. I have attended the conference. Now I am conducting this conference. Anyhow, it's like a I have interacted with the students, then researchers, and big personalities like Dr. Tirupati-Day and K.R. sir. It's really a great experience, and so with this, we'll move on to the declaration of the poster session results. There were 5 posters that were displayed there, and among those, and the judges comprising Professor Nargun and Professor Kalyan Effect, sir, they have evaluated, and the first prize goes to Ms. Rajalakshmi for her poster presentation on antagonistic effect of bacterial endocytes against Xanthomas variae, Pathological variae, and the in vitro condition. And the second prize goes to Mr. Karnakar Reddy for his poster presentation on characterization of photosynthesized silver nanoparticles and inhibition potential against Xanthomas variae. And the third prize goes to Mr. Suresh Rao for his poster on evaluation of comparative efficacy of selected fungicides, plant extracts, and natural preparation against rice grain discoloration under in vitro conditions. The oral presentation results will also be declared soon, because some compilation for some other technical sessions is pending. So with it soon, we will be declaring those oral presentation results and will be announced.
Now I request Josna again to give vote of thanks. That's a very important part of the conference.
So I won't take much time. I know we were all exhausted. So, but because it is a formality to propose vote of thanks, so I have to propose. Please bear with me. First of all, I would like to.
Sorry, it's my mistake. I'm going somewhere without one more thing left. I have not seen this one. So, before all the thanks and everything, we have to honor and thank our major person who were the leader behind this conference. So, Associate Director Research, Dr. P. Rajshekar. Now I request Dr. Sheshakar and Madam to first take Dr. P. Rajshekar, Associate Director Research, on behalf of IPS. You also do. Now, so we are moving to next important person for your contribution is Associate Dean Dr. R.P. Basanti. Now I request Madam Sarda to take the presentation of Madam Basanti because she is not here, and please pass on. Now I request Roxy for vote of thanks. Before that, I give thanks to all the students, especially the President IPS. I enjoyed so active students, and where I came on the first day, and they were so active with the Jyotsna. So my special thanks and regards to them as they helped a lot with this conference. Thank you. Now I request Dr.
First of all, I would like to extend my heartful vote of thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. A. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, for readily accepting the venue and for permitting us to conduct this symposium. And then my heartful thanks to Dr. A. Prashanti, Director of Research, Anglo, who has readily accepted and has been a motive of force for conducting this symposium. She has been continuously monitoring us regarding the status of the work and has helped us in conducting this symposium. And then there are many people who have made this
So now, all the three who have won the MD Nursing Home Award, they have to come on the dais and we have to photo with them and they will collect certificate from Josna and Sheshakar. Okay, so please all three come and we have a photograph with them. Divya and Deepak and please come on the yes, we have the photograph. Come here. We have the photograph. Somebody take the photograph. Come, Divya, Shanna and Deepak.
On behalf of Indian Pathological Society, Central Zone, as well as Indian Pathological Society, New Delhi, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. A. Vishnuvardan Reddy Garu, who has readily accepted to act as a host for this Central Zone Symposium. And my thanks are due to Dr. L. Prashanti, Director of Research, who has readily accepted and has reviewed time to time for conducting of this symposium on regular basis. And then our local organizers, Dr. P. Rajshekar, Associate Director of Research, Dr. R. P. Vashanti, Associate Dean, Agricultural College, Tirupati, and our University Head, Dr. R. Sharvaja Lakshmi ma'am. They are also a motivating force behind us for conducting this symposium. And as Seshwaran was mentioning, within short notice, he has sent all his armed forces for successful conduct of this meeting. And there are few persons whom I should specially mention because this the symposium will be complete, like Dr. Vishnath, who has been my in all aspects, who has helped me and who has guided me also. And then we have student support also, like Sandeep, Shahrukh, and I don't know, Prashant, Srikanth, right? So they also have been very much helpful. Like I have seen this work means till now also they are with me and they are helping me. So very much thankful to you. And again, one more special mention: the Rangoli team, like Shailaja and other ELP students who have made a beautiful Rangoli with plant pathology team. That's really good, and I have received lots of appreciation also. So very much thankful to them. And also special mention goes to all the committee members, like right from food committee, then the transport committee, darshan committee, name it, whatnot. All the committees have really worked hard, dedicatedly. They have not thought that this is a pathology symposium. They really felt that it is their own course discipline symposium, and have given all the support to us. It's really, really, I'm very much thankful to them. And then I also thank press and media for the good coverage of this symposium, and then all the supporting staff here for making time to time arrangements, like Srinivas Reddy Garu for mic and all, and then Jyoti, who has kept this hall very clean and tidy early in the morning. Like that, there are many people who are behind this success of the symposium, and I have to give a really big thanks to our key appreciation for the topics that they have delivered. For those keynote speakers also, my sincere thanks, and also lead speakers and chairpersons of all the sessions. Though we have like serendipity, we have nominated them as chairpersons, and you act as a chairperson. They have readily accepted and conducted the sessions very much successfully, even right up to 8. Also, they have been patient, and also I also thank all the judges who has judged their posters and their oral presentations also. And finally, I thank each and every one of the students who have been actively participating in this symposium and involving in the discussions also. Yes, a big round of applause to you all. So, if at all,
National anthem.
yes, yes. So, if at all I have missed anyone, please excuse me. So I thank one and all, and before concluding this, we will end the session with the national anthem, community singing of the national anthem. National anthem, Vinayaka Jayate Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Uttara Ganga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Ujjala Jaladi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gada Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 Jaya.
All the rest are Jyotsna, a lot of times I don't have to work for Jyotsna and society. Whatever is there, grab the two along with the two.
And we also be there, so that
You must enjoy forever.
all of your friends please come join.
Keep it the most memorable. Rest of the things you can forget. Yeah. These photos, you want to. Come on. आउट पर चलो चलो, सब लोग ऊपर चलो चलो बच्चे लोग, आ जाओ ऊपर आ जाओ, नाउ फ्री। आ जाओ सारे लोग। आप सारे लोग आ जाओ, all the students, जो भी आओ, come, अच्छा है, don't know Hindi, come on. Come on. No, anyone who has involved in this symposium, everyone has to go. Come, little Sesagran, come. All faces are visible. You have to come back. Sir, please. Come, sir, please. Our August request. Please. All the group members who are involved, girls should go up. Girls should go up. Girls should go up. Thank you. सामान्य